Saw that even then still, that, I mean, Tiger was kind of held under hostage when it came to bottom side heaven, and even more so, everybody else just kind of not really having too much weaponry to really answer that back. Maryville just didn't have the resources there. They wanted to give it their best attempt, maybe play for the retake, but I think more so when you look at the guns that were in hand, they need to be playing it on site rather than trying to go for that retake. But I mean, even more so, they know their capabilities. We know they can hit those shots, and it really just came down to a game, but they didn't go their way. But they still have a purchase for a round like this. Screwface is once again trying to push up, maybe find a kill with the operator being online, and I mean, rightfully so. You want to put this thing in the game as early as possible to make sure that you can kind of merit finding those threats, shutting off those lines of sight, making sure that these entire avenues of an entire site could be cut off so swiftly.
Yeah, what's the formula early, right, for St. Clair's to try to get these first bloods and kind of put Maryville off on the back foot? Screwface is trying to stop that and make sure they can get the first one instead. But it's a slow crawl forward for St. Clair in hopes to see a mistake made from Maryville. And Screwface has done a good job of avoiding that initial issue of losing themselves and not having to deal with instinct on the other end. And that's kind of the big problem child for St. Clair on trying to move into this gap. With no motion towards A, with no one overextending, with no real visual sightline gain, they need to start to move towards an opposing site. And with Tillo having crawled through garage pretty nicely, no congestion through window, that may scream that it's either a B site or a C site hit up for the future of St. Clair. There's your toxic screen leveled up for Maryville's defense. The snake bite as well that's utility offline. So if you're St. Clair, that's good to burn that. You can now move off towards C fairly safely, but Tillo's gotten taken off here on site. You have to refrag that one nearly instantly, and JP is good for it. Time is running out here, folks, but Spike still hasn't confirmed which objective they'd like to move towards, because Maryville may have rotated a bit too quickly towards C for St. Clair's favor. They'll make their way to B instead and overextend both Instinct and Tiger to try to get these rotating players from Maryville off the board, and unfortunately pay the price going the other way instead. So a 2v4 post-plant scenario, leaving, yes, JP back here towards Courtyard, easily flanked by Rins, but JP's damn good for the shot. Has still Jazzykins on site looking to close off that link side towards C, but you haven't have any player watching B-Link, and a big mistake from Screwface could have now guaranteed this closure here for Jazzykins. Extension by Ange. Clark has to go in, and Jazzykins does instead. Yeah. Screwface gets the heck out of dodge. The operator will be saved, and it's a round win for St. Clair on a major recovery.
Yeah, well played there, coming up from the likes of St. Clair. I mean, a huge round on the board, seeing the way they're playing things. I mean, it really just comes down to whether or not Maryville wanted to execute that a little bit quicker, because, I mean, we saw the players of St. Clair that were surrounding that B site dropping like flies just to get that spike down. But, I mean, it ended up being worth it there by the end, and even more so, looked good for the execution there. Obviously, just by the head of Jazzykins there. Kill after kill after kill, where it felt like Maryville had the timing on her, but it just didn't end up working out. And even then still, a nice little look there from Seth being inside the room with the rest of the team side by side in between, with seemed like maybe Instinct or Tillo kind of being there, but I mean still having your coach just kind of there rallying on your shoulders, just saying, hey guys, look, go ahead, wrap things up, keep it rolling one round at a time, because it is equilibrium here on the scoreboard. St. Clair had the rolling thunder after that kind of spree of kills coming up from Jazzykins there, so it makes his execution that's going to be coming up here soon look that much better, especially when Tillo finds the first blood.
Screwface has been a consistent player of trying to move forward, right? This has been kind of the problem for them. They want to get these first bloods. They know if they're going to lose it, they have to refrag it. So then that forces the second player of Ange to try to extend to pick up the pacing on Screwface's loss. This is a very big misread for Maryville, but if you're in an eco round, you kind of have to do it. And St. Clair know that fact now, confirmably. And Jazzykins will just lock down this C-long. Spike could come here for basically free. You still have your opposing Sova way on the A side in hopes that if you do rotate, you'll get the visual first. The recon bolt will, in fact, tap over here towards Giza with the Owl Drone. Not to be cleared in time with just a Sheriff, and Jazzykins' utility will unfurl to the back of sight, leaving Giza having to do everything alone. First is there, second joining, third is almost. They're being so patient with these shots as they extend out. This is a doable 1v2 now as Clark executes JP. Then Maryville may just prime themselves up for a hold. Weapon collected, Phantom in hand, Instinct is spotted. Spraying through the Radianite stack is a good endeavor, but Maryville's Chloric says, yep, I have all the time in the world to wrap any which direction, and I'm going to use all of that time bank to do so. And with the time, the fact that Spike has not gone down yet, this screams to Chloric. They have enough time to sprint around now through C-Long to try to shut this down. Timing is going to be so easy for Chloric. 4 now as you're just executing in for an almost guaranteed 4th round here, since St. Clair have just taken what should have been an easy one off of a thrifty purchase for Maryville and confirmed to win out of it, and can grab that operator that now pinging out to bring to the next round that Screwface lost early.
Yeah, that was a funny thing for Cloric there. I'm sure it was even a thought process to kind of go ahead and pick that thing up preemptively to find that kill on the C side, just in case we do see, you know, Tilla go ahead and swing out, maybe go for that kind of fight, but even then, that's not really the case there. Good looks on the side of both squads there. That 1v1, I mean, clearly Giza just leading that round, holding down that C side. Every singular player that ran into this dude's sight lines, well, he was a threat, found at least a couple of them. The last one, as you saw the right click coming through there from Instinct to find that kill, but that Classic didn't have to come and play once more, because we're going to see the Blade Storm coming out here in a round like this, because, well, while the rest of the team can purchase somewhat of a, you know, an arsenal here, it's still a little bit awkward to say the less coming out of St. Clair, because Maryville, huge thrifty on their hands. We got to see whether they can actually follow it up with the guns aren't already there to be working with.
Ooh, Bladestorm for Instinct at least gets yourself a first. Cloric's Hunter's Fury, though, stalls out the push into Garage for St. Clair, and make sure that first blood goes. But they refrag, though not to the play you anticipated, and their weapon will be collected. It still puts Maryville in a fine enough position to hold on for the rest of this. Shorty in within the dark cover. Taiga, check to your left, Taiga. Do they know? Both players are completely immune, really, to figuring out where the other one is, but now you've got Tiger just trying to worm in the B site and stay here. You have 50 seconds, Dallas, at which you could wait here until your team needs to commit to a site, because you're playing for the execute on the step in. No, and still had room to shimmy backwards. And now Tiger has to play a perfect shot, and unfortunately, it's just not in the docket for them as Maryville eviscerate the pursuit into B and move this St. Clair roster elsewhere.
I'm still genuinely shocked we didn't see Taiga making these calls to make the queue over towards that C side, because you were like a double agent there. Sure, you didn't have to swing out. They didn't know where you were. You could just make those calls. I hear one set of feet going over towards A. I hear another set of feet going over towards A. I hear these guys just swarming over towards that A side, where, you know, if you're going to be planning here on A side, you got guys ready for you. Even Maryville expected to make that call to say, clearly he knew we were going there. We should have players over here on C, but instead they just want to go for the A side there, and, well, with that Rolling Thunder available, you can make sure to probably hold it as well, but that will be a very big investment. You have to make sure to find at least one kill here, make it a 2v3, give you the heads up, give you that kind of leniency there to maybe find that second one, make it equal. But look at it, Screwface there, nice little clip that doesn't really connect, but the rest of the team make sure to follow suit and make sure theirs does. So Maryville closing things out, finding round number 6 here on the field, and, well, make sure to double that scoreline to St. Clair that they've just rightfully earned just 2 rounds prior. I mean, they are keeping this thing rolling, and knowing they come back from the ashes to find that thrifty and win the one next, it shows they're getting a little bit of stabilization here. They're getting on the field and they're getting warmed up.
So how many times are we going to see St. Clair start to make good pacing in these rounds before it starts to fall back? Keep in mind, we're only halfway through this first half, so there are plenty of chances to recover that. And we talked about how much St. Clair has improved throughout this season and how much Valorant is a game of adaptability. The team that adapts the fastest finds themselves at the gates of victory the fastest, and that's all the more important the more maps you have in front of you. But St. Clair will need to start making the recovery for this first half to make the offense truly doable. Clork, we get a little bit of information here towards A-Long, but it's Screwface to open things up with the kill on towards Jazzykins. We've seen how important Jazzy is in these later stages of these rounds. Losing that instantly feels like a death bell that's been rung early for St. Clair's offense, requiring Taiga to win their 1v1 against their doppelganger of Ange, and thankfully so is capable of it, as now Cloric is alone. 16 rounds left in the clip, hoping to maybe get some connection to Instinct, but the toxic screen's the only thing saving them, and they'll fall back to the rest of the team now active on site, hoping to maybe keep St. Clair to maybe force them to rotate towards an opposing end, but I don't think there's anything doing so. They want to move this Sentinel to poke around an opposing site and keep these players pocketed here in hopes that maybe they get some vision, maybe someone overextends from Maryville and they can punish them for it.
Yeah, I mean, these overextensions are going to really be the do or die for a lot of these squads, whether we actually find these exchanges in terms of after things have concluded. Because, I mean, look at the way these rounds start. I mean, we see a lot of initial engages going in the way of, obviously, both sides. It feels very equal in that. First kills, first deaths. I mean, it feels like it's equal across the board there and hasn't really skewed one way or the other. But even more so, looking at the way the stabilization is, Maryville always makes sure to find their way towards the back of the map every single time. Get themselves into a point where they can go ahead, recollect themselves, pinch onto a site as a collective unit once more, but still that gives St. Clair a bit of an edge here because they can spread out around the map. They can put themselves in these kind of interesting corners and other angles here and there, but I mean that's going to give them the leeway at least here. You got the B site, pushing over to the garage. You see the kill come through, you see the damage being done, but even more so, this is all just space coming through from Maryville to find every single possible attempt to get this thing shut down. So final shot with literally frames to go. JP has the nuts to push up, find that shot, and nail it too.
Yeah, we talked so much hype around this one player stepping into this system for St. Clair, and it's felt like every week, Dallas, we've had one moment where like, they did it, we finally seen it, and then another week it comes back to back, and it's like, okay, JP got shut down. This is a big issue for them, and we also saw that obviously last semester out of this player, but when they are required to step up, a lot like all the Maryville's files feel like they can, St. Clair has the players capable of doing so just the same. That a round recovery will force Maryville to go, okay, what's next for us? We have a timeout, might as well use it. Look how relaxed JP is there for St. Clair. This team are focused up, but they've said in their interview themselves that the vibes are high, and we've seen that earlier as well with the Jazzy celebration at the end of their big clutch they had in round 3 or 4, and how that's kind of changed up how Maryville have to feel defensively, especially when you know that Screwface early in these rounds has been playing a dangerous game, and how much that has cost them, not just in terms of credit economy with the operator, but with the first blood losses that they've said themselves is one of their biggest problems for this team.
Yeah, I mean, well, they went ahead, gave themselves all the time in the world to kind of figure out what exactly is happening here. A good conclusion to the last round, obviously a 1v1, keeping this thing as close as humanly possible. So knowing they went ahead, had themselves that timeout, had time to recollect their thoughts, had that little bit of a talk with Seth to figure out what exactly is going on here, and now they can start to stabilize. Well, we got another little new feature coming up here for the Division 1 Grand Finals. We got to listen in for what's going to be the entirety of the round, so we can go ahead and see whether or not this is actually going to give them the leniency, the confidence, and will the game plan to get things running.
Grenade out. Grenade out. Blocking sight. Player standing.
Well, St. Clair secured themselves as expected, though. You have a timeout forced out for Maryville there to try to confirm what exactly is going on for themselves, and they'll come into this next one with the proper buys. 4 rounds left in this half, and it's an even, not exactly the zipper we're used to seeing in a lot of really close map styles of a 1-1, 1-1, but more so to that back of 2-2, 2-2, and now you'd assume that Maryville should have their chance to shine defensively, but ultimates are in the back pocket of St. Clair, and you'll see this often start to use these once they get a little bit of information, and they also saw how that speed paid out for them in a round before, and they're doing it again here, Dallas. Rolling Thunder sent to the back of sight. No one is here, though, for Maryville. They've completely acquiesced control for this, and they just want to play away from sight to go for the full 5 retake, and they're going to send players aplenty through that A lobby to get there, and even use a lockdown to buy time. This one within Garage, just keeping a little bit of distance and controlling where Maryville will have to extend in towards. And they only have one player there through Hay, the rest now working through C-Long, and no one wants to give up line of sight. Screwface will miss Tyga on the initial swing, but Tyga won't miss them on the jump out. Good shot from Giza. We always expect to see that, but the team of St. Clair are extending so darn well to deny Maryville's movement forward, and it's now just Cloric alone. Can't even spray over to Instinct, who only had a Sheriff. It's St. Clair getting now 3 in a row, the first team to do so in this series.
Momentum, baby. That's the name of the game, and St. Clair is seemingly the one to get the hold of it the most here, with 3 rounds on the board back to back, and even then still making Maryville calling a timeout, and St. Clair still winning that one out, putting Maryville into another eco situation. It is over and over again where these guys are looking great on the night so far, and especially on that last round. You talk about evacuating that site. Well, that was more so from the head of Maryville not even wanting to be there in the first place. You had the 2 players allocated there, sure, and they would have pinched onto that B side if that's where the spike ended up going, but they knew that they allocated primarily over towards the A. They wanted to go ahead and cover that split, and then they wanted to come around from the flank once things started to get really nitty-gritty there towards the actual C side. But as things go to kick it off, it's just more so once again holding these angles, and around like this, it's a budget buy, you know, not really too much to be playing with here, so you're kind of just keeping yourself slow and steady to really, you know, play out what you got.
Now, we did see kind of one of the reasons we see St. Clair coming away with those round wins there for a little bit, Dallas, was the speed. You talked about momentum. Obviously, getting 3 rounds in a row is definitely a point for momentum. But I would dare say an object in motion is hard to keep out of motion unless acted upon by an outside force. And there was no outside force at all there on that site the round before. St. Clair just send it into C 2 rounds in a row off a heavy sprint. And they come away with the victor both times. But this round, they start off a lot slower towards that A site. Slow build up, not pushing the immediate sprint and rush. They're more so worried about how Maryville are going to try to counteract that speedy tile. And if you are going to worry about them adapting, which, by the way, they're one of the best teams, if not the best team in all the collegiates, so you're looking at them, they're going to be one of the best teams at adapting, you don't want to give them the time to do so. 2 feels like the gate limit. You cannot do the same thing more than twice in a row, because if you do, they're just going to win that round all but guaranteed, even if it's something as simple as a thrifty round to go through. But we are in a production technical pause, but we can have plenty to talk about for this map so far. I just feel like St. Clair, they know they had to change it up, and there it is to make sure they do so towards A instead.
Yeah, and even then still, I mean, locking down everything they need to. They understand that Screwface is going to have that operator in hand 9 times out of 10. We saw it come out so darn early in that round number 4. I mean, the guy wanted it almost instantaneously and was already heating up with it when we saw that Marshall buy early on, because it's still a budget way, not really having the outlaw in play, and still knowing you can, acquire that operator once you have the sufficient money. And you're pandering yourself towards that degree. But as things go, knowing the C side, he hasn't really been covering that too much. That last round we saw him kind of go ahead and evacuate that side of C. He was stationed there primarily. Problem with that was that's why the Rolling Thunder was invested. They knew that eventually Screwface would go ahead and have to take that transition over towards the C side, hold down that long lane. And that's where you understand that maybe this is the best time to invest that Rolling Thunder, maybe to go ahead and get the guy off, because there's going to come a time when the adjustments come into play, and St. Clair have the read of when those are coming into play, when these guys are making those shifts, when they're kind of changing up their standard default and how they're going to be holding down these lanes. And it doesn't really feel like Maryville's kind of swapping things up too much, creating that gamble, that roll of the dice to kind of put everybody in these different situations over and over again to leave St. Clair guessing, because their speed and their hunger for these sites kind of overwhelm all that logic that could come into play there, because they just want to be there, get that spike down, make the play, and start the timer to start ticking in their favor.
Timer did tick in the favor of St. Clair. The offense comes through with a round win there. Good connection from Screwface. Thought Tyga maybe should have won that 1v1, but slight mistakes and miscalculation, the amount of rounds need to be fired, buries the first blood in favor of Maryville. And St. Clair will kind of give up the overall movement towards A side. They'll leave Instinct here kind of as a pocket player. A lot of times you'll leave 2 players near each other. One person will be that forward rolling tank, and the other one will be the gunner up on top to play a high-low. You don't really see a lot of that from St. Clair's movement. Once they go for the buddy 2, which you see now through Jazzykins and JP kind of working, or sorry, not Jazzykins and Tillo, I should say, kind of working their way through Courtyard, it doesn't seem to make a big movement because that's not their committing to. They want to make sure they move off of where JP is or where off of Instinct is. Once those 2 players make impact on either site or refrag after the first loss of life, you know that's where the team can start to move towards, and that's exactly what we see St. Clair doing. Instinct gets their fragged up or have it on A. Now the team rotates back through lobby to try to take this fight where Screwface is watching, unfortunately for him. The operator does not connect, and now you've got Instinct securing yet another, and this A site for the taking as the third falls in their favor.
I mean, yeah, Instinct isn't just taking down Screwface. It looks like he wants the entirety of the team. Already 3 to his name. The rest of the squad is just trying to go ahead and play out the utility, set this guy up, try to open up the side a little bit. And with that Blade Storm now in hand, he's going to be getting a little bit more aggressive than what we saw prior. Looking to maybe have a possibility of a player extend themselves in his favor. It's just not going to work out for him. But don't worry, with how many players were knocked off initially by his favor, then you got 2 players remaining at least to go ahead and clean up whatever is remaining. So another clean round coming through for St. Clair, pushing over into the A site. I mean, facilitated by a singular dude running through the majority of Maryville. And well, as things run along, we see 5 rounds now acquired here by St. Clair back to back. So this is the final one of the half. Maryville are locked out at 5, best case scenario. And I mean, this is a huge testament to what St. Clair has been getting ready with, because seeing how they're doing this, I mean, this is Maryville's selection, remember. So, I mean, it is insane.
We'll have to hear mid-side smoke if you want it. I'm
doing it. Not in. You guys stalled them. They're not in.
I'm staying.
It was heavy, though. It was heavy.
Careful MB. Careful MB.
Yeah, they could be up short.
It was Killjoy Molly there. All 5.
Okay,
I'm stuck right side.
Yeah, you should get the line. They can't do it.
It's on the right. Okay, I'll do it. I'm in TP. I'm gonna I have A line. Unless he's already short.
No, he can't be. It feels off.
Out mid Killjoy. Yo, you want to double lock down C?
There's no re-hit, guys. We don't need Ruach C. I
Guys,
have
don't
all of
re-aggro.
it.
Don't re-aggro, guys. Stay just hold, please. Just chill. Just chill. Just chill. We're good. We have all lines right now.
Yeah, we're good right now.
I have Orb Molly.
Hey, came back A1. I don't know who. I'm joining
It
in.
was Sova.
Sova.
Just
It's
Sova,
fake.
just
It's fake.
Sova.
It's just Sova. Just Sova.
There's Omen TP'd.
Heaven. Wait.
Spawn.
Spawn. Someone's running up by himself.
Is that
Right here. They're kind of coming.
I got my long
I'm playing your
stance.
take. No. I'm playing your take. I'm playing your take. They're planning.
Okay.
KJ on
Guys, carry your A-Link. We
Let me
haven't
go
seen
Heaven.
Killjoy.
Yeah, I'm going Heaven. They stunned Planning. Hey, I can dart. I have dart. I'm looking who plants.
I have Molly and Wall.
I want to jump out Heaven as well.
I want
Breach planted.
I can Molly.
You guys should go long. Go all over. Oh, you have dart. Okay, am I good?
He's facing spawns.
You guys ready? I'm a dart. You guys
I'm
ready?
gonna
Paranoid
watch.
dart?
2, 1.
Careful, close left. Close left.
Paranoid. I'm darting.
Dead.
Facing hell.
One health.
I have to reload.
I'm so
I
short.
went short.
I'm gonna wall up. I'm walling up. I'm swinging.
Wall up.
With you.
I'll hold you guys your short smoke. Right up
Too short.
short.
Default dead.
Ha.
Nice.
Good retake, guys.
Job.
I didn't know you had a nice guy. I could have let you come Heaven.
Nah, you're.
Woo! Well, that's another one there. Maryville obviously able to stabilize, find themselves around on the board, and at least go ahead and end the half with one more to play with. I mean, 7-5, obviously nothing to scoff at there. Maryville expectedly, after that first half, winning themselves the pistol round, you would hope they could maybe find themselves another to kind of put themselves back into the equal state of play on the scoreboard. But, I mean, as we see right there with that retake, nice, clean, steady. They're wanting to play the game as fundamental as they can because, well, they got the shots to back it up. But as we go right back into a round number one kind of scenario, you see the Sheriffs, you see the Ghosts, and you see that Maryville are obviously a lot more hungry for it as they are investing a heck of a lot more.
Yeah, and you see the way that information can really affect a team in a breakdown for how their pushes go. You hear the call out, it's just Tillo, it's just the Sova working their way down A long. The whole team was actually behind St. Clair, was behind Tillo in that moment, but Maryville were trying to act off the information that it wasn't, and then they had to play off that timing and have to retake. And it was a tight space, but Maryville stay calm and collected, make sure the right information gets out at the right time. Now they have a little bit of an easier job of that, making sure the team can kind of stay cohesive and together on this push here towards the A side. Not checking your corner, though, is Screwface. JP's got a shorty. Knife out as well to deal with Renz. That is a moment and a half here for Division 1 to have a JP step up like that. Now the shorty can be reloaded, and Giza will have to try to make up for the loss of these two players. There's no way JP gets given yet another kill here with this shotgun. It'll be a peek out. JP is getting way too close, but extra damage is always welcome as Instinct takes the Sheriff shot instead. Just 4 rounds left in total to send out from this shotgun. Spotted. JP gets a third of the afterlife. And Ange's Maryville is alone. The full team falling behind them, and it's just St. Clair standing, all 5 still, to start this second half.
I mean, JP just barely with that scrappy couple kills he had there. But, I mean, they were managed nonetheless over and over and over again, just constantly barely surviving by the grit of his teeth, by the tiny shred of his skin. But as things go, a nice, beautiful opener there from, St. Clair. Seeing the way they adjusted to that, having Jazzy Skins throw that fault line through, having that stun there to give that assistance, let JP cross. It's just so many things that lined up after those first 2 that he was able to acquire, that beyond that, it was just insanity to say the least. But obviously, huge round for St. Clair. They didn't invest as much in that round, but they still come out having better weapons because of it, because they got the money to do so. Outlaw in play, Judge in hand as well. This garage is on lockdown.
There's no way to move through there. You're not parking your car here at all. It's a car accident visually for Maryville to try to get through those doors. And now it's just Cloric and Ange looking to make their way towards a site. Ange is stuck inside Ceylon Cubby. Instinct has moved over there with that Outlaw. That'll be their 3rd kill of this round. JP could get this final kill and make it a full ass between the 2 of them for that buddy ace, but feels like Cloric is just going to make their way over towards A long and fight for this ult orb instead. Play the macro economy as best as they can and try to vie for something after the fact. Cloric will bring out the pistol, and there it is from JP to make sure that there is, in fact, a buddy ace. The full house between those 2 for their side. Very demoralizing round if you're Maryville and not really putting your head in the right foot forward to start that one. But if you're St. Clair, you kept every weapon you had, which means anyone that didn't buy out for this second round is going to buy up to match for the third, just knowing how much they can contend with. And with 2 rifles, still that Judge, the dangerous threat that is an Outlaw, this feels like a very doable round to start 3-0 to the second half.
I mean, most definitely. Seeing that even then, Chlork, oddly enough, only on that regen shield, not on the full shield, that's going to still be a kill there for at least one of the players if you do see that Outlaw running into him. But you got to look at the rest of the players and what they got to work with. Obviously, full armor, full rifles, looking to go ahead, had the full stack there and the full arsenal to be playing with. But beyond that, Maryville still don't really have an idea of where they want to bring that because they were playing things very slowly. They were expecting maybe some kind of a push, something crazy to come up from St. Clair to throw them off their game and maybe give them an idea of where things are going to happen. If we do see that push up towards the A side, we talked about those trades. That's not going to really occur there until finally the reinforcements arrive, and it seems that they want to be pressing the W key over here.
Odin on offense is a cheeky idea as they want to try to lock down the initial play through Hall. Chlork can spray this early, but the Judge gets the connection instead. Screwface is forced to refrag. That Odin is collectible for a team if they would like it to, as they will have that tailwind queued, and they will immediately step off of it. They do not want to have that motion towards A any further as St. Clair will move players in to try to play for a bit of a retake scenario. But the motion for Maryville is not into A, nor is it B at this point. Instead, there'll be three players extending onto the C site, with the fourth now working their way through C long and playing a very slow crawl. Maybe you see Tillo try to get a frag here in through Garage, and they'll be able to do so onto Ange because the timing was just right for it. But you need someone to now move through Hay and into C long, try to cut down this angle that should be there for that post plant. The question will be, you don't know to go there until you know where the plant is. Taiga eviscerates Screwface, though you do lose one immediately afterwards. You can play the trade game if you're St. Clair because you were in the lead. But Giza throws all statistical anomalies out the window and says, I am the anomaly. I want my fourth.
Yeah, I mean, can you blame them? I mean, Maryville, obviously, as things go, gonna keep themselves relevant inside of this, and that was the round they had to do because, well, otherwise you were breaking the mold, but in a very, very bad way for your own squad. I mean, St. Clair clearly had the arsenal there to be working with, had a couple players remaining there by the end of it, but even then still, making sure that Maryville were getting some of these trades, they should be coming in on top there, as I mentioned, with all that full armor available underneath their wing on top of the weapons that was inside their hands. But this is where things start to go ahead and buff themselves out. It should be kind of relatively stagnant across the board in terms of the buys. Nothing too crazy, nothing too subtle. And the only thing that really, you know, is an outlier would be that operator in hand from Instinct. But we saw it in that first half inside Screwface's hands. So, I mean, it is expected this thing should be in play. And I'm sure the call is going to be made for that. It is exactly why they are popping that, you know, owl drone pretty early to let you know maybe A isn't the angle we want to take.
Look how far forward St. Clair are there as well. Tillo is known to go for fights, and we've known them to win them. That's not an issue, but this is a spot that's really hard to refrag, so you need to have a duelist holding across there, and you have it through short, but Tillo wants to continue to over-aggress, and this is where the question of is it a B-side hit comes through for Maryville. Screwface will tailwind in to now go for the plant. They'll secure it. A courtyard hold will feel like a necessity, but Renz waiting back as the Viper, the pseudo sentinel, inside attacker spawn, catches off Tillo, and now you're lacking a huge piece of initiator utility to retake this B site, where the post plan is in full effect for Maryville's attacking side, now flipped over to what feels like a defensive performance, and just holding the high ground from a shrouded step to get up there. Screwface sitting inside Gong. This is a dangerous spot to be if you have a crossfire, but Instinct is missing the connection with the operator, and thanks to that, feels like St. Clair will just vacate the premises, not play for this round's retake, and give Maryville their 7th without much to confirm against it. And with the 2 players they dropped, arguably a weapon upgrade if they want it. Hey. But pressure is on against the remaining 2 back here rotating through A, and they're good to shut that down. And I think Maryville will realize it's not worth extending forward any further. We've lost 2. Let's just take our licks and get our round win to keep that scoreline a little bit closer.
And yeah, Maryville there just trying to look for more, understandably so. When you got a couple players and everybody can really be buying each other up, I mean, it makes sense for them to say, why the heck not? Just extend, see what you can grab, and just try not to lose everybody, clearly. But let's at least, you know, if we lose a couple just to knock down, maybe that operator even out of hand, that would be huge to help us out going forward. But that's not really the case there. So as we see St. Clair win what was the couple rounds preluding this and losing that last one, well, they feel like it's an understandable time to go ahead and call a timeout. Not really, since momentum is on their hand. They just want to slow things down, maybe for the side of Maryville. Get an understanding of how exactly they be playing these next couple out, because they want to start stabilizing here. They want to find that same kind of momentum we saw during that first half, but you're on the defense now. You don't have that luxury of setting the pacing anymore. You don't have that luxury of really pushing up and dictating where the fights are going to be taken at. You were just more so waiting for Maryville, and what their coach is now also able to go ahead and inform the rest of the team about, and how they want to be executing these next couple couple rounds. So it's a big gamble here to be taken, that considering that we've seen St. Clair shots kind of lining a little bit more here tonight, at least to kick things off, that we can really see maybe if Maryville make a better use of this than St. Clair does.
Yeah, Maryville, in terms of Giza, may be the clutch king in collegiate, right? When they've had to step up, they make sure they do so. They've arguably an MVP of any major matchup they've been in, whether that's a finals, a grand finals, a semifinals, no matter the case. They show up and perform. So you're seeing a little bit of a moment of that with that 4K prior to them just a couple rounds ago. So how is that going to now play out to kind of build on that momentum we said was a big factor for St. Clair on their attacking side that gave them that eventual lead towards the end? Time will tell ultimately, but time does not heal every wound. There's no Sky nor a Sage for either of these two sides, so a lot of the licks that have been given to both ends will continue to stay as licks, and that damage will stay dealt as JP will avoid some nanoswarms tossed through there as that utility does go off. The Owl Drone will clear you out, that's confirmed, and you'll have to send a little bit of utility to stall out further. That's both Jazzykins and your Omen trying to keep and barrage out what the Maryville are doing here through Garage, and with a connection through the wall from Taiga, you've all but confirmed that this Garage push seems like an impossibility for Maryville. They'll need to choose a different option, and it looks like C-Long may just be that.
I mean, Garage is never a bad idea to at least kind of go ahead and give an idea of an inkling of a push over towards, but I mean, problem is, if the Garage doesn't work out, you know that there's people over in Garage, and even if you push over to C, they're going to be in Garage. They're basically on the C side. So, understandably so, get out of there. Let's see what else is available to you. And A is obviously looking pretty darn clear, but you got a lot of time before you can really get over there. And obviously, the rotations are going to be queued much quicker on the side of St. Clair than you are for Maryville. So, understandably so, they want to just go ahead and put themselves right inside the mouth of the dragon, get themselves into a situation where they'll be taking the shot to get the spike down there. But Taiga finds a beautiful shot through the smoke to go ahead and get that first pick. The second one being made by Instinct. A third on top of it. This guy is knocking players down like dominoes to give St. Clair the freest retake of the night that we've seen.
So much of that utility at the beginning stage of the round was burned inside Garage, which, again, was the right play. You need to keep them away from it. That forces them through chokeholds like C-Long, or it forces them to play very direct like in through B, or an entirely different site that they haven't been staged up for, like the A site. That's one of the, possibilities for a map like Haven having 3 objectives. They put so many eggs in the proverbial basket of Garage that it then felt like they needed to contend to one site closer than the other, so they wanted to go C-Long. They fell back after seeing a second dark cover go down. They laced one over towards Garage Hall to try to make sure that you would see St. Clair go there, but St. Clair didn't really fall for that. They actually moved into Link really quickly, Dallas. They did not fall at all for the play that to be able to see push through those smokes, because Maryville have very much so respected the smoke play from St. Clair throughout the entirety of this map, and it didn't seem like the kind of round where they would disrespect it and push through it like you're seeing an old CS Pro did back in the day. Instead, it's a B site hit that St. Clair were all ready for, watching opposing Links. They have a breach, which feels like a monster for any attacking team that wants to try to take this B site with how much utility can stun, concuss, and damage you out from that position, and it played out in dividends, giving Instinct the chance to line up lines of fire that even a Classic could have done, as the plant spike carrier was easily being dealt with by the breach utility from Jazzykins. Just a really easy round, all things considered, for St. Clair off of an early read that I think was relayed to them through that timeout to solidify the chance for victory. Now Maryville feel pressed to now get one back the other way.
I mean, rightfully so. It feels like they need not only just one, they need a couple. And they kind of start to feel that pressure, knowing that it is now that double-digit situation for St. Clair, and they are kind of in that final stretch of the final 3. So they're on that countdown where Maryville need to be stepping it up almost instantaneously, because now's the time to answer. If you see a single round go over in St. Clair's favor once more, we've seen kind of the back and forth, the flip-flop of having that full purchase and right afterwards having that eco in hand. And you don't want to be on an eco, because, I mean, while we've had one workout for Maryville, on the attacking side it's a little bit more awkward. So still, JP finds that opening pick. Screwface doesn't really find much over towards that C-Long lane, and over towards A, where we see the pivot taking place, and Maryville finally give themselves some real estate to work with. Issue is, it's not going to be free, because you got some players still allocated around the perimeter, and even still, one straggler just kind of sitting about, finding one, finding a second. I mean, St. Clair are ready for this.
Yeah, and you can shroud and step back if you're Taiga to get away from there. Lockdown will be used as well for St. Clair. They want to make sure that you have to use even more to rotate to an opposing site. And it's not even a site you're going through if you're And. You need to bait that this won't be an A-site hit. And with Chloric executing Taiga, you've now all but confirmed that you still have the option of an A-site hit, which makes sure that the St. Clair defenders have to constantly stay moving, aware of either angle. They'll leave one up inside Heaven. JP flanking now through attacker side spawn into lobby, and just watch watching this. The timing so tight, but somehow still JP misses it. And you'll have to now watch towards heaven. Jazzykins, JP, make it bold. Do they see him? Do they spray? It's timing, and JP knows Cork's about to exit their line of sight. So they exit their life, and Ange is following after St. Clair. One away from match point on a map they lost the last time these two teams faced off in Division 1.
I mean, we didn't even see JP's POV there whenever he was going on that wrap there. Over towards inside sewers, we saw in the A main. I mean, there's a chance he still saw the player. There's a chance he saw Ange there and didn't take the shot, knowing that he would lead him right to the next guy because he probably had Spike in hand since he was the one who did the From the Shadows. It's just shocking to me we didn't see Maryville go for that kind of flip because we saw the fake smoke. You would expect that maybe St. Clair was queuing that rotation relatively early, but this is a roster you're going to be really careful against, and rightfully so. When that spike isn't going down instantaneously, you know that's as fake as all be. Clearly no on C, but for this one it is B. Pillow finds another one, flips off the player that was getting that spike down. I mean, St. Clair are looking ready and revving to go for this, what could be seemingly this second to last round. JP finding two. It is a scuffle for Taya to get another in the 1v3 situation. Cloric can't close it out. St. Clair on map point for the first.
Screwface does kind of the same thing we said was a bit of a problem in the first half, Dallas. They overextended for their hand, their play, and instead of falling back off of it, a lot of the times they were too far to do so, and they went a bit in, and then they paid the price. They do the same thing here. They dash in and go for the spike plant. That's obviously in the formula for Maryville. That is their set piece. But why are they going further into sight instead of falling back once they see the St. Clair utility come out to keep them back? That is a plaguing issue for this player who needs to kind of gauge the distance and appropriation for how St. Clair are responding to these actions and try to play the right one accordingly. It'll come with time and experience, but it may not come with a Maryville round win like we saw in the round before. There's your Owl Joan coming around the bend. It's Flash JP, I don't think was spotted by this, and they will spray through Screwface thanks to it, though Giza gets the refrag. You'll use a lockdown out of your KJ of Giza to try to solidify A site as a free plant, that you have so many defenders still standing in an even 4-on-4, and St. Clair, there is zero commitment from Maryville, which means it's a non-issue, and Cloric will just try to get rid of any contestant in heaven. They miss every one of those Hunter's Fury rounds, putting us now in a post-split scenario, 4-on-4, and St. Clair just need to retake this. Ange watching just below in hell. A player sitting close to watch the heaven performance drop out from Instinct when it will come. Jazzykins doesn't have any real utility. Will need 10 seconds to buy something up. They'll try to clear out Ange here with some destructive util, but Cloric does it instead with just a shot from a Phantom. That is a missed hip fire you don't want to see. Tillo working from long. 1v2. Both players in short. The recon bolt will tag you. Tillo can maybe deal with Rins, but running low on ammo. They try to play a tap game, and it's tap playing in the background as they stay in this map. Maryville get to their 8th.
I mean, able to find one more, but I mean, it's still 4 more. You need to even get yourself with the OT here. So, I mean, Maryville, obviously, in a really stressful situation, having to buy up over and over and over again. You see it there in Giza. Doesn't even buy the full armor here, understanding that how important these rifles can be to keep these rounds and these, especially the gunfights, and even in 1v1, 1vx, whatever it may be, as close as humanly possible. It's just unfortunate that St. Clair didn't really have the utility to kind of close that round out. Nothing super influential there, because we did see that KJ lockdown come through pretty darn early, just like this Hunter's Fury from St. Clair.
Oh, this is a early gamble, I would argue, from St. Clair. It obviously doesn't pay out very well. And Maryville are going for a default. No one moving away from these forward positions, sitting closer to the lobby of each side, hoping that St. Clair will extend. You do get some damage towards Screwface. I think this is kind of the idea for Maryville. They want to try to have one player move in a direction, see if they can get the kill. If they can't, just fall back, let the team hit with a full 5. And the way the B side has kind of been faltering for them, I wouldn't be shocked if they still want to try to hit it. It's a bit of a shocker, expecting that maybe St. Clair wouldn't be ready for it. But if they don't shut down Jazzykins, it feels like this B site is an impossibility. But Garage may not be, with the Owl Drone forcing Taiga away and utility being sent in to maybe try to extend the player here, as it's Rins that gets there, but they'll stay there as they get sent to the afterlife.
Yeah, great push up there, and I mean the confidence just overwhelmingly there oozing inside that garage to give yourself the amount of courage to push that and win it on top of that. So St. Clair obviously come up with a man ahead to kick this round off, and even then still more so. You look at Screwface sitting on half HP, not really the help you want for your duelist when you're having to be pushing onto a site. But it doesn't make things nearly as convoluted whenever that site is completely open for the taking, as St. Clair has seemingly given this one up. Go ahead, guys, make yourself at home. We're going to be just setting this thing up to get yourself into a retake scenario, and obviously the Hunter's Fury here would have been a heck of a lot better, but you're waiting to see kind of how things are going to start rolling along, maybe with those kills going in one direction or the other. So stationed over towards back-a-side, Ange has that near sight ready to roll, but even then still, with the recon dart on the guy, it's going to make it very easy to be pushing this through, getting onto the side, collapsing onto this pillar collateral, and Jazzy Kid finds another, but it is Taiga to seal fate, and that as well, map number 1, St. Clair come on top, and not only that, a Maryville selection to get things going.
Yeah, and keep in mind, this is a series we saw from St. Clair and Maryville where in the entirety of the 2 maps they played, which was Sunset and Haven, you saw JP drop 20 kills in total. Seth, at the time he was playing in it for them, was only at 19, but Taiga's 17. It was Tillo having to lead that team, and it still couldn't get them a victory at 29, and then Instinct over at 20. They turned into a new team and transformed throughout the semester, and that was the big talking point in their interview, and that was no more prevalent than this series here already on the first map of Haven. I mean, Tillo dropped 20, which is just 9 short of what they had within 2 maps last time they faced Maryville. 21 at a JP, which is 2 more than they had, or sorry, 1 more than they had the entirety of that series before. This is a team that stepped up huge. And while, yes, Jazzykin sitting at the bottom, that breach utility was suffocating for that push from Maryville. And with their offense as good as they are typically for this team, how many times they hit B site and got forced back off of it, those would have been enough rounds easily, Dallas, to put Maryville over through that edge and win this map as a whole and put them off on the right foot for the series. And instead, the breach utility destroys so much momentum from them and puts instead the Saints leading the charge with the first map win.
I mean, yeah, regardless, even then still, I mean, Jazzy being at the bottom still had that round clutch when we saw on that B site, able to hold things down, find that spring of 3, still had all the assists in the world to kind of go ahead and facilitate any other push, and even then the KD wasn't all that bad because it was 10 to 12. It wasn't like 10 to 20, whatever it could be. It was 1 or 2 off, depending on, whether you want to afford some of those, because it was probably an eco round and you don't really have that kind of fight capability anyways. I mean, still very, very tight, because right above Jazzykins, you look at, well, Rents, who is 10 and 19. That differential is much, much larger compared to the bottom side of what you see from St. Clair. And I think that's kind of the thing of when you look at that bottom line there, the scoreboard doesn't really tell everything here. It's really weird to look at, seeing that you would expect Jesse to be higher considering the assists, considering the kills underway. I mean, ACS is just a crazy thing sometimes because, well, it's never going to be first bloods for your breach because you're hoping that the rest of your team can kind of go ahead and carry that torch on their own. And, well, here today to kick things off, they most definitely have.
Did feel like a lot of the game plan for the Saints, Dallas, came down to keeping Jazzykins alive and making sure that breach utility lasted longer and longer. There's nothing more annoying than a breach that's still there in the final few moments for a retake. Played out perfectly. Even in that first half when they were stuck over on offense, Jazzykins was a stalwart figure, and she led the charge for that team utility-wise to secure a solid half, a lead, and then the lead continued on into that second. But speaking of continuing on, we will be continuing on over towards map 2, but not until a quick break. So don't go anywhere. We'll have to see if Maryville can make the recovery instantly in map 2, or if we'll see St. Clair start off on the right foot in a best of 5 and go 2-0. Don't go anywhere.
Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard.
君のことば繰り返し寝ても覚めてもやまないそっけない君の笑顔が恋しくて星に願うのまた会えるよね
Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard.
Last time we saw these two teams Dallas face off the main stage season, Haven was a different story. Still close, still 13-8 actually. Right. But unfortunately, it was Maryville coming away with that map victory after a 13-2 on Sunset the one prior. So it's not starting on Sunset, ending on Haven for this one. In fact, it's 5 maps starting on Haven, ending on Sunset. But to get to Sunset, it's now Maryville's ball in their court to make the recovery to even get that map as a decider.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking going into this clearly. We're expecting with Maryville being undefeated, the last matchup between St. Clair. Not for this to be a wash by any means, but I mean, going only to map number 4, well, Funny enough, St. Clair secured that almost immediately because, well, we have at least 4 to be working with, and even then, if they win this map as well, we're still expecting Maryville to give themselves their own kind of little run there of a spree of maps. Whether that's 2, whether that's 3, that'll be up to debate because, well, St. Clair have 1 more to possibly win to put themselves on series point, and that will be here to get things going once more. So, I mean, I'm excited to see St. Clair clearly get themselves something here, start things off pretty hot and steady, but even more, so I'm curious to see and also excited to see how much of a beast Maryville can be when you tick them off.
Yeah, well, it has to be pretty darn big of a beast, all things considered, because this is now St. Clair's pick. They wanted to see this one second, and they even said it themselves in the interview we had with JP about how they thought, like, Haven was going to be this big beast. They thought Haven was going to be kind of this decider matchup for them, whether that be the decider map at the end or just one that was going to determine how the rest of the series pans out. We obviously now will see from this point onwards here, post that interview and post that map, you do have a map that they pick up here for the second choice, and one that they have looked fairly confident on, at least in terms of air agent selection, where they played in other maps that I feel like will transition fairly well. The big one to me is, what is Jazzykins going to do? Is Breach still going to be this end-all be-all? And if it's not, Dallas, what will be the go-to choice for them that from this point onwards? When they played against Western Virginia, they played the Viper, Clove, Sky, Sage, and Raze. So a very normal selection, not defaulting back to a double duelist. We see a lot of Yorus and Razes or things like that, still really relying on that Viper and having that Clove as that controller, and the extra heal assistance from the Sage and Sky definitely helps to pay out. But Maryville are a team that will gladly fall into that lull of a default and slow push, as long as they make sure that if they lose a player or gain a player, they get or don't get refragged thereafter.
Yeah, and Sky's kind of the definitive initiator when it comes around to split. I mean, 9 times out of 10, this is what you're seeing. And even more so, we've seen this guy kind of go ahead and pop up even more ever since the kind of nerfs to all the utilities started coming through. Because, well, once you see that smokes don't really have too much of an impact, or these, you know, these recon darts don't come up nearly as often anymore, you're more so willing, especially on the attacking side of the field for an initiator, say, I would rather just be able to throw everything at the wall in one fell swoop and just buy it back next round instead of having to wait and only able to use it what feels like, you know, once or twice over a match, forced to do it with such a long window in between those 2 instances. So, I mean, it's going to be a lot better here for Split. I mean, obviously one of those kind of nitty-gritty maps where things get very, very convoluted, but even more so, we have a definitive kind of line of sight to the middle of the map, where on Haven, it's a big gamble because you have that 33% chance. You obviously have Courtyard, you have those 2 other outlet lanes as well, and it makes sense that inevitably you're going to go through both of those. But in Split, there's a more of a defined, hey, middle of the map, you need to be there. You gotta have at least 1 or 2 players there. You gotta be there, because if you're not, then what are you doing? Where are you? You're probably not pushing at all or going to any of the sites, and that's not how the attacking side works here. So I'm curious to see what these matches at the middle are going to be looking like, because funny enough, St. Clair and a lot of these scuffles has been coming out more times than not with those big springs of kills by their players to kind of get things on their advantage and just find a clean little swift cleanup by the end of it.
You touched on it a little bit there, but it is true. Split is a map where if you do not have mid control in some capacity or another, whether that be offensively or defensively, you're going to fall very flat. Defense has to lock that down early. It's obviously their fight to continue to hold on to it. And attacking teams, once you leverage control over that, you not only have direct line of sight to then build up tertiary pressure through garage into the B site directly, but you also then have a quick and easy rotate into top control, Anakin Skywalker style, over towards the A side, right? You have tower for yourself. So you want these top positions, you want to fight for that high ground, and you want to make sure you get that as early as possible. And for a map that is very easy to take those lobbies, once you have secondary pressure to flush players off a site and control sight lines, it feels like an inevitability and a requirement nonetheless. But it is very difficult with a lot of the agents we do see on board. Sage's ice walls create fatal funnels. It makes it so that if your duelist choice does not get up and over those walls, you're not breaking those before they solidify. Really makes it difficult. Even if you save those for like what we've seen a lot of teams do, we've actually seen JP do this a lot before in Dallas, placing that ice barrier actually in a lobby instead of down through mid and letting the Viper instead control that mid territory with a toxic screen or more. A lot of utility has to be used for that, and if you're an attacking team, use it. Let them burn that utility. You kind of want to go face forward. You want to take a little bit of damage when they spray through. You want to take a little bit off the head. You don't want to lose anyone, but you want to make sure that they don't have that utility in the later moments when you eventually do take control over it, because it's an impossibility to hold on to it forever, it feels like, and you have the chance to then stage up to either side and hit that objective knowing they won't have as much to bury back towards you once you get that post plant guaranteed for your side.
Yeah, so, I mean, looking finally at the agent composition, see what we're working with. I mean, it makes sense to have the Viper at least on one of those sides. And again, that's where I'm like, St. Clair, dude, they're picking these Vipers consistently, and in my opinion, that puts them in the favorites here. Because, I mean, what that agent does, how teams just string together kills so consistently, and even more so the lurking prowess of the possibility of that, we do see Maryville and Giza able to do that same exact thing. That is the kind of role. We see Cyphers lurk a lot when it comes around to Haven, but we didn't see any, Cyphers during that last matchup. But here, it's going to be more so Giza and JP. You're expecting them to kind of go ahead, facilitate pushes here, go on those off angles, and make things interesting. Another thing we alluded to, though, earlier was that Sky selection, where, funny enough, we're not seeing it all on the side of Maryville. We're looking at Cloric on the breach, and that's the only thing we're going to be getting. In St. Clair, funny enough, that's the kind of agent selection we're expecting out of them. Instead, they're going for that, Clove play. They're looking to push up. They're looking to get aggressive. They're looking to have this kind of pseudo-duelist situation, which will, recent nerfs also kind of hit Clove as well, but not nearly as bad. Keep in mind, it was just having multiple smokes while you're dead, but only having that one singular smoke now makes sense considering that the rest of the other agents in the game aren't really able to have 2-3 smokes down at one time unless you're Brimstone. So why should Clove be able to do that even when they're dead?
The overheal also got hit with a little bit of a tap on top for the Clove, but that's a little bit less of an issue. It's more of a snowball effect. That's what Riot are going for, to shut down the snowballing that Clove can have in late moments of rounds and just late rounds. Here comes the single most annoying piece of utility in all of Valorant for pistol rounds and eco rounds. The Barrier Orb will be placed up inside of Heaven for B. And if you're on the side of St. Clair, that's a victory. A moral one at the very least. Use the Tasmanian Tiger to trade out a really annoying piece of kit, and you can now make the rotate with that mid control. We've talked about off towards this A site where one player in tower is going to be an issue against Jazzykins, but not so much against Instinct. The paint shell will be sent. Giza watching this, and you're not touching the corner, Instinct. I wonder why that is. Maybe it's because there's a Cypher licking the back of your ear and sending some 9mm, not just to your head, but 2 more teammates' heads, as Tillo is forced to clean up their teammates' remains. 3v1, what can Tillo possibly do? Well, a lot we've seen from this player, but they'll have to require an outrageous performance, as Maryville will play very cautious despite this being a 3v1, knowing what the player is. They'll fight for the ult orb, they'll gain it, some damage out. Cloric will extend with a classic, and it'll be a free round for Maryville off the back of Giza's wild performance in the first of nobody checking that corner for St. Clair and really paying the price.
Yeah, even then, obviously Tillo, one of those players who can string kills together, but that's more on the defensive side whenever he's already preemptively holding an angle. When it comes down actually pushing aside, especially when you're in stage, you don't really have the utility. You could even see him kind of talking as the round concluded, being like, what I can only expect now, like, what am I supposed to do there? Like, let's be real. I'm a Sage. I got 3 players looking at me. Like, I ain't gonna be calling out anybody, but everybody's dead. So, like, I can't really do much. But obviously trying his best, getting in the first on the board here for Maryville, following the suit of what we saw during that last match. Getting round number 1 on the board. We're expecting the second one to go their way as well. Anything beyond that, though, is going to be a big old question mark, because round number 3, with how close quarters Haven can be, or not Haven, excuse me, Split, this is one of those maps where, we even saw JP do it during that second half of the first round, where shorties can have an influence and maybe find 2-3 kills. These Buckies, these Judges, these Spectres, they are equally disgusting since you're always in close quarter combat.
Well, Barrier Orb was placed early, and now you're seeing St. Clair apply a little bit of pressure there. Paint shell will be sent into mail. That would clear out anybody that is there, but Renz is actually playing a lot more passive. Keep in mind, we said before, Renz was playing the duelist position with Wildfire's here. Now that Wildfire's gone, you have Screwface in this system. They wanted to play a role that was a little bit more for them, so Renz flexes over now to a secondary choice. Heal Orb will be sent down to the player on site holding Pillar for B. St. Clair, they put the pressure on, but they haven't really confirmed where they want to move into just yet. But with full crawl into the space on B, you'd assume this would be it. The Spike makes their way through Garage. Renz and Ange together deal with Tillo. Taiga's real close. Reload will be made for Ange, but 30 HP won't be too much more to go with it. You'll try to swing past this point. And you have everyone holding this pillar so darn closely, and it's Renz easily lining up more for the 3K. We talked about getting Tillo, the ult orbs, and vying for the kills early to get that ultimate online. Renz is already there just the same, and they've just done it in the kill department, purely what feels like in round 2.
Yeah, a lot to work with there. I mean, expect it quick, clean up for the side of Maryville for that round number 2 there with all those guns in hand, and even more so, we get to see a couple of these upgrades come underway. We don't get to see too many sales, obviously, on Ren's side and Giza because, I mean, that is the money that they earned during that last round, but seeing how things are going, I mean, and with that outlaw in play and with the sheriff from Cloric, I'm kind of curious to see what exactly they're opting in for. Is Cloric saving up for an operator, maybe for the side of Screwface? That'd be a little bit weird on the Raze selection, because if you're maybe running a chamber here, even in for the Sage, it feels a little off. Oddly enough, a little more serious than that, but as things go, it doesn't matter much when St. Clair find the first pick here and get themselves right back on track for what we expect to be a 2-1 opener, but we are obviously more than welcoming for surprises around here.
Yeah, the Bulldog in Giza's hand could be a big surprise. Sitting up on Catwalk on A site. It's a power push here up through that ramp and now just behind Box. And this is where St. Clair are trying to keep a player there for the time being and apply this direct pressure. With First Blood going their way, they don't actually need to extend anywhere down. They can play very passive and just kind of bide their time and see if Maryville will, 1, stay here, 2, control the pacing, or 3, rotate in to play more active on site. As many and Tiger can confirm, nobody is there, but like I said, the Bulldogs a surprise factor. Then Giza and Rins make sure that they go above and beyond. Tillo has to refrag. Good to shut down Giza, trying to get back over towards Catwalk. Cloric goes too far forward, and Rins has to go for the second swing. Well timed by Maryville, but St. Clair and Jazzykins watching just the same. It's a 2v1, and what is left to do for poor old Ange here? Still plenty of HP, and that takes a single bullet to, I think, deal with both Jazzykins and Taiga, depending on what armor Taiga has. Then they'll need to actually see the player to hit those shots in the first place. And they'll have a chance now for Taiga. Shot goes, I think it clips him just barely through that wall, but now they'll try to use the Ghost to try to get some extra damage on top. This round would finish now. They try to spray through with it, doesn't manage to connect. They'll layer up a dark cover to try to stick this one out, but everyone knows they can spray through it, and it will in fact be St. Clair getting that round in round 3 to their name and keeping the mold of Valorant standard at 2-1.
Well, I mean, expectedly so, considering St. Clair won that last map. We know they are capable of shutting down Maryville, even more so when they have the lead in terms of weaponry. But even more so, more times than not, when they're equal as well, funny enough. So as things go, Screwface still getting the operator online, still wanting to station up with it towards those back screens of security on that A side, while you leave the remainder of the team putting themselves over towards B or up inside Heaven. Not really too much mid coverage beside that single, barrier orb that's probably going to come into play there. But, I mean, it is as swift as can be. You go ahead and give that up, and you were just waiting for an instant to press that W key on you with that weapon in hand.
Pushing now alongside the Tasmanian Tiger. Looks like a different esport entirely. Dallas droning in front of you with a player following behind it, but this one's not infinite. There's not 2 in your back pocket. St. Clair will just do this to get Instinct into a spot to fight a player dropping down into ropes and letting Maryville try to push into them. But all this mid control that we were hyping up early, it looks like Maryville, with their style of agent selection and as well as their playstyle as a whole, are actually just going to look to avoid the majority of that control. Let St. Clair have it. We'll stack up on site. We'll give up the majority of A. We'll play for retakes over there if we have to. It's B site that is proving to be the issue, and we're going to put the majority of our players there active in control of the objective in comparison to what we have now on A. Screwface hit here. Now has to wait for that HP pool to come back online thanks to the Clove kit. JP will still get that first blood off here towards Giza. You have 2 players, no 3 now working through security, and 1 player trying to get back into tower control for Maryville's defense. If you get out here through security, you still have an operator in the hands of Screwface, and this is not a great weapon to try to retake an objective with limited players surrounding you. And the priority will be for Rins to get Giza back online. Timing will be tight. Silo swings that in his spot as Screwface will watch this. Shorty in hand, and the slow orb, no! And Screwface will have to wait here for even longer. This is the slowest retake for Maryville, but they just can't find the safety to really move forward here to fight for this one. What a motion from Rins. Good connection out from Instinct, but not able to get a second one. What can you do if you're JP? It's nothing. Speed doesn't matter for Maryville. They know they've got enough time, and they'll make sure to get that one under control to go up 3.
I mean, Speed can only really do so much for you there. Maryville, understandably so, know where the majority of the players are, knowing that nobody pushed them there. So 1 player back towards screen on the A site, another player kind of tucked over there underneath Heaven, and then another player back towards Spawn. You're saying this seems pretty darn disconnected if you ask me. Less of a triangle, more of a singular line where you're connecting the dots. Problem is, if you knock them off one by one, they're just going to go ahead and just be less and less and less capable to kind of take that round back. So good looks there to go ahead and get that player back online. We saw the resurrection for Giza. You know the guy's been fragging. You know that he knows his defensive side holds better than anybody else because of Sentinel. I sure to God hope so. So as things go along, St. Clair once again in an eco round situation, trying to go ahead, ease their way up, see what's going to be given to them. But Maryville in this defense, I doubt they're going to budge at all. The only thing we've seen in terms of pushes from this team has been Screwface on that operator. Anything beyond that, I mean, I feel like to them is labeled as an over push.
Well, speaking of over pushing, how much are you going to push the agenda here towards B sites? It's just a one-player difference, but obviously with no weapon, it's going to turn into a bigger issue than it could have been. And to deal with Taiga, Instinct deep into heaven, but good fallback there made by Renz. The round before entirely saved by Renz, getting that good frag. They're in Cubby to see with the first and leaving Instinct alone there. That would have been a perfect 2 transfer onto site to hold on to the post plant. When you get the first that was watching Instinct's back, you essentially guarantee that St. Clair don't have the numbers they need to lock it down. Maryville get their 3rd round, and very much so a chance for a 4th here, as it's Jazzykins up above, now forced to be healed. Instinct as well, the classic and Tillo. They'll get a resurrect and a weapon collected. Do they go for it here to get that numbers even higher with Instinct having the showstopper out? Might as well send up another ultimate just the same. They go for it. 4 players standing. Jazzykins makes it so it's just 1 for Maryville, and Giza, who was the target of resurrection the round before, needs to make it shown why they were the player to look towards, and unfortunately Taiga has an angle that is just not controllable by Giza, and it's a 2nd round for St. Clair, and breaking out here the roster of Maryville, as it's just a demoralizing result overall for them to have St. Clair be so close to knocking down a peg with those sheriffs in hand, and unfortunately just not able to get there, Dallas.
Yeah, don't believe it was the same exact situation, but it was a very close, similar round that we saw that kind of eco come through from the side of Maryville during that last game as well. So good on them. So as clearly Maryville needs to go ahead and rebound in this round. They have an eco on their hands, and well, we're going to listen in to see exactly what they can do to manage to pull themselves back on top once more.
Okay, it's default.
Awesome, but...
There's no way for us to push.
Yeah, there's passive default then.
Tanner has a line A. Tanner, you can get rid of flood sight.
They orbed up. Sky ult there, Sky ult there, Sky ult there.
Okay.
I've got your
I'm ready to stun. Get ready to flood through heaven.
Yeah.
I'm turning out, flood through heaven. I got updated. I slowed.
I'm dead.
He smoked, he smoked,
No,
he
no
smoked.
smoke, no smoke, no smoke,
I
no
blasted
smoke.
them. They can't peek yet. They can't come through.
I know I'm here.
They left the re-hit, guys. I have soak in 10. I could soak in 10.
You're gonna go ramp probably. There's no way they force main. There's literally 0 chance.
There's 2 main.
3 seconds. I could
You
spend
guys
3
just hold heaven.
seconds. It's okay.
They're close to main still. Close, gonna try and run out. Yeah, they could walk away. I'm gonna grab the deagle and run.
I don't see anything. I'm just going B.
Wall
Wait, wall.
van.
Wait, what the fuck?
They're hitting, they're hitting, they're hitting.
They're pushing.
I don't see him.
B.
I had a
Flash.
sheriff lesson.
Probably wait for you sight. They're just holding right now.
I'm gonna walk.
They smoked. They're gonna try walking the site from lower now.
Hit 77.
Coming in.
Ramp, Viper ramp. That's right.
Wow.
I jumped on
Last player
C0. Double
standing.
ramp, I guess.
30 seconds
Like
left.
possible.
Yeah,
Okay,
literally
yeah.
0 times they've like rushed something. We still.
Oh, a little unfortunate for a round there, but expected as much when it comes around to an eco there. I mean, St. Clair has been on top, and they have been running this thing as far as it goes. I mean, when a round is questionable for them, they make it look doable. And whenever it's kind of looking not guaranteed, but definitely in their favor, it's expected for them to be pulling that thing out. But, I mean, it was a good attempt nonetheless. Maryville are trying to stabilize here once again, but it was an equilibrium on the field in terms of the standing of the round. So there is a possibility for them to once again find the lead that they have been striving for ever since that second half started going underway for Haven, because they haven't really tasted that too much except for the pistol round, the one following. So they got to make sure these rifle rounds are looking a little bit better. And well, with Instinct having an operator on this attacking side, we were talking about the force. We heard that from the side of Maryville where they were a little bit questionable of what St. Clair were bringing to the field. And well, looking at it from our POV where we have all the information in the world as well, well, we're probably questioning a couple things too, but we got to see whether it's warranted here, because first blood has to be underway and they want to push up this garage with everything they got, and it's still barely enough and doesn't even find the trade.
Wow, that was a moment for St. Clair, but unfortunately for their side. Maryville's got another button pressed. It's the ultimate key to deal with one more. And Maryville have a 2-player advantage. Taiga will move up here towards Heaven side B. Rins will be the target to deconstruct. There it is, good for it. And he'll now fall back just a little bit further. This is where that snowball effect of a Clove can come through, but those smokes will have to recharge, and you'll have to step into ropes where you've now spotted out this tripwire, and you'll have to clear this, unfortunately. And that'll give away an audio cue that you are, in fact, moving off towards the safe side to alarm Giza to your presence. But Jazzy and JP are already working into sight. There's the decay. Giza at 34. Viper's Pit will go down. Taiga uses the not dead yet, and Giza will have to step through and just destroys JP. What a round here for Giza Chlorganange to close out for, as St. Clair dedicate a lot of ultimates, the last 2 they had, into that round, and it is just a horrible way to close things out. Great round for Maryville.
Yeah, big investment for St. Clair, coming out with literally nothing by the end of it. But hey, they still got some money from that spree of rounds they had prior. So clearly they're going to have the purchase to come through in this one and keep things running in terms of the pressure they can provide. Issue is the execution has to be there on the back of it. Giza has the neural threat available, and he's had that online for what feels like a couple rounds now. Funny enough, they haven't really had the opportunity to really throw that thing out, get a read on these guys. But I mean, I feel like Maryville are more so saving that for when St. Clair get themselves into a default situation instead of actually executing onto a site. Because as you can see right here, if they get the lineup there, find that first player, they're going to more than likely know, hey, there's like 2-3 guys there, and Clorix better yet made the call, I'm sure, right there to let you know, guys, just hold this down. If they push us, we're ready for it. We're clotheslining them. But beyond that, if you are St. Clair seeing that, and even then knowing that Screwface is up towards Heaven, you're not making the call to push on site. You're making the call to go Heaven, because Tillo has already lost his life just trying to hold ground there towards spawn.
It really does feel like the breach play for Maryville has turned into this untoppable giant, the same way it felt like for St. Clair on Haven, and that's just going to become a bigger issue the longer this continues to go on. Screwface, I think, barely missed out on spotting the barrel through that toxic screen as Maryville will move up to a more solidified position on this A site. 2 players close to security, 1 in, 1 just outside on Pillar, and then Screwface actively playing on defaults. The team for St. Clair, though, look like they want to go through B. JP needs to find this kill, and the question will be, is this corner checked? It won't be, and there's a second one. It's Rins behind Ange, and they're both joining the afterlife. Relegated now with Instincts frag off screen to secure a 2 versus 4. When the job's not done, it doesn't feel like St. Clair want to finish it. And Taiga, well, this would be the chance to try to get a second, but Giza is a flick monster and has a 1v3 in front of them, and they have to figure out how to work through, and Heaven is really the only direction to go. Instinct falls through to Garage. Jazzykins playing behind Pillar, and you've got JP and Cubby. Giza has to make a choice about whether they drop down on a side active or go elsewhere. You have JP jump peeking for intel. Giza trying to obfuscate the IQ of them dropping the snake bite will force them in the opposing direction. A close smoke goes down, and Giza's last shot still gets JP. But the 2 covering in from main side of B secure it for St. Clair.
A lot of those shots look like they were kind of landing a little delayed, but still to the head nonetheless. So if you're Giza, you're not complaining in the slightest. I'm sure ping on their side is just fine. Everybody's sitting at just barely over double digits. Good God, what servers are we on? This is disgusting. Aren't they like, I don't know. They're really far away from each other. A little weird, but hey, we will take that. Clearly, let us get the lobby pretty darn quickly, and even then more so let these players hit all the necessary shots to find themselves the standing that they're sitting in currently. So great looks across the board, keeping things equal, keeping things steady, and keeping things pressured on the Screwface. But unfortunately, that's where the wall comes into play, buddy. Not the physical one, just the one that is the judge and the dragon. Looking for another player to be pushing up. You see the player around that corner. I'm surprised Screwface didn't say, you know what? I have the judge. Might as well push release another, but he still finds it 2-1 to kick the round off. And Maryville holding things strong as they're waiting for this inevitable rotation to come through to help the rest of the guys out.
Yeah, until it was no closer really to this ultimate to get the numbers back to their side. Talk about how even this half has been, even 4-4 split. Well, eventually one team will have to take the lead. It looks like Maryville are looking ready to do so. Jazzykins will pass through that barrier orb that Rins is just standing behind. Nobody wants to jump on that box to be direct line of sight. And if you do, you'll pay the price accordingly. round for Maryville with really nothing that St. Clair could say about it. The big factor being that wall you talked about there in a ramp up in tower. That judge, jury, and executioner that you see Screwface bringing to the table pays out much heavier than we saw a lot of Screwface's early pressure pushes on Haven go down. Was that a systemic choice? Was that an idea choice from them? It's kind of hard to see, but St. Clair coming off of a loss need to find the adjustment into it. This would be the round to do so. Let's listen in to see exactly how St. Clair pushed through this Maryville defense.
3, 2.
They fix H all.
He's in a wall on ping, probably.
Never cam. Top heaven. Top vent. It's holding vent. I'm gonna break
it, and then we pop. We go mail. They can B2B main. I'm gonna wall over this.
It's Raise Sage. Raise Sage A. Raise Sage Cypher A. Yeah, I broke cam.
I'll wall us over.
Yeah, right?
Don't run. 3, 2, 1.
Raptor.
I'm flashing.
He fell. It's stalled for him.
We're okay.
I'm double walled.
In the stairs.
80.
We're on the other side of the wall.
One stairs.
You guys go stairs?
Yeah.
B main, so I have no more flashes.
There's 3 here.
It's a good save, to be honest. We're kind of
3,
broke.
2, switch.
There's one deep in there, spawn bridge here.
I'll be back. There's one in my back. Care?
I'm speeding up A.
They're gonna have a side anchor. We kill him, we win. Nice.
Nice.
Heal when you can.
Again, it's fine.
Don't heal.
But
I'm a plant for main.
Fuck, man.
go.
They're gonna res.
Okay, I'm a plant for
Yeah,
heaven.
they
He's-
res that.
Fucking jerkwad.
Last player standing.
10 seconds.
Ten seconds left.
That's right.
NT, bro.
Spacing is.
It's okay. Honestly, I didn't even think that round was that bad. We just had to.
The breach ult. They just breach ulted us back, and then we got
Yeah.
fucked.
Breach all Sage res.
It's fine. We get 2 more, we're good.
Yeah. Breach all sage res too.
Team
Nice,
A.
man.
Raze is still getting the A line every time.
I'd be down to contact hit B. They're taking B main every round. Okay. Or pause.
Well, understandably so. Maryville calling the time on the back of that one. Funny enough, considering it seemed like St. Clair, who was a little bit rough for wear there on the end of that one. But understandably so, they will appreciate the time given to them nonetheless. Trying to go ahead, figure out what exactly Maryville's doing besides just shooting a little bit better on this map to kind of get things rolling. But they're not really finding the window to really get these, nice little off angles, find themselves those openings for what we were expecting JP to kind of squeeze through and really exploit those cracks in the defense on the side of Maryville. And I mean, that opportunity is only going to get tighter and tighter, and even more so stressful as these rounds go on, considering there's only 2 left in the half. So I think Maryville understand and kind of have a read that maybe something is in the works there. Something is brewing for the side of St. Clair, and they want to kind of go ahead and be ahead on the jump for that. And I mean, rightfully so. You technically only have 1 round remaining to even fight these guys back, because looking at that money, things are kind of looking a little bit obviously not all that great. So I think still just holding down these defenses areas, kind of looking back towards middle of the map, allocating one singular player towards mid. It's a really good read by Maryville over the course of this game, because St. Clair has been pushing it, but they have given so much respect to this Maryville team. They haven't really pressed the W key as aggressively as they need to facilitate that real estate to the middle of the map. But it seems like just finally, as I talked about those timeouts, the negotiation was made for both sides. We're getting maybe that second player allocated there, because they're expecting maybe a B push, or better yet, even then, just the middle.
Oh, it's a B rush, actually, of all things. Everyone's in garage already. Eventually, you'll see your Clove kind of pocket back towards market instead and get some pressure back through mid. And she's just spraying through this dark cover they've laced over here in garage on box, trying to have that one way just set up so they can see the feet just barely. Does this one also connect? Unfortunately, this one is just a blanket covered, and so Ange won't have the exact angle to work with. One of the things we saw last round was a miscoordination on timing from St. Clair and just kind of being stuck in a divot while trying to play alongside it, and how much Cloric's utility on that breach, Dallas, was a devastator for the push and pursuit for St. Clair. Same reason we saw them win on Haven. Though moments like this scream out why we saw Maryville be a couple rounds behind. Not the first time we've had misses like that from either roster, but a bad one to have seen. Screwface will need to rotate rotate in to help out the team as it looks to be back over towards B for St. Clair as once again garage pressure goes nowhere and they're forced to rotate again. This is a team that is applying the pressure with really no reason to go into it knowing they can rotate through mid because Maryville have given it up nearly every time. So they have 5-on-4. Only Giza off in the opposing side. Screwface taken out by their doppelganger, but Rinse is up on walkway and makes sure their presence is known. Not dead yet coming out there from Taiga, secures the refrag, and now you've got a 2 versus 4 where Taiga has to extend into this one, goes down eventually, but that's information, which is arguably the biggest factor right now for St. Clair, needing to know where these players are coming back in from, as the neural theft gives information for the remaining 2 of Giza and Chloric to retake this site.
Yeah, I thought we were never going to see that neural theft, honestly, but I mean, happy to see it comes out at least eventually, knowing that this is the final round here to go ahead and maybe have yourself the information to get things rolling. Problem is, though, using a round where even the information's been given, the player allocation isn't really there. Again and again and again, you see players being resurrected, coming back into play, but it's not going to be enough because the W key wasn't pressed, the pressure wasn't there, and the answer was on top of it. Jazzy still finds the necessary kills to go ahead and make Maryville have a costly round, but issue is, St. Clair, keep in mind, they were the ones that didn't really have the best buy going into that one. And even on a round like this, the Phantoms are going to seemingly have singular headshots from any range, knowing the armor is going to be there to follow it up. So another great hold coming up from Maryville. We could see the 8-4. We could see a bit of a difference from what we saw from the last game by the conclusion of the first half. Or we could see the 7-5 and see that replication come through once more. But St. Clair, they got the 2 ultimates to play with. So long as they just get themselves on a site, you could have an argument that they are guaranteed to get this one, but nothing is guaranteed in this because even a showstopper is shut down.
This is a hard spot to be in if you're Instinct as well. Stun, concuss, smokes are blocking sight lines. There's nowhere really you know where anyone is, and they move behind screen on side, and that doesn't mean anything if you don't spot them thanks to your screen being slightly distorted thanks to the effects. Tillo has been spotted up on box. Clorix will send utility into tower to try to keep this St. Clair roster honest up above, but it's just now moving them closer towards ropes, and the rest of the team now into tower itself. Leave JP a little bit further behind. They have a Viper's Pit. They are really the priority focal point for an A-site plant for St. Clair. They need to make sure that these big moments for the team stay online. Taiga will fall a little bit further forward. Seekers eventually do come out, and Tillo and Taiga want to push forward. Tillo with the agenda of Taiga the agenda of a judge, and making sure they have a chance. Renz once more. Taiga trading the weapon they had to a Phantom. Now Maryville are on the back burner with a player disparity. And really no idea where St. Clair could try to go from here. 2 players on the A side. Giza holding this one hard and making sure they get a kill in the process. And they need to rotate on in just the same. The regrowth will get everyone back up to at least 50 HP and eventually more, as you'll also use the heal on top for your Sage. And Screwface feels the pressure, and JP just knows their life is over. Time is tight. Shorty in hand. Jazzykin gets it, but they're now alone. Spike must go down. Timing is way too close for this one, and Ange knows it's through. They have it. Time will be tight. Jazzykin's what Giza swinging this. Won't matter up above. 8-4 is your split halftime score, and St. Clair are not doing well so far on their halftime scoreline on their map pick.
Well, I mean, expectedly so. Since this is St. Clair's map pick, you're expecting them to maybe have the lead going into this one, considering the result of the last. But no, it is Maryville who is hungry for it. Consider that, well, this is the team that we didn't expect that and be in a deficit, quite frankly, ever. So knowing they're in a scenario where they were down a map, they are that much more hungry to kind of double down and get themselves, not only just in terms of rounds, but in terms of just pure aggression and grit to make sure that this one is closed out for their favor. And look at these pistol rounds and how things have been going. They have been winning a lot of those pretty darn consistently. So you're expecting maybe those first 2 to go in their direction once more. So that puts St. Clair in the shoes where they need to make sure that this is kind of a big stress around for them. While a lot of pistol rounds, teams kind of go ahead, brush off, not that big a deal. The second one after, not all that influential either, just kind of a second one as a consolation for the first. You need to stress that this one is one for you, because you look at 6 almost instantaneously from the back of it. But with nice exchanges off rip, you see the 1-for-1. You're really just expecting and trying to be left guessing, where is this going to go next?
Well, some of the damage going down range could give Giza a freebie. There it is, eventually towards Tillo. Up on their Ice Orb to keep that A side off. And remember, I talked about it earlier. We said JP before on the Sage we've seen in a different roster, obviously, but has placed that there for them. We're seeing now St. Clair do so still, but Tillo having the choice. Jazzykins hoping to finish off the damage dealt towards Giza, taking way too much of a flash when doing so, and just a single right click would have gotten you the kill there, but unfortunately you peek it wrong, and Maryville now have a major lead. Chloric just get this kill. This makes the next two that much more easy. Screwface and Giza simultaneously swing, and Giza, despite being one bullet from any gun in a pistol round from finishing them, just stays alive and puts Maryville up to 9, and very well if we see the standard mold Dallas up to double digits already.
I mean, yeah, expecting what we saw during that last half. I mean, keep in mind, just a lot of guns being held on to. Even then, a couple players not even opting to buy in that circumstance. But here now, I mean, understandably so. If you're looking at round number 10 coming underway, you have a lot of leeway between you and the other squad. So it would make sense if we saw everybody end up buying here just for the sake of it, making sure you can really just draw in that point. Make sure to hit those double digits. Find yourself in that final countdown to not guarantee yourself the map to look much better in terms of kind of your stature as things go forward. But Screwface already opened things up. We see that exchange not really coming to life because there is no player back towards Garage to really make that exchange come to life, except for Taiga, who's a little bit late to the call, but still there nonetheless. Shorty in hand. Could maybe find something, but I'm sure Maryville have a hunch that there is something in the midst here that they don't want to run into.
All right, well, Giza holding here on Sewer Rope maybe has a chance against Jazzykins. If you're Jazzykins, you need this kill. You need to solidify this first blood in the refrag, really, for your side, but doesn't seem like Giza is too prone on letting that one go your way. Crossfire set up here just on the archway in through Garage, and Maryville have left 4 players here, and keeping them quite static should screen that they want to take this site. There'll be a boost pack across. JP wants to try to secure it, does get it, and gets the extra damage off to Rins alongside the contection from Taiga. This is Maryville now with a player disadvantage. Yes, weapons are still theirs, and they'll collect them to fall back, but man, oh man, St. Clair now have a chance to hold off this cut as long as Jazzykins can stay online and alive, then try to force them back, but you're close and personal, and they thought you were escaping down ropes. Giza took a gamble that you were sprinting away, and you did not come out the victor for this one. And jump into tower, gets rid of Taiga. Low on HP, though, just a single bullet, but we saw how that mattered the round before against Giza. Time is tight, and they are aware of it. 9 seconds left. Red time ticking. Instinct will spray through the box, gets it on screen. Now there's no time left. It's a round win, and why don't you get the kill just the same? Break the mold of Valorant. No 2-0 start to a half. St. Clair make the recovery.
Final bullet with the share of 2, and no teammates there to follow it up and make sure it's insta-planted after the fact. I mean, even in still that circumstance, you're saying, okay, there's 3 players. Maybe we want to find the trade, get the player off the spray through screen. That wasn't present. The player that's expecting to maybe trade that out, or even then back towards screen, if they weren't trading that and just there for the secondary plant, not present. There's just layer after layer there for Maryville, not really working out for them. And even then more so, it is a big consequence of their own actions, as this buy for this round is not looking all that hot, but they are still making work with it, at least in terms of an opener and an upgrade for Giza to maybe manage the rest.
All right, JP taking some damage through this smoke. Slow orb, doesn't catch all of them, but the IQ is there, and Maryville unfurl onto sight. Giza, though, not able to sustain against Instinct. Yeah, now is where the utility comes out, and it's a prayer moment for Maryville. They don't have anything in their hands. They just want to make it costly. You can see Chloric trying to scramble to figure out information, watch around their team, and make sure something's there, but it may not matter. Ange gets taken off through security, and the prowl back through defender spawn, and Instinct is trying to keep sure that Maryville cannot lap up into tower to try to play for this drop. Then it's just Tiger wanting to swing this close and steady. Eventually they'll fall to Chloric, but Jazzykins gets 3 in the round on the push through for Maryville and secures the 6th round now for St. Clair. And that was a round for Maryville. We said before they wanted double digits. We're seeing momentum, and we saw how momentum affected the first half on Haven for St. Clair.
Yeah, crazy to see we're seeing Maryville just kind of be held out on 9. I mean, a 1-2 split. I mean, funny enough that it's already kind of off the beaten path of what we're used to seeing, especially in this matchup from what we've gotten so far. But even then, still looking forward where, I mean, expectedly, it could keep on going in that direction. We see the operator coming out from Instinct. Maybe could be a bit of a better shot than Screwface. I mean, a couple of missed shots here and there from the guy, but even now, he is on that Phantom, and he could have a bit of a differential in the half because you're going to be warmed up on one or the other. I mean, your shots in the Phantom are going to be there, or your shots in the operator are going to be there, and you can't really toggle that flawlessly of what we've seen thus far. So Curious to see whether or not he can actually use that to not only just kind of clearly get a couple kills, but being at the bottom of the leaderboard or facilitate maybe a finisher for what could be this team, and obviously have that bottom line kind of pick it up a little bit. But we're not going to see too much of that just yet because it is instinct. Opening things up to the operator in hand. Taiga able to find another one through that smoke, seemingly knowing exactly where these guys are. It is just kill after kill here, surmounting the player. They just want to keep it running as we see either finally make an exchange, hopefully facilitating a push from the A side off the back.
Yeah, it costs so much to do so. Thankfully, you do have a healer, so Sage can get you back up to full HP, but no armor. Maybe a neural theft moment for Giza and Maryville to try to extend that. Maybe why you're leaving Giza here, of all things, actually. But you see St. Clair still holding on to the A side. Not really actively like we saw the player towering on site of Giza in the first half. Instead, sitting more passive. Yes, a Sentinel back in security, but not on site. Your Pseudo Sentinel up in tower. And you'll leave over your Duelist in B for Cubby. There's the neural theft. They'll call it where they are. You now know there's one active on B side. The question is, do you know what gun they have? And that's going to scream. Well, if it's the Rays, then we saw them before already get a kill with that operator. We just need to keep careful and keep them honest when we swing this. JP deals with Giza, trying to extend in a tower to play the late round lap. There's your connection from Instinct onto Chloric, and Rins is now alone. The paint shells will stop you from planting, and Taiga up above will stop you from walking more than 2 feet towards that alley. It's a 7th for St. Clair in a hard moment once again for Maryville to have to look against as they're back into a thrifty, and it very well could be 4 in a row, bar a crazy recovery, maybe off the back of a Rolling Thunder or more, because there's a couple players off an Ult Orb from getting a round in under their belt to finally get to 10.
Really comes down to whether or not we actually see a first blood or even anything at all from the side of Maryville. I mean, we saw a couple pistol rounds here and there, a couple at least ecos on their side where they managed to maybe get a player, find an upgrade or something, and you at least have a Rolling Thunder to facilitate that, because it's one of those rounds where, I mean, from the side of Maryville, you got to warrant the selection of the Breach. He has a lot of good use on this map. We just haven't really seen it find too much of an effect just yet. And this could be one of the rounds where you do it, because clearly Jazikins on that Sky has had so much more value that it's even given her 4 for this one.
This is just, it's hard pressed to find moments where you look at this and look for the positives. A lot of their issues for Maryville, they said straight up were first bloods, giving them away and not getting the refracts where they wanted to. This is another moment that kind of screams it. Oh, Giza! What is going on? This is what I said before. A player so good, Dallas, that you rely on them as an MVP! And they now have a Phantom in their hands. 1v1. Giza requires an ace to save their team. I said a miracle for the round. They look to be getting it. Instinct above, but it doesn't stop it as below. Giza shut down. And that is a absurd performance for one man that you just felt like they deserved to get the kill, but they don't, and Maryville are forced to time out.
Just one of those instances, man, where you're expecting maybe, I mean, Giza could close it out, could maybe find one, but unfortunately just not really there. So close to no cigar, where even MC's calling the timer to say, guys, he basically did all of it. I mean, we just needed a little oomph, just something, a cherry on top from one of you to help it out. But again, another clutch round, another good looks there, and St. Clair find themselves on top once more, but not on top of the leaderboard. Maryville are in a situation saying, hey guys, if we could do that in a round like that last one with the Sheriff in hand, clearly these St. Clair guys can die. How can we make that consistent? How can we find a formula that makes every round feel like that, where they feel like they can, feel aggressive enough, overextend, give us that first blood, follow it up, and really just hound in that problem for them? I think it was just a bathroom break soon when those players returning, but beyond that still, P breaks are very important too. Regardless, though, I mean, inside of the server, you need to make sure that, St. Clair in that last round, they knew there was nothing but Sheriffs. That's why they're pushing up there. That's why they're bringing that problem to you. But anywhere else, man, they just got to really find a way to kind of look like they're scurrying off. Bait St. Clair into those circumstances, because, as you can tell, they are not really pushing out too much. We obviously see Instinct doing that, Tillo being a little more aggressive, helping out with that process. Maybe we see Instinct lose a little bit of HP in the process with that Rolling Thunder down and play off the back of a full buy round. Ange is already TP'd towards the back of the map, found that first blood, opened up this site, and St. Clair don't really have much to retake this with besides the Seeker.
Talk about momentum, the speed. We saw St. Clair start to peruse in the second half on Haven, and the way, they did that back-to-back before transitioning to a new style. Maryville trying to find a new style, and it's worked to get sight, but will it work to hold on to it? Jazzykins and Taiga get first 2 bloods back. Giza gets eviscerated from a sight line, a clothesline from JP, and now you've got a post-plant scenario where you should have had Spike down, but unfortunately, hesitation from Maryville is their undoing, and there is no Spike down and no players left standing thanks to the final 2, once again, of Instinct and Taiga. St. Clair took him a little bit, Dallas, to get into the second half. Or really to get back in on the second half because they were 5 rounds behind thanks to the pistol round for Maryville. But 5 in a row puts them there, and it's another eco into the hands of this roster of Maryville. 25-13 out of Giza, mind you, and we're still seeing them not able to lead this team to a lead in this map so far.
I mean, it's what I was saying earlier, man. We got to see Screwface able to step it up. I mean, I'm not just going ahead and pointing fingers at the bottom of the board, but I mean, Screwface being that duelist, being that sole duelist for the side of Maryville, you got to have a guy that you can really just usher onto a side, usher into all these gunfights, and hopefully, you know, come out on top by the end of it. He hasn't really been there for that presence just yet. And once that bottom line raises, the rest of the team is really going to elevate themselves alongside it. So Jesus, once again, being that highlight, finding the 2, saying, guys, look, I'm doing it, y'all. Finding the kills, opening up the site. Please hurry up and get here. We need this Spike down because St. Clair's, we can already tell with this X-ray vision, is already here.
Oh, and make matters worse, your raise is 1 HP, and now they're cut off at a clothesline from Screwface. Talk about ushering this player in. Now they may be ushering one into the afterlife and jump above on catwalk for B sites. There it is from Rins to refrag Tillo, and Screwface, yes, does in fact get Instinct, who is already very low. Taiga will have to deal with Screwface on side, who picked up an operator. 1v3 now in front of Taiga. The not dead yet is here, but will it really matter at this point? You'll have to see over towards the site. Everything matters in moments like this. Pull the gun out and close. Down off the board. Over heal as well. This is where that heal amount matters that much more, Dallas, when we saw the nerf hit Clove. And Taiga will have to play into it. Down around the bend, off of ropes. Did they make an audio cue? Won't matter. Giza gets their 3rd in the round, opening and ending it as it should be for Maryville to reach double digits finally after being stopped 5 in a row by St. Clair.
I was really expecting that not dead yet to be coming out, man. I mean, going ahead, just maybe pushing that crate, find yourself in a scenario where maybe you're taking that secondary fight, but I mean, it's not really just going to unravel there. A lot of things here working out, at least on the side of St. Clair. I mean, this defensive side looking beautiful from them. I mean, what was it, 5 in a row to get this thing rolling? It is gorgeous. I mean, I'm joking up on it. It's just great looks here from them, especially even knowing that they've been pretty darn conservative in the ultimates thus far. I'm surprised you're even calling a timeout here. I mean, it may be a pee break on their side for all we know because we're lacking the cams that have that info, but as things go, I mean, what reason do you have? I mean, you could call that last round, even them, just more so a fluke because things beyond here have just been so consistent, have been back to back to back where, I mean, their fights have just been going in their direction. And that kind of scares me and maybe even scares Maryville for knowing that Bind is going to be next because these fights, Split is a very nitty-gritty map, a very contested map where you're seeing a lot of these fights, a lot of these mosh pits start to occur. And usually this map isn't like this. You're seeing the Vipers slip through the cracks. You're seeing the Cyphers kind of roam around, find these off angles. Those are not being given up because we're seeing late rotates by 1 or 2 players to make sure that nobody's getting the better of another squad in that kind of regard. But even then, it doesn't matter much because this fights on site are concluding for the hands of 1 or 2 singular players. And well, it seems like obviously St. Clair and their score and their kills and deaths that they've just had more guys capable of doing that consistently. It has been nothing but Giza on the side of Maryville thus far, really finding those streams of kills over and over again. And even then still, we talk about the first bloods. Henge talked about the first bloods. And we're not seeing those being exchanged.
Eventually, the resurrection will be used, and it will be an attempt by Taiga to shut down Ange in the afterlife. The barrier orb is up, and they were a little bit too far deep into Garage to really try to manage anything. It'll be a fake rotate out for the time being. They'll still leave players in Garage and try to play for this. The barrier orb goes down. That'll give time for St. Clair, but all things considered, you probably have the boost packs available for Screwface to just kind of jump over the top. They'll send multiple players to destroy the barrier, and now the showstopper being pulled will be an easy cleanup, and Taiga says, yeah, I'm not dead yet. I didn't get to use it last time. I was the last one standing. Might as well try to use it here. But the assist may not matter. They just want to make sure this gun gets to a teammate's hands, and that's where it ultimately will be the most important. Oh, they can just resurrect as well, actually. They have extra players even more for the roster as the Vipers pit here in mid secures. It is a really big big investment, especially considering the fact that St. Clair actually did not have the credits to buy every single player, their own credits-wise, a weapon coming into this one. That was one of the reasons for their timeout, to kind of talk and digest things through. Screwface, like I said, boost pack was there. Not going to matter. Screwface off the board. Tilla with a good crossfire. Chokehold through this garage alley. Tasmanian Tiger does connect, and Tiger's out of ammo, mind you. Does not have a rifle to swap over to. Jump up there. There's the info to give Jazzykins the kill. Now you just want to deal with one more. It's a distraction from Tiger to try to make sure you can get into this one. It's a flank, though. Guess what, Riz? You're going to be spotted, and it's a knife to the back straight from JP.
One more round to work with here for St. Clair. Good looks there, and even then still warranted, because Tyga was the player I was keeping my eyes on, because he's got to be pretty damn important if you're going to use 2 different resurrections on the dude. But hey, one of them was his own call, rightfully so. But still, nonetheless, I mean, playing as that kind of a distraction for what culminated into 2 more kills after the fact of him finding his inevitable death early on. But looking at St. Clair, what they managed with that round, it was worth the wait, worth the investment, because they had themselves a full buy for another round like this, while Maryville are once again just kind of going ahead and not really on scraps, just kind of really in this awkward situation where not everybody's on the same page. So looking to maybe, you know, get whatever you can. He's rightfully having a gun because he's won the majority of the fights in this game so far, but as soon as you mention his name in the caster's booth, well, the curse comes underway.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that we have to mention his name a lot because of how much he's been forced to do for Maryville. But it's moments like this, when it happens, and now the gun, what do you do with it? How do you try to work towards it? How do you try to play off of it once you have it? St. Clair, not an issue. They just got to watch this angle and make sure that if Instinct can spot one more pixel of a player, they do connect to it. And if you have some guiding lights or flash utility or anything here out of Maryville, you just try to separate the sight lines of this player, and unfortunately you don't have any of that because you did not opt to bring out that Sky. Up close and personal Ange against Instinct. The operator is still good for the connection. 2 players left in lobby. They'll have to go up towards ramp. What was the in-game comms we heard earlier? They're not going to go short. They're not going to go go ramp. Well, it's being called here again, likely, as St. Clair know that Chloric and Rins are here. It'll be a flawless result to get their 11th, and now Maryville have to come into this one and tie things back up there, where how many rounds has it taken St. Clair to get the lead in the second half? A lot, but they're here now in control and very well could make this a 2-0 series when we expected them to struggle to get those 2 map wins to force the 5th.
I mean, it could be part of the script. Maybe these guys met up behind scenes and said, hey, can you at least give us 5? Because the casters, we do not have access to that. While we did question it with the assets that were in the start, we saw the scoreboard going to all 5. I can't remember exactly what those were, but maybe that was a lapse there in judgment where I should have written it down just in case. But as things go, St. Clair promised us 5, so they may sandbag the next 2, but we still have to see them win this one to even get there in the first place, and they are looking primed for it. It is good looks thus far, and really needs to be first kill galore here, because, again, Maryville, I mean, we like to hold these guys to what they say, and Ange talking about those first kills, those first bloods, exchanging things earlier. That just, funny enough, has been the department they've been lacking in thus far, because you can tell, as we mentioned it, just right back, wear for tear, 1 more on the board. A statistic that, well, looking back on these first 2 maps, NCE is not going to be happy looking at.
Well, here comes some utility for Maryville. Ange already deep within sight. Giza gets a good secure onto Instinct. Now you'll have sight control. Jazzykins must extend past. And the barrier orb thankfully solidifies before you have any chance to be shot out through that security pressure. Tillo making sure they get Giza. Now it's the question of, without Giza on the board, Maryville needs players to step up to the plate, and do they have to send a home run or not? There's damage to both Taiga and Jazzy. Ange just making sure to hold down that fire to do so. Regrowth to get Taiga back, and may not matter. It's a waste of the util, as now Ange secures that kill. Jazzykins managing to shut down Rins. That's a double swing we weren't expecting, and now it's a 2-on-1 with only an operator on the hand for Chloric. Has to transfer over to a Phantom, picks it up here in Pillar. Now wrapping through. Do they understand it's a flank? Chloric isn't reading it. Spike's been tabbed. They'll lap because they know they've got to cover from this smoke. Are they sticking it? They're not. JP still gets sprayed through, and it's a shorty for Jazzykins to put St. Clair up at match and not series yet, folks. It's a BO5, but match points to get us over to our series map if they manage to win this 13-10.
Yeah, I mean, thank God this ain't a BO3, because Maryville will be pissed right now knowing they're about to lose their first game inside of Grand Finals. But there is still a bit of leeway, even if St. Clair end up winning this one. There is still a time for recovery. It'd just be insane if it's Maryville, the one having to go ahead and come back from the depths with 3 back-to-back. But, I mean, Giza, you can't blame the guy for trying. I mean, he's definitely making sure and trying to ensure it doesn't go that far, but there's only really so much you can do as a singular individual who doesn't have the kit to take these fights. Maybe put this man on duelist for the next map, because Bine's going to be a dirty one, to say the least. But as things go right now, you got to keep on chugging along and making sure you can hold out St. Clair for this one, because the differential in the delta is not all that big. It's manageable for Maryville, but it just has to be not flawless. It's just got to be real pretty.
You can definitely feel like there's this lack here for Maryville. Something's missing in their core pieces. And, you know, they are scouting for another player coming into this next semester, next split here for the collegiate side of things. So it feels like that's kind of lack that they have now. And the gap they're trying to fill is really hemorrhaging them some much-needed important rounds. It's not to say that, you know, you don't have players capable of filling that, because Screwface is doing just fine, but you're forcing players who don't usually play those roles into those roles, and it's turning into a problem. Tillo is able to get 1, but Renz gets 2, and now you've got Maryville with that player lead. Bar 2, thanks to the Resurrects, and JP had a chance to scrape by more, but Renz is holding strong with this Guardian and keeping Maryville alive, which is a necessity at this point. Taiga, what can you do? Screwface is holding this corner real tight with a weapon.
Spike planted.
We'll have to extend close, but may not matter thanks to the judge that was in hand for Screwface. And Instinct will be the only one remaining with an operator. Do you opt to save this? Do you try to fall back elsewhere? It looks like we will see Maryville putting some pressure forward. A flick up to Giza won't matter. Giza doesn't need to flick anywhere. They know where to aim that crosshair, and it will pepper you into oblivion. 11-12 in Dallas. We've seen a lot of OTs on splits. We've seen a full map of OT on split. And I'm getting PTSD seeing these two teams now here to see this back and forth.
I'm so glad that both you and I had that same Vietnam flashback simultaneously, because, I mean, I could definitely see it drawing out here with these two. I mean, rightfully so. St. Clair wanting to guarantee themselves to be on match point when it comes around to the next map. And, I mean, Maryville being one of those teams that would be livid if they let this one slip through their fingers. So, I could definitely see that one definitely going the distance. An entire map? I don't know. I mean, you got much, much better resources here in the back end when it comes to these two teams and what they got available to them. But even more so, talking about resources, the Rolling Thunder, the Neural Theft available on Maryville's side, that is something that cannot be slipped on, because it has to be invested here, because it is a use it or lose it territory. And Maryville, I'm sure, have to be one of those teams that really kind of be aware of it, because Giza has been sitting on a lot of Neural Thefts. So keep in mind, this guy is what had enough kills to find like 12 of them in this game, it feels.
JP finally gets a visual on a Giza. They'll fall back. You see a Giza, you see a Cypher, you're not double swinging that in the slightest, and especially not in a round where you lose it in Maryville Force OT. And you have no idea how that's going to go when you transition back over to what that first half was and how demoralizing it felt. You know, being so far behind and requiring such an egregious recovery in this second half. That split usually is like that. It does not seem like St. Clair are having too many troubles. So we've seen still the Vibe Merchants in their camera feed occasionally between these rounds, but it will be a B-side hit for Maryville. Roomba around the bin, flashes well, but it's an early shot from Instinct. And that shuts down the player we talked about. Ushering and more! Showstopper can't send it in time, but you still have Ange refragged by Taiga. And Clorix left with 1 HP. And a teammate of Giza forced to let back all the way through. Attacker side spawn, and you've got a player watching this. Giza has to go for everything, and there's no time. It's over. 13-11, St. Clair have gotten 2 map wins in 2 maps and a grand finals here for Division 1. What a roster to do it against as well.
Yeah, well, here we are. St. Clair running it down, but rightfully so, because they got the players to do it. Because after those first kills, it feels like every single round, well, they got the numbers to do it. Why the heck not? And they're doing a great job understanding that Maryville, well, seemingly their phone book's looking pretty empty, because it doesn't feel like they got anybody's number on record right now. It is back-to-back for the squad, and St. Clair, I mean, it wasn't even a matter of preparation. As I said, the shots just look like they are seemingly better as an entire unit today. And I'm curious to know for buying, better yet still, the operator, for instance, has been locking down. Screwface hasn't really had that kind of same heat up that we've seen typically out of the man. So, I mean, Bind is the only place where we expect that I talk about Maryville Maryville. We talk about Ange, what he could do there, being in that kind of secondary duelist situation, working hand in hand. Well, this is the place to do it, and this is the place where I feel like, quite frankly, if things are going to get really dirty, you're going to need it.
Yeah, so St. Clair, they've done it. They've gotten to the 2-0. We said they wanted to get 2 maps to force the best of 5 out to its completion. Now it's Maryville having to get 2 maps to force the best of 5 out to completion. So maybe, like I mentioned before, the subbing in new players, now having to scout new players to come in, right? They're looking for what that 5th is going to be. They want somebody to fill into that role. We talked about, the player that was out and how much on Tilprove it felt like they were this core piece to this roster. We're seeing that core piece be missing and how it's really hurting. And they're not able to build around Screwface very well right now because it doesn't feel like Renz is substituting into a systemic role as much as it could have been if they were in that duelist position where you're playing for the refrag and you have that extra person on the outside with utility to kind of help and facilitate. And instinct alone feels like the biggest factor for the defensive performance of St. Clair with that operator. There just was no real answer to it coming out from Maryville, and, well, it could very well continue to be a problem plaguing map 3 as well. While the operator isn't as big on bind, it still can be, and I'm willing to bet we'll see it come out for their defensive side of things. But we'll have to see that map first and foremost, so don't go anywhere. We're going to take a quick break. After this, will St. Clair finish this best of 5 in a 3-0 fashion, or will Maryville finally make a return on map 3? Stay tuned to find out.
Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pickups. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the most impact.
Remaining.
I'm gonna take it out.
Left. Spike down. B. Out of charge. One enemy remaining. 30 seconds left.
Flash out!
Here. My turn.
Enemy down.
One enemy. One enemy. One enemy remaining. Ciao.
No hard feelings.
One enemy remaining.
I'm gonna take it out.
seconds left.
My turn. Enemy down.
One enemy. One enemy. One enemy remaining.
On our maps so far across a split that ended off nearing into overtime and sending me and Dallas into a panic, heart palpitations aplenty, and then across Haven that even St. Clair said themselves they felt like was going to be this decider matchup, not as the final map, but as like the one that was going to set the tone and kind of decide who wins this one out. And talk about player issues aside, what that means, it just felt like Maryville had the heart behind Giza, but didn't have the player count behind Giza to swing them into that one. And it's moments like that that seem unforgivable, and that'll put you in a spot that feels unforgivable if you're a program or team as accoladed as Maryville are, down 2-0 in a grand finals, needing to make a full 3-map recovery to take it and join your League of Legends team as taking this split here for Division 1.
Yeah, a lot on the line here because, I mean, you already mentioned in that last map, I mean, Maryville's going to be scouting for another player come next semester anyways. I'm sure the rest of these guys are probably sweating bullets saying, Lord help me if they're now going to be scouting for 6 because, I mean, you cannot be giving up grand finals like that of all things. Clearly, the entirety of the season has looked outstanding for them, but problem is, we've seen, I mean, not only in this league, every league you and I cast, and even more so just in general for where we see always the best of the best in Tier 1 as well, Tier 2, no matter what it is. Teams are always a different beast in playoffs because it feels like there's this stress, this fire underneath you that doesn't really get you driving, but if anything, makes you kind of feel a little bit warm. Like, hey, this is like nice. There's more stakes at hand. I feel like every shot matters more, and it just kind of that subconscious thing that really reels you in saying, okay, this is where it matters more, and you look like a totally different team. And St. Clair, while obviously before Jazzikins came around looking for Seth and kind of those swap outs and kind of looking for this whole kind of unison group that they were trying to really form and get into place, they have found it, they have locked it in, and they have not perfected it, but they've gotten pretty darn close from the look of it here today thus far. So, I mean, as things go, they could be locking in a ticket to land almost immediately. They just need one more map to do it.
Yeah, and we talk a little bit about how, looking for players can kind of hurt, and lacking players that are key formula pieces can hurt. Obviously, that's an issue right now for Maryville, but it was an issue for St. Clair. They even said in their interview, straight up, JP said, we're not the same team from yesterday. The team of today is not the same one from yesterday. The team right now in playoffs and in the grand finals is not the same team you saw at the beginning of the semester that was struggling to really breathe out of water, right? Not even just drowning under the pressure, but just drowning even with oxygen fully surrounding them. And that's going to happen. I mean, they had scouted plenty of players from other programs. They took JP and Waddy over from the Cumberland side. The Jazzykin steps into this one as well. So this is teams that are trying to fulfill a higher destiny of sorts, right? And the Saints are trying to rise to that next level, and it just takes them a while in there, the growing pains of it. And we're seeing those growing pains be worth it, right? All the pain and effort, all the sweat and tears to get to this point could be the formula for success to take this Division 1 split in a way no one expected. Maryville finally taking a loss, and unfortunately the only loss they would face the entire semester is the most important one, the one that would lose them that grand finals. But we'll have to see. We'll jump on over to Bind. It's not over yet. There is still 3 possible maps in front of us, but it is match point or series map point here for St. Clair. The Saints very well could get the job done with a brawly Bind in front of us.
Yeah, I mean, Bind is obviously could just be the start of the road. I mean, keep in mind we do have 2 other maps afterwards, which we could allude to, which is going to be that Corrode and Sunset. So Corrode, that is something where Maryville obviously chose to start on the defense, because when you look at the best of the best, that's expected to be kind of won out on that half anyways. But when you look at Sunset as a decider, that's where things could once again be very, very tricky and feels relatively close. I always like to call it the love child of Ascent and Split. Yeah. And I mean, being that kind of map as it is, seeing that Split was being won out by St. Clair makes things very scary for map number 5, because even if Maryville do win these next 2 maps, they're going to have to go back to the same kind of form and faction of what we saw in that previous map where things were looking a little bit lacking for them. So, I mean, they have to look like, as you mentioned, I mean, every single day from St. Clair, where they have to look like an entirely different team. Maryville are now in the shoes where they got to look like a completely different team from map to map, where they don't have a good night's rest to make that transition. They got a little pee break, and maybe that's about it. So they got to really get themselves together. They got to start understanding what exactly St. Clair providing here today, and even more so, they got to have a lot more players able to string kills together, because in that last map, it was purely Giza who was at the headline of Maryville there, where it felt like the rest of the team was just more so in his shadow rather than kind of setting him up. Because as a Cypher, when in the actual hell are you setting a Cypher up? Never, so long as I've seen. And we would all tell that team to just go ahead and hop off the edge of the earth. And rightfully so, Maryville didn't do that. Giza was still managing to do that just purely on his own with his own utility, or better yet, even more so, just able to hit those shots just proactively as possible. The rest of the team needs to be on that same page. Not to the same degree, because if they do, nobody's going to find the same standing. There's not going to be enough kills for everybody to get that kind of stat line. But, I mean, if the game ends fast enough, you're not going to complain.
Yeah. 30 kills, by the way, to Giza on that last map. You want to know what the second highest in the team was? 17 out of Rins. And Rins was important. We do know how good Rins can be, but obviously stepping over into a non-standard duelist position is kind of the choice that had to be made. We'll go ahead and jump over to Agent Select for the map of Bind to see what we're looking into, but it has to be a lot. And quite frankly, you've had, 10 weeks now? This is the 10th week, if not the 11th week of Division 1 to constantly improve, and we've seen the St. Clair roster be capable of it. But is that enough if we do see Sunset as the decider, considering when we saw these 2 teams face off early in the season and our standard split, it ended 13-2. It was Maryville and no one but Maryville. It looked like St. Clair had no right to even be a participant against them in the same scene. But map 2, obviously, on Haven was a lot closer at 13-8. I really worry about St. Clair, even with all the improvements and progress we've seen from them throughout the semester, how much it's going to matter when there was a plus 11 round differential between you and your competition on that map. But Bind is what's here first, and it looks to be a double duelist coming out here for St. Clair. You'll do the same thing for Maryville, then it's not your standard Raze that's coming out. Instead, it's the Waylay here, Dallas.
Yeah, not much of a kind of a curveball being thrown our way. I mean, expectantly so. I mean, these teams, we've seen Waylay kind of in the limelight here as of late. It makes sense. I mean, considering Bind and kind of the lineups that you get, and even the more so knowing these corners, the Yoru makes sense. I mean, typically besides the Waylay, you see it on the side of St. Clair. That Reyna isn't much of an outlier. It is expected to kind of be brought out every here and there, but the more standard duelist we get kind of in play is going to be that Raze. And that's what funny enough, Jazzykins is stepping into. Wasn't really expecting Jazzykins of all people to kind of be in those shoes. I was maybe expecting maybe JP or Tyga to be there, and even then Tillo. I mean, if you see the kind of strings of kills this guy's been having over the course of the day, it makes sense where, I mean, clearly you could allocate somebody else to that stage saying, hey, look, just do a barrier orb here and then just hit your shots. I mean, it's not that hard. But, I mean, funny enough, I mean, it's expected, though. So what we see on the side of Maryville is the 2 dedicated duelists, obviously, one being more of a pseudo-initiator out of Screwface, but St. Clair, knowing that, I mean, a lot more of their players are on fire today, finding those strings of kills, finding those openings, finding those engagements to come out on top of single-handedly, I don't see why not just go ahead and put more guys on what could be, you know, closer to a duelist role. Pseudo-duelist, whether it be, you know, the controller, what we see with Tyga, or even then, better yet, even then maybe a Chamber, because JP has played Chamber. I'm surprised we don't see that coming through here, where everybody just has the frag ability to say, you know what, we can all clean up house single-handedly, all 5 guys, and then with these pseudos, kind of just cover whatever corners that are necessary. But, I mean, Maryville, with that Waylay, I'm curious to see what that looks like, because this, while we've seen the Waylay more so on the map of Corrode, on Bind, Maryville has clearly been in the kitchen. Now, we're going to see whether or not they're running away from the fire that they started, or whether or not they bring something beautiful out with them.
Yep. Are you cooking up a fine meal, or did something go wrong and the fire alarm is beeping and you have no idea how to turn it off?
I'll find you.
It'll start, though, with a push here through to the B site for Maryville, who are on offense first and foremost. Tilla will get some early information that players are there, considering their hunt gets cleared out, but it's actually damage dealt towards Chloric that will force Maryville to have to hesitate on this extension. Ren's ready to get some sort of information. Swing your Waylay. You can dash out. You can always fall back as well. It's kind of the ploy of having the Waylay, and it should work fairly well for a map like this, but having the Sage in play for St. Clair, sorry, rotating away from the Sage, having the Viper up for it does mean that the Waylay has to go through those toxic screens, and it could be an issue later, though not as much of a plaguing issue as you've seen for maps like Corrode, which is a very big option. Gate Crash will be used to play out that maybe it's a TP over towards the A site. Obviously, no decoy in play either, so they couldn't go for a double fake TP to really prove that they're there. So it is a full known Maryville are going in here towards this B site, and it's just a matter of time. You're trying to waste ammo against Instinct. Instinct still gets away with Giza's frag. The frenzy from JP tears through Ren's, and now you just have 2 low HP players moving into this B site where they have to pick up all of the pace. Ange within Hookah has no real safety space to walk forward thanks to the St. Clair smoke. Spraying and praying this Ghost, and Chloric, who has to just decide after the early damage dealt against them, it's a TP to the A site. That's all we have available for us. I'll grab that ult orb and play forward as Jazzykins should have won their one in Spices, and that makes this round very doable for Maryville.
Yeah, and an upgrade to the Sheriff too there for Hange. I mean, the damage numbers, the capabilities keeps on going up and up and up, but other players can be in a place where you can really kind of get that done. Chloric finds the spray through the wall, gets that truck kill there, and you're looking at the rest of the team in a 2v2 scenario, especially if you can get these 2 players to collapse into somebody. Find one! And I talk about the collapse, that pinch. JP finds the first, and that last player available, well, he's already a little banged up. So can JP make the read, look around to the truck, look behind him possibly. He's checking all these angles. He has no clue he's gone through U-Haul. This should be a pick for Ange, and, well, the flick isn't there, and the kill is on top. Maryville, while things look worse for where to kick it off, they end up finding themselves right back into the mold of winning these first pistol rounds. But the one afterwards, well, after split, could be a bit of a question mark. So we're looking forward to see really kind of how that goes, because St. Clair, they are looking hot off the presses, but they haven't really given themselves much of a headline for kicking off these games.
So with everything we've seen in that round kind of divulge, not only do you have a ridiculous stance for Ange and Chloric to close it out, but the big one really was when Jazzykins fell apart in Spices. The gun upgrade then led to more. And on top of that, it was a player advantage that you're acquiescing that could have able stopped the eventual spike plan in the first place, because it would have just been a 1 player on site forced to play honest. Ange, though, will take out Instinct, and it's that B site you're looking towards now for the rest of the team, as no one's really applying pressure through short. short. Eventually, St. Clair will send 2 players down there, JP and Hookah. No one here for Maryville, and instead it's a 3-player high-type rest in B main through that octagon side. There's your flash out from Screwface to entry forward. Ren's waiting for the timing. Will up the dash. Instead, just goes and sends the destabilize to the back. Screwface and Cloric each finding their kills eventually, and the 2 players pressing down A short Dallas. Well, they're just going to wrap all the way back through defender spawn. Probably play to die to this detonation of Spike. If not, try to drop 1 weapon, if not 2, out of the hands of Maryville, because you've otherwise done nothing to them, and this round will be pretty much perfect for Maryville from this point on, but you have to make it at least costly.
I mean, already Screwface kind of heating up inside the server. One of those players that I kind of talked about on Split that wasn't really doing everything you needed him to. I mean, warming up with the Marshal there, but even then with the Sheriff, looking a little bit better with that Sheriff in hand than the Marshal. Knowing this guy's kind of getting a little more contested, being a little more chaotic with his gunfights that you're taking. And with the Yoru, that's what you want. You want to put a rifle in this man's hands. You want to kind of get him in there. You want to be that, you know, obviously that harbinger of chaos. That one really pressing the problem over to St. Clair, making him look at every single which way. And, well, we haven't really seen that so far. It's either been a Judge or a Bucky hiding inside a corner when you're on the attacking side, and after you go ahead and push forward and see that real estate's been taken, or we see an operator sitting out in the middle of the map where, I mean, obviously you are wide open and exposed for the entirety of St. Clair to mow you down like they've been doing consistently. So I'm excited to see whether or not we actually see kind of obviously Ren's picking up maybe that operator, kind of being more of that anchor, being that guy that has the dash available to him, while Screwface is there facilitating, being a little more chaotic, being in the mix of all these gunfights, and maybe walking out with a couple spree to get Maryville what could be a map number 4 underway.
Well, it'll be a crawl forward for Maryville. They know they're going to be at a slight gun disadvantage. They're really not that bad thanks to keeping everyone alive in that round. It's a spray from JP, though, reading very well. They won't get tapped by that Nightfall, just barely avoiding so. They'll spray through the back inside Meadow Hall. There's no connection. Gizo will finish off this spike plan, and it's a 4 versus 5. Still reeling off the back of that Nightfall. Hawk gets into the back of the line. Tillo not worried too much about it. Renz is very low. Could be finished off, but it's actually the paint shell that does so, not even needing to fire through that back Metal Hall as JP wraps in through 90. 3 players from Maryville, all on site. Prowler will confirm JP is there a lot deeper than anticipated, but it's falling apart for St. Clair. Cloric and Ange able to secure 2, and Giza just holding strong where JP has such low HP that knows that it's only a little bit needed on top for it. Tillo isolating the 1v1. Giza lays down fire. That all but confirms this round, and Tillo is aware of that fact, and Giza is not losing, no matter what gun is in their hands, a fight against someone like this when they're feeling so confident after the victory of the round before. They'll die to Spike, but it doesn't matter. Maryville up 3-0, still breaking that mold and having the credits to go forward.
Yeah, I mean, great look here for Maryville to kick things off. I mean, all the rounds I needed necessary there, but even more so, all the kills to facilitate these rounds to kick off and really swap things up in a way that, I mean, define the start that we are expecting this team to really manage the first 2 maps. So, as I said, I mean, this is going to be the map where if you can go ahead and find all those kills, really just buy into a singular philosophy, and that is just shoot better. Well, I mean, this could be the one to do it. And I think it being kind of in that halfway mark of the series is perfect as a little checkpoint here for either St. Clair as a litmus test to say, are your shots really nailing as well as you want them to? Or are you just out-thinking and out-positioning yourself? Because here on Bind, it is so easy to clear every single corner while still pushing onto a site and find all the necessary kills. So this map, as contested as it may be, Maryville have been the ones to, once again, find those starts, find those kills, back to back to back. Well, now once more to back. So St. Clair looking for an answer back as we see what they've been capable of in all these previous maps. This map is a completely different tale because it is not a matter of how hard you can flex your muscles with this brain being the strongest one. It is about, well, whether or not you can hit those shots and whether your wrist is closer to, you know, being messed up or being older than the others.
All right, there's your connection on site. Ren's making sure the player advantage continues to unfurl their way. St. Clair, there's not really much they could do for a round like this, especially when Ange is lapping back through Spices and leaves just Tillo alone. Die to Spike detonation, maybe try to drop a weapon. It really, again, is the same thing we saw in round 2. The attempt from them, and neither of them are really up for contention. Flawless for Maryville. 4 in a row now. and the offense is pounding the rock home on this B site. A has not really even been a necessity. It was forced out early on the rotate away from this B objective, but I feel like the Walo and Yoru combo is paying out in droves, and there's not enough facilitation on defense from St. Clair to really keep Maryville honest in the approaches. And a lot of that will come down to that we haven't seen rifle buys really out of St. Clair just yet. Obviously, the pistol was a loss that led you into an eco for the second, the bonus for Maryville. You bought up for the third. That obviously went wrong thanks to a really stalwart hold active on site with no tertiary extension out from Hookah. So what's there to do in round 4? Not much, but really be victimized by another B site rush. How do you now stop that B site rush, though, in these next continuing rounds? Or will Maryville transition is starting to hit the A site instead, knowing that you'll start to see St. Clair adapt, especially after a timeout?
I mean, that's the thing that's kind of getting me here is seeing that, I mean, obviously a timeout, they're going to have a better idea of what they really want to address in due time as they can already ping out. You see the showers kind of being inched towards from the side of Maryville there, understand that they kind of want to be swapping their ways, knowing that they have been executing on this B site so much as of late. But St. Clair, I mean, not really any pings coming out, just more so probably negotiating how they can address the problems that plagued them in round number 3. Because, I mean, as you said, 4 eco. 1, 2 already lost for me. Not really much to really deal with there. It's just more so trying to figure out what exactly is going to occur going forward for this round. And if we do see these scuffles, if we see the full rifle buys coming out from everybody, seeing these engagements, how can you come out on top and really get yourself to a stage where you're saying, hey, that looked like a comfortable hold. That looked like we really cut Maryville off. And we haven't really seen these first bloods go in the way of St. Clair. We're saying, yeah, that's hook, line, and sinker there. That is what should be the round to kick off. And, I mean, not exchanged at all, just like what we saw in Split and Haven the one prior. It's just been more so Maryville pushing so darn quickly onto site that they are making sure that these kills that are going exchanged or these kills that are going in the way of St. Clair to start things off is not looking like that first map where we saw that it just happens. And they're like, well, guess we're just down a player. They're already in your face making sure that you can find that second or find that third in exchange just so quickly after the fact where they can't react to it.
All right, so with the tech pause going in and a little bit of a discussion to try to finish that out. Again, we've touched a lot on what that means, but talk a little bit more about agent-specific utility in an attempt here for St. Clair to hold on to these sites. B site's been tough, but you have a Viper. You have what are arguably the best Octagon holder in all of B site in terms of agent selection alongside a Fade. These two together are usually the best end-all be-all for locking down the B site pushes. And I think Maryville are aware of that fact, which is why they're trying to burn out a lot of the utility early. And if they can't, you'll see them lap over with the TP, which is the great accessibility of trying to attack on bind and what it really gives you. And we see St. Clair being all too willing, in my eyes, Dallas, to rotate early towards that B site, knowing if they give it up, it may be too late, too little, too gone for them. And even with that early extension back over there, it doesn't seem like we're seeing a lot of success from it. That will definitely have to change. Timer started to move. I think they've said very quickly, don't let it move any further. We are not yet ready for this one to end. Therefore, you'll still see it kind of be this hesitation game. And you can see the players getting antsy on your mini-map there. Hopping and skipping around. The fidget toys are probably out at some point, but I don't know. Maryville's momentum is definitely being gate-kept here for quite a while, Dallas, and that momentum was obviously paying dividends in the way that we saw St. Clair use the momentum on map 1 and then use it on map 2 in the second half, where they didn't have to use as much momentum in the second half of map 1. They had to on Split to gain the lead, get there to match point, and secure the victory.
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously, we're looking at Maryville here. And, I mean, this is just their game to win. I'm going to be more so still on the point of just looking at the matchup. And while we don't have much to work with, I can also look ahead to what could possibly be. Talking about Corrode, talking about Sunset. I mean, the rest of the maps are going to feel very similar to, well, the Bind picks and the Split picks rather than the Haven. These teams are going to be in a lot of scuffles. Corrode, you have a little more angles. You have a little more, a bit of a philosophy, a little more of a setup that you can actually, put into play as we go into those maps. And Sunset, not nearly as much. I mean, the scuffle is still going to exist. In terms of the chaos, to the collaboration, to the just mental, in terms of physical to mental on these next two maps, this one feels about maybe I want to say 15% mental, 85% physical. I mean, that is what this map is going to come down to. Whether or not we see Maryville already press the problem, be on these sites, find these fights, and close them, not instantaneously, but very confidently. Corrode should feel a little bit less like that, but still maintain a lot of it. I'd say more 30% mental, 70% physical. A lot of scuffles, a lot of mid-presence, just like what we saw on Split, but we've seen St. Clair be able to manipulate that quite well when we look at what they managed to do on Split, especially with these lineups, especially with these first bloods. I mean, they were never really getting them in exchange. Sunset is going to go right back to what I feel is like going to be like a 15% mental, 85% physical, where it's going to be those scuffles a lot more. It's going to be those middle of the map kind of rotations. It's going to be those kind of pushing back in towards spawn where you have to watch every single angle. This is going to be the map where we go ahead and really establish that foundation for how aggressive can these teams be. Because if Maryville finds this map selection, you are going to be gambling on that fact for the rest of these two that they are going to be able to press W. They're going to be in there. They're going to be scuffling as much as possible because that's going to be their kind of safety net. That's going to be their last shot where they say, screw it. All this game plan stuff that we have, just kind of going ahead, trying to be smarter, trying to outplay, trying to outposition, where if they just ooga booga run it down, it's one of those things where it is a genuine philosophy that teams can successfully rely on if they have the warm-up, that they have the players potentially capable of doing that.
A lot of the things we've seen out of Maryville so far would actually translate very well as well over to Corrode, which is the one I'm really looking at. Sunset is a nightmare matchup in my eyes still for St. Clair.
Right.
All things considered about how that panned out. The last time they faced 13-2, it just sits there and it's a creaking monster, a skeleton in your closet, a monster under your bed, right? You just don't want to have to deal with that. So it's Corrode in my eyes the end all be all if they lose this map. Now we're just 4 rounds in. I'm not dooming too early here, but if they do succeed here like they're looking like they are so far, that's going to be off the back of their duelists, and those duelists translate in agent selection really well to Corrode, which then turns into this even bigger beast of, yeah, you just lost this map. It feels like a doomed endeavor for map 2, and then map 3 already feels like a doomed endeavor thanks to how the scoreline has gone before. But we're finally back into the action here, Dallas, and the players are moving and grooving, and there's already been some damage dealt out here by St. Clair, getting their licks into the Brimstone and Maryville off there just inside of a short as they're trying to keep the contest from Maryville back at bay as they're putting pressure in every direction, kind of defaulting here, still with Spike moving towards B. It could be a shower TP. If you have Screwface, managed to find their pick here on showers.
Yeah, almost close, but no cigar as the dismiss comes out. Instinct is sweating after that one. Can't find the shots followed up, though, because clearly Renz is going to push you because Maryville, they know, hey, just if they find a kill and we don't exchange it for the love of God, press W. Get in there. Make sure these fights just continue and draw out as long as humanly possible. So St. Clair, a lot of healthy players. Maryville, a good bit of damage done. I mean, we see the exchange being made for both sides, but they're effectively only at 3. But Maryville, one of the healthy players, has a Viper's Pit in play now. And, well, St. Clair, they really just they called the timeout. So what's a good way to say, hey, all this, nice, smart stuff you guys are doing, how can we buff that out? Well, if you can't see a darn thing, that makes it a heck of a lot easier.
Everyone's unfurling out from 90. Angel sit over towards Gummy, now having to move back in towards Elbow. There's no way you get both Taiga and Jazzy Kids with the same spray. The last round hitting one in between. And that'll be Maryville now getting 5 in a row. This B site is turning into just this devil on the shoulder of Maryville. The Angel's saying, switch things up, let's go A. The Devil's just going, why the hell would we do that? B-side's working, keep pounding the rock. And this is turning into a run game offense for Maryville, and St. Clair don't have an answer for it. If the defense is crumbling, might as well continue to topple that house of cards. And they really are as flimsy as paper when it comes to retaking that one so far. They're coming off of Thrifty in Dallas. Octagon's been the big piece, and you'll default for Maryville, but if you start to put pressure in and you get this kill like you just might hear at the Taiga, you might as well leave the player here to watch off the rotate over and continue to hit that B site where you now have confirmation Tillo is there.
It's just one of those things for St. Clair, man, where, they've been so good at, just kind of sitting back, waiting for Maryville to push them and finding those first bloods. But issue is, when you've seen how fast Maryville is, understandably so, as we saw in that shower push there, where you're saying, might as well, try to take a fight, right? We kind of have to change something up eventually, and Problem is, it hasn't been working out for you. Not only is it a first blood over there, it's a second one because Jackson was pushing all the way back into spawn. And I mean, that just opens up A wide open. But even then still, they understand there's players. While we have taken over A, we know that A doesn't have everybody there. We want to kill these guys one by one. So let's just go ahead. The last one there, and surely you can take care of him, right? He's especially vulnerable now. Making a flawless from Maryville on the field, 2 ultimates to carry into the next. Once you see these rifles back in play, they have more than enough resources to answer and shut down whatever they throw at them again.
Well, 6-0 for Maryville. Now, keep in mind, Bind it can be fairly offensive-sided, but this is just a different team right now out of Maryville. That break in between Map 2 and Map 3 has turned into a bit of a problem for St. Clair defensively. They'll have proper weapons in their hands, leaving up ultimates to lock things through. 1 pip off from both Taiga and Jazzykins, and it's been hard-pressed to find these ultimates because it's been hard-pressed to find kills, and it's really just been charging those pips off the fact they're dying every single one of these rounds. Momentum now into B-side. Prowler moving forward. Dimensional Drift is there, and Convergent Paths will now secure that Screwface can find it. He'll have to have Tillo for the refrag, and they're good for it at distance. Tillo getting pressured by Ange up close. There's no winning that fight with the flick required of you, and it'll be another B site plant where speed is everything out of Maryville. And they have found what works. B site, and they will go here every single time till St. Clair find an answer. Showstopper out. If the answer is an ultimate, they can keep hitting it back to back. There inside of Hookah is Renz dealing with Jazzykins. Giza and Cubby somewhat low on HP, but not nearly enough to worry about it, as you also have to deal with that Hookah play inside of Tube. No one's watching. Viper's Pit goes in for JP, but the Molly will zone you off of it, and JP will die to Giza. Maryville, I would not be surprised the way it's playing right now. This half ends 12-0 because St. Clair just looked horrible so far on this defense, and they know what the problem is, but they're struggling to adapt on the moment to recover past it.
I mean, the thought process hasn't been horrible. Yeah. Unfortunately, the shots have been. I mean, you look at JP, top of the board, sitting at 4 and 7, then you look at Clark at the bottom of the other side, higher than the highest standard on the side of St. Clair. I mean, you expect, I mean, it's just so unfortunate because as casters, we love being correct. We love talking about heat-ups. We love talking about players kind of hitting this form and function, but it seems like I don't think they've overheated because nobody was just insane. I mean, if anybody's overheated in this game, it'd be Giza. But he's remaining strong inside this map. I mean, continuing from what we saw during the last one, it's just St. Clair where it feels like these scuffles, these kind of pushes that we want, just they don't really have the resources available to them for this defense. I mean, keep in mind, they're running the double duelist and they're running Clovis like a pseudo duelist. They should look disgusting on the attacking side as well. Problem is, they have to make sure to at least keep their heads above the water to get there and give themselves a standing chance, because if you're talking about this 12-0, they're already at a guaranteed deficit by the end of the half. This is already looking really ugly, but there is a chance for them to rebound, but this round it probably is going to be the one to do it because they're on an eco.
Well, prior to that kill there, Ange had more kills, or the same amount of kills as all of St. Clair combined as a single player. But now that you've gotten one out of the hands of Maryville, and you got it from Instinct, you know, have to be one more coming out from Ange to make sure they tie that up again. JP gets taken off from Renz. What an expectation. There's Ange there, tied back up again. And it will be Taiga choking for some damage, and unfortunately now we get much more past that. Team Ace, everyone getting a piece of the pie for Maryville, 8-0. Bind has turned in the collegiate space, Dallas, you know, the kind of map where you do see really dominant first halves, and then the other half turns the other way, but 8 feels like about the limit, the upper limit of what we see teams typically get, and we're already there without really much glimpses from St. Clair about making these rounds even doable. Even when they're using something like that Viper's Pit, these players are just being isolated, they're being shut down, they're struggling to breathe, and it's a very suffocating forward front push from Maryville, and they didn't even have to hit the B site to do that last round. They boiled up towards A, the pot boiled over, and the pressure came too much for St. Clair to bear, and it was a Thrifty on top of that, so it just wasn't as manageable for them from the get-go.
Bring them down.
Yeah, I mean, it's just problem central here for St. Clair, but I mean, this is one of those rounds where we could see something coming underway for them. I mean, the Nightfall being employed possibly on Maryville, so once we see maybe an answer, but if we see this encapsulate at least 2 of the players on the side of St. Clair, we should expect maybe the answer, but a nice little answer coming out. St. Clair throwing a Nightfall of their own, trying to keep things equal. Problem is, you can throw as much utility as you want at the problem. The shots still have to be the same, but Instinct with the Empress in play. Can the Queen keep it up? And well, with already 2 on the board and the Nightfall tested yet employed. Issue is Maryville doesn't give a damn. They're gonna find 2 more, keep St. Clair dead, and well, why it's a singular player alive at a JP, it's just trying to culminate into maybe around number 9, but he's gonna drop from the heavens. He's gonna put himself in a very exposed position, and Maryville is already ready for the trade.
They know that you have to extend that far over to what used to be a deeper cubby. Mind you, in B, when Bind kind of got the little bit of a rework, that part of A did get changed. There was a deeper cubby there, but you still have to extend further out onto Heaven's catwalk to get there, and you're playing for the instant swing from the Radiant stack. Maryville will gladly give an inch to take the mile. That is the round victory. 9-0 in a row, and St. Clair say, well, we might as well continue to buy. The losers bonus is stacked out. There's not much more we could do. We got to come in with everything we can, even if it's soft armor, and try to bring up to the front. Even when the ultimates can't get the job done, we'll try to get these fights and get some confidence. That's really the big thing for them right now. We talk so much about how the gunplay feels different post-patch and how it's been feeling different between map 2 and now map 3. Maryville looked like the Maryville were expecting them to, and St. Clair looked a little bit more like the St. Clair Southern the season, still getting their sea legs underneath them and really getting really the bad end of these gunfights. They do get a first one there towards Screwface, but he lives with 1 HP, and unfortunately, Ange covers Instinct's pressure forward and puts this now as a 2-player advantage for Maryville back the other way.
And that's the problem. You let Screwface live. I mean, that Dimensional Drift is still going to be there to be in play at some point in time. JP having a much better weapon for that kind of lineup with the Guardian in hand, able to find at least one, but as I mentioned earlier, Screwface, he's not going to be pushing up here for free. I mean, I'm surprised we're even seeing anything come out from him. He's just going to go ahead, throw an onslaught of utility, expecting himself to die through the process by having enough flashes to provide that assistance for the rest of the team. But, I mean, as soon as you're on site, you've done your job. You could die here. Even more so, you're waiting for St. Clair to possibly go ahead and push for a retake where you could get that Dimensional Drift in play, have all the information available to you. But that is if we see St. Clair actually find maybe this first blood in exchange. You're just hoping it's not that Yoru. So there we see it. Nice little TP out. Screwface down. Clork to follow suit as well. It is a 2v3 situation. If we see Maryville close this one out, you could say this half is good as done.
Paint shell onto Ange. You'll send a second snake bite, or the poison cloud, I should say, but Ange can just have to peek into this one again. The Toxic Cream will eventually dissipate, and you'll have to start tapping through this spike. Sticking down through half. Connection from Ange for the second spray, and now it's just Jazzy Kins alone. And they have to extend for this one. Can you shut down Ange? There it is. Good for it. Giza can just hop up and spike at a moment's notice. You know there is no real way to get this off of time. And Giza will secure it to be a double digits already for Maryville. Not much back in the way for St. Clair, but that was a much better round performance-wise to try to secure Dallas in regards to actually getting kills and building some confidence and heating up. It just needed a moment like that, and that could be a sign of things to come. If they can just get those pistols out of the way in the second half and win them, they need at least one in this half, though, to survive what round 3 of that half would bring to the table.
Well, this one may not be it, considering the money at hand. I mean, look at these guys already going ahead, trying to find whatever swap up they really can to make sure this round looks feasible to some degree, but it's not really going to be doable at the end of the day. I mean, it always is possible, but doable is completely different because, I mean, they're going to be have to do it pretty confidently, more so than anything else. So that's where, obviously, I mean, we see Maryville going ahead, investing that Dimensional Drift, looking for the first singular kill to open things up, and it's a great look for them, able to find that first. Looking to also pivot over towards that B side, right to JP, who just gets slowed down and can't really find an answer back because, well, you were deterred. So as things go, nice play going down. Viper's fit to go ahead and facilitate that push towards the back of spawn, and you are choking these guys up. Better yet, Ren, I mean, suffocating you with a shorty to the throat, and what else next to follow up? Not really much. It is purely instinct having to squeak his way through. That is not a decay you were looking at. That was pure damage being done with 32 on the board, a single heal available. But, I mean, this guy is in a 1v3. That's just a, you know, a little chip that has to be made by each individual player just to close this out. And with the Vipers that still in play, that's a lot of guys, a lot of Maryville players to be looking at. And with how this map has been going, the confidence can't really be there.
They have to win this round, it feels like, Dallas. If you don't, Maryville, with the way that the momentum has been brewing their direction, will take the pistol, and that split of saying, well, Bind can feel like an attacker-sided map. Bind is kind of dictated by attacking tempo. Bind is really just setting things up really fast and shutting down what the defense can do for retakes. None of those statements matter at all, because you just need a single round to secure yourselves the victory, and a pistol round is as even as it gets, and then after that it just takes an ultimate round where we've seen Maryville fight better in the gun department this entire map. It hasn't been the series, but this map could change up entirely. There's Instinct, though, with the first blood. Convergent Pass is at the ready, and it will go ahead and be used. JP's just too short to be able to get it, and unfortunately that ultimate just destroys through the St. Clair defense. And it puts up now Rent even further. Jazzykins needs to win this one. If they don't, this could be problem. Taiga does squeak in behind. Still moving in from Hookah TP, and Jazzykins is able to stay up, but you could just TP to the A site through B long, and guess what? It's A for a free plant, and you have plenty of post-plant utility, especially if you now know that Taiga does not have the assistance from Jazzykins watching that middle door. That should have obviously been there for the hold, that it'll be refragged, and it's a 2v1 now active on this site. You planted this one for long. You have an orbital strike. You have Viper utility. If the Snakebite is online, this is likely to go down to buy even more time. The Molly up as well. Jazzykins has a mountain to work through.
Yeah.
And they have to hunt. There's nothing else you can do. There's the orbital strike. Jazzykins forced to walk away. You can tell they want to push forward into this one. There's the Molly as well. Jazzykins just watching. You can see it in the cam. Knows that it's over. Can only crawl over for the kill. Try to get some confidence going into the second half. But it is flawless by nature for an entire 12 rounds by Maryville.
Match point.
Good night. That is, after these first two maps, that is the last thing you're expecting to look at. I mean, there's still a chance. There's still a round or two that can make the map, you know, look like St. Clair showed up. But, I mean, this has just not been theirs. And, I mean, obviously, we've gotten the assets adjusted now where, I mean, we know that this is Maryville's selection, but we didn't really feel much of that when it came around to Haven. That map didn't seem to really kind of be in their pocket, but this one seems to be in the safe because it is locked up for them. I mean, the way they are just playing this thing, the double duelists obviously looking great on the attacking side, and as we said earlier, St. Clair just need to kind of keep their head above water, but it seems like right now they have water everywhere except for outside because it's all in their lungs and their body, and they are choking up. But, I mean, this is the time when you can maybe take one breath in. Issue is, the breath out after is still going to be a bit of a toss-up.
So many difficulties left in front of you. But it all has to start right now for St. Clair on this movement forward on offense. No one ready through B. TP could still be here if needed, but passing through the toxic screen is the audio cue of humping there from Taiga to hear through that U-Haul wall enough to really secure for Maryville that a player is pressing. It easily is for Chloric. There's your two. Jazzykins and Taiga no more. And that's just slightly giving up an audio cue to secure victory. That's a little moment that turns into a big capitulating point. Renz with a ghost off towards Instinct. 2 versus 5. Spray through that smoke as it goes down. JP and Tillo have the mountain in front of them that is Maryville. And this is not a very easy one to try to topple. There's your connection from Tillo, but Screwface closes it, and it's Giza to end it. Who else? 13-0 on map 3 after a 13-8 and a 13-10 across the first two. Sorry, 13-11 across the first two, with St. Clair pulling it off. Maryville have put the bricks out of their pants, and they have said, we are ready to start sprinting to the finish line, and 13 rounds is the best possible way to do it here, Dallas.
Yeah, that is something to say the least. I mean, obviously, inside of a grand final situation, we have seen St. Clair bring the preparation. We have seen them bring the grit, bring the determination, bring that hunger, more importantly, in these first two. But is at the point where, at this point, it feels like they're kind of starving. Because it felt like their tank was a little bit empty on that one. Not really the best look. It was Maryville's selection, but even then more so knowing that Kuroda is going to be next. Where you look at the double duelist where it worked out for him here, that was kind of what I was saying earlier, where it felt like we were lacking that aggression being facilitated by everybody on the side of, well, Maryville. And even then, Ange being on that Viper, that was something that I said kind of should have turned them up a little bit. Definitely did, being at the top of the board. But even then, Screwface still being at the bottom, and Iren stepping up, being a higher duelist placed than what we saw to Screwface. That's what I'm expecting to see here for the rest of the series. I'm expecting to see that double duelist. I'm expecting to see that aggression come through for Maryville, because they have been, quite frankly, from what we've seen them over the course of the entire season, this team excels when they really say, you know what? Even though it's a grand final, semifinal, whatever it may be, it doesn't matter what stage of the game we're in, every single team, they disrespect them. They act as if they do not exist inside the server. They push them so quickly, so aggressively. Or we talk about that first blood where, I mean, Ange even said it inside the interview, talking about trading in quickly. If you have your entire team on a site, then it's very easy to do that because, well, everybody's there and you would hope that somebody nails the shot to find the trade. But if you're kind of going ahead, creeping through, trying to be smarter than the other side, well, St. Clair have proven that they are a little bit, quicker to the cut on that one. So, I mean, Corrode, I'm expecting that same kind of push to waylay the Yoru, something there on the side of Maryville to say, hey, if it ain't broke, then clearly there ain't nothing here to fix.
Work smarter, not harder is typically what we like to say for Valorant, right? Use your utility and you know, set pieces to kind of set things up for yourselves, but it almost felt like that wouldn't have been required after that first half performance. Yeah. It really just felt like work harder, not smarter. Beat down the bush that is B-site that's already burning and leave St. Clair wondering what is there to do because everything they've tried to do to recover it just fell short into their face and they didn't have an answer for it. If they don't know bind, that's fine. It's a best of 5.
Yeah, no
maps are going to be an issue, right? You can't ban 2 maps. You just have your 1. But it really does stink to see after the momentum that they had, how much is that going to reflect after being 13-0'd on map 3. Yeah. But even though that map is quick, we are going to take a break between map 3 and map 4. So don't go anywhere. Map 4 is next in the chopping block. We'll see you for Corrode.
Flash out!
Fire in the hole!
Here.
My turn! Enemy down.
One enemy. One enemy. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Take it out.
Left. Spike down. B. Out of charge. One enemy remaining. 30 seconds left. One enemy remaining. Face your fear! One enemy remaining.
Toxin screen.
One enemy. One enemy remaining.
Screen down.
defuse things in my sleep. One enemy. One enemy remaining.
Flash out.
Fire in the hole!
Here.
My turn.
Enemy down.
After a 13-0 on map 3 in a grand finals, 13-0 grand finals, St. Clair now need to make the recovery on Corrode. They have already been at match point, or technically series point in terms of their maps since the end of map 2, taking not only Maryville's map pick, but then theirs afterwards. So you're looking at this, or vice versa there, you're looking at this and saying, this should have been a chance to step up on Bind, but they go the completely other direction and say, we want to see 4 as fast as possible, and they don't get a single round for their name. But Corrode can be a difficult beast for a lot of teams. We have not seen St. Clair here for quite a while, and it's going to be a question of what their agent selection is going to look like. But to me, we know what we're likely going to see come out of the hands of Maryville, and it's likely going to be that Waylay and Yoru combo again that already paid in droves for the last map on Bind, Dallas.
And, I mean, obviously, if we see that, we could be looking at something similar in terms of the scoreline. But keep in mind, I mean, I alluded it in map number 1. JP talking about seeing 5 maps. I was talking about them maybe sandbagging 3 and 4. I was kidding, by the way.
Please be
joking. I mean, for apparently, if that's the script, these guys are clearly professional players and not very good actors, because they could have played that off a little bit better. Because as things go, I mean, it is one of those points where you're expecting maybe something, but all the momentum that St. Clair was surmounting over the course of those first 2 maps, where, I mean, you're looking better and better and better, completely just abolished when it came around to that last map as things go. I mean, momentum on a 13-0, you are starting not only from scratch in terms of the next map, but it feels like for the entire series, for what feels like all of your efforts have been for nothing if you can't really answer back at all. I mean, I've mentioned side tilt proof. I mean, you look at these teams, you talk about how when you can't really shoot back, it feels like even during those first 2-3 rounds, you feel like you're kind of out for the count over the course of that entire half, or even then whenever until your teammates start ushering some stuff to you with some damage. When you don't have an entire map where you're shooting back, you're going to be very, very cold coming into the next.
One big thing to kind of point out in my eyes as well is if you're St. Clair and you weren't really playing for that third map anyways, like you just don't know Bind, if that's the case, it kind of looked like that wasn't really one that you want to keep in your pool very often.
Right.
I'd have to go look back at what their bans had been prior in their series, right? But if that's just one you're not really looking into, it's fine to take the loss on that one.
Yeah.
But you didn't want to lose all your momentum in the process of doing so. And I felt like that map was frustrating for them, at least in some capacity not to do it. But it did get them 13-0 out quick to hope for that next one. It's just about building that process back up now from the ground. And unfortunately, when you are doing that and you're taking losses in the channel, you're like, we're playing for the next map, this is kind of the one we're going for. If you're not winning the occasional round and really stalling out big moments from that opposing end, you've just given them 13 rounds in a row to build up their own kind of momentum. And objects and motions tend to stay in motions unless acted upon by an outside force. And it's the snowball effect here. The more it rolls, the bigger that snowball looks, and a lot harder it is to dick your hands into there and try to just force that either way. It's not going to be an easy job to slow down this Maryville push here, as you do see St. Clair get ready for it on Corrode. And I'm just so intrigued by what I'm expecting to see here with their agent selection, because I just feel like Maryville can do exactly what they did against Winthrop. They can do exactly what they did against, Stony Brook. They're going to do exactly what they have been doing over and over again.
I mean, I could obviously see St. Clair and referencing less from playoffs and more from that Winthrop game for what we were going to see Maryville kind of provide in this matchup, because that Stony Brook team, that was their secondary roster, not their primary. So it's not really the same kind of litmus test we were expecting. It wasn't the same team that honestly could have brought them to a mat number 3. So, I mean, that matchup didn't really give us much to work with, which is totally fine. But St. Clair, that matchup in West Virginia, they got the same exact leniency, honestly, because we were expecting West Virginia to really draw that one out, kind of keep things rolling, but St. Clair showed up and didn't really give Maryville much to work with if they were actually doing any kind of VOD review. I feel like these teams are more so focusing on themselves and what they can do to improve rather than the other team to kind of really shut them down, and that kind of showed in mat number 1 and 2, where I feel like St. Clair, they were working on themselves. Maryville was maybe kind of pandering towards looking at St. Clair as well, but they just brought nothing but curveballs and a performance to back it up as well. But more so here today and now, well, Bind obviously wasn't on the docket for what they needed to practice, because that didn't really show up even if they did. As we go into Corrode, though, this is one of those maps that teams were already kind of alluding to, were already kind of picking and put inside their rotations as the early seasons were underway. And now that we're in the late season with the new rotation coming in for playoffs, it is another thing that teams consistently want to be putting themselves into. Rightfully so. It's a fun map, I think, and even in seeing, it's fun to spectate, fun to watch, fun to play, but even more so, it allows a lot of creative liberty in terms of how you can really move. We see that middle lane kind of be contested a lot, but I mean, that's expected in any map that has that middle lane. Haven doesn't really have a lane, it has courtyard. That's why a lot of teams don't like to push out that window, because it feels like a death sentence. But anything that has a middle lane, like Corrode, I mean, it feels very, very obvious that it's going to be taken. It feels like it has to be taken. It feels like it needs to be controlled, because if you don't manage to do that, it feels like all of your effort is for nothing. So knowing that even then, towards the A site, towards the B site, that's going to be something where, I mean, Maryville, they chose this defense for a reason. And honestly, they probably didn't even expect to make it this far or get to this map number 4. And now that they're starting on defense for it, oh my God. Just that's all I can really say.
So this turns into this. Everything has led to this point. We have all these expectations on our shoulders, but we kind of have a lot of those kind of thrown out after the wrench that was map 3, right? So Maryville as well, they look at map 3 like this was, we were expecting a close matchup, we were expecting this to go through. I mean, we were expecting to win. That's kind of the idea of Maryville. They come into every matchup expecting they're going to beat every team. Yeah. But they're now playing for their lives, and they obviously played map 3 like they were playing for their lives when you play moments like that as you did on map 2, and it would have been a lot closer than it was. And I think the bigger thing for map 3 as well was that it wasn't just Giza. It was Ange early and Ange to the end. Right. So you had more than just a single player leading that charge. 30 kills, mind you, at the end of map 2 for Giza. And the rest of the team was sitting the next highest at 17. That is a really big difference between your top and your second. And you still had a good performance at Giza on map 3, but Ange led that light. And this is what we said many times. You don't just build a team around one player. You build around the system of every player. There are teams that can get away with that. You've seen pro teams get away with that. You have your Tenses on a roster, you build around them. But Maryville is a full 5, that they're looking for another 5th to step into, right? Of having players that you can do that with, and seeing them struggle with that on map 2, obviously now comes back into birth on map 3. But I think we're about ready to jump on over into Agent Select to fully confirm what is going here for the map of Corrode. And I am not too shocked to see that we have a double duelist coming out of at least one of these rosters, but the Waylay has not actually been picked up here by Maryville, and instead they're opting to go with that Neon choice instead out of Ren's, putting Screwface away from the duelist entirely, which they've been on for the first 3 maps, and instead pivoting them over to the Sova to play that initiation game.
Yeah, this is really interesting, honestly. I mean, I'm surprised we're not seeing maybe Giza or Cloric maybe on the Sova. Giza will make a little bit of sense there, so you can actually have maybe that Yoru on. I mean, obviously having no Sentinel isn't really a death sentence, because funny enough, as you can tell, that's what St. Clair is doing. And I'm surprised we're not seeing Maryville kind of have that same exact stance where they just don't really put any brakes inside their car. Sure, it's deadly, but I mean, when speed is the name of the game and on the defense, that's where I think the only reason they have gone with that selection is they need to start with the Sentinel. They need to make sure that they can stay afloat on the defense, because once the attack comes underway, I think in terms of the mental and just how they play the game, speed will be the key, and they will just be able to press W. But Neon is a much better facilitator for that speed than the Waylay. But speaking of the Waylay, it's funny to see that neither one of these sides brought her today.
Yeah, I don't know. I felt like after what we saw from Maryville on map 3, the Waylay would be a home run choice, right? That was my immediate thought. So much of our talking points on Bind was saying how good the Waylay would do, and then immediately how that was going to reflect on map 4 because St. Clair were just going to destroy Bind anyways, but I guess a different story will be told. And one of my eyes, though, is that we are seeing that difference in controller. You know, that choice of having the Omen instead of the Clove. You don't need a pseudo-duelist for this map. It is pretty good still, but ultimately it's going to come down to the player preference themselves. And with how good Taiga is as a shooter, I'm not too surprised to see them fall into that one. But Ange is just as good. We just saw them last map absolutely rip through everybody, ending in a 13-0 game, by the way. They ended at 18-4. They only died in 4 of those 13 rounds and had 18 kills within them. So you're looking at this player who can kill and now has paranoias to self-entry for themselves, has covers they can hide within with a shorty, has movement they can make and shrouded steps to move into new angles. There's a lot here on the table still for them, but we also know when Taiga could step up. Just wasn't really there on map 3. But it's offense for St. Clair first, Dallas, and it looks like it's going to be a pistol round off to the B site here with a lingering flanker there inside of A main, maybe hoping to see if the team falls short there, they can start to move over towards A very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, whether or not they actually want to make that decision is up to them, but I mean, it really comes down to the A site. We saw what the A site was looking like for other teams, where it looked so successful if you can find that middle control, but the issue is a lot of teams like to allocate themselves early towards this B site, knowing players are going to be guaranteed to be there for that engage. So a great paranoia coming through for Renz to just clean house as soon as things get going. Ring the bell, the guys are starving, and while Renz, unfortunately, he didn't save any for the rest of the team.
That's the other thing the value of an Omen brings to the table defensively. It's what you can't do as a Clove. You can't send a Paranoia through 3-layered walls to hit every single player as it widens out into a direct fatal funnel. Maryville using that very wisely, and we talk a lot about how map 1 and 2 kind of shook out, seeing that breach in play, one for Jazzykins on Haven, and then over on map 2 as well for Chloric. It felt suffocating, having this utility be capable of being used through walls, slowing out, stunning out, damaging out these players, and setting up performances for tertiary teammates. We see it already come out here in round 1 of Corrode, and it's the Omen that's doing it instead with the Paranoia on the back line. St. Clair, though, looking to try to get their way into pockets. Maybe can work through elbow. It's Ange, though, with a Judge that secures the Jazzykins frag, and Giza gets 2 in the same sped, and no, it turns to 3 because the Bulldog has so much ammo in that clip. No value for St. Clair in round 2. They'll have to play round 3 with 1 no spike plant and no kills, meaning they have very few credits. There's gonna have to be some costs made here to recover for this third.
Yeah, I'm not gonna really allude anything to the last map. I'm not gonna put that energy on St. Clair. I just want to say, and my lapse of memory somewhere in the black hole, that just looked very reminiscent of something I remember from some time ago. Very deja vu. Not sure when, not sure where, not sure how, but it just feels reminiscent. So maybe Maryville, you know, obviously if you're St. Clair, we're hoping Maryville don't find these results over and over and over again, make it feel a little consistent, but with that first blood for St. Clair on this round, obviously things are looking a little bit better for them as they can show that they can fight back.
All right, well, Dark Cover will be laced again here towards bottom mid. Talked a lot about how this map feels somewhat similar to Split because you have this mid control you really feel like you have to fight for it. It's just to provide tertiary pressure. And for attacking teams, it's a good way to set up a smoke or 2, a little bit of utility from your initiators, and then force players out of those cubbies. And you see Ange holding really deep down through bottom mid, but forced to fall back. Guess what you can do as an Omen shrouded step, and that's what you have as an advantage now over St. Clair. Though they do have that Yoru that they can use to kind of TP around with the gate crash, but it's limited in its utility, and then it will be a B-site push now coming out for St. Clair's offense. Chloric will be forced away, and the Vice utility will go down, which also slows out slows out St. Clair's push, but they're still finding the majority of these kills. Chloric needs to start to stand strong, but now it's just Giza alone. Bulldog is in hand. This is a possibility. The Tiger will plant this one on Hut, and you'll see Instinct give away their intel about where they are standing on that short wall as Jazzykins takes the final swing to swing St. Clair finally into a round win. It has been 15 rounds in a row, and finally we see St. Clair get a round under their belt.
Yeah, I mean, expectedly so. Considering that first blood, you're hoping that they can like kind of follow up on that, make sure to kind of really make sure to guarantee the result that we're expecting out of them, and showing a nice little rebound, showing that they have not let that last map really affect them too much because they want to be on the board, they want to be fighting back, they want to keep this close, and making sure to get right back to that standard mold shows that this team is not affected by previous encounters or by previous just general engagements, that they are willing to still recover and once again be right back on the board. But another thing that I'm going to be keeping my eyes on over the course of this map is going to be Jazzy on that Neon. We haven't really seen too much Jazzy on the Duelist. We saw it during that last map, but once again, what last map? Because it was on split, but I don't know really why I'm saying that. I'm going to quit this whole act, honestly. It was, I mean, the raise wasn't really there too much, and that's something that you got to be keeping your eyes on here. So being on the Neon, obviously, nice facilitator there for the Duelist. Able to go ahead, see Instinct on that Yoru, maybe kind of create a couple plays, a couple potential, you know, openings for that. But Jazzy, in terms of being a distractor, hasn't really been that kind of play that we're expecting. Has been more of a facilitator, an engager, a setter up. So it's going to be interesting to see really what she's going to pivot towards in order to kind of create that new mold for this team that we're expecting.
Yeah, from distractor to more destructor, it feels like, right? Yeah. It's a new style, but it's one you should be clearly familiar with the level of experience you have and the way that St. Clair have improved dramatically throughout the season. Instinct will now move close to where Chloric is. Just waiting behind this box. No one's checking that corner, and thanks to that, it's not just one, but actually two, and Taika's stuck within the Razor Vines, which means that Snake Bite's that much more threatening, and it'll be flawless for Maryville to secure their third round win in round 4. And that's the kind of momentum that can get stalled out for a map like this. If you don't have tertiary pressure, you've not put anybody down through mid, Dallas, no one's gone through stairs, no one's fought for mid-window upper control, nobody has link pressure towards there, you're going to run into very big firefights against very big players and a lot of utility. And while Vices aren't always played on Corrode, when they are, they're on that B site, and it feels impossible to take a direct B push unless you are baiting out that sheer wall and baiting out the Razor Vines. And all of the Razor Vines that we've seen go down, it has been passivity incarnate coming out here from Maryville. They know not to just go for it. They're letting the call out be made from Chloric. They're letting the team communicate, and it's turning into a bigger problem for St. Clair. And hopefully this time out, as they get 60 seconds to talk things through, screams, yeah, B's good. We want B. Our agent selection's good for B, but we don't have a Duelist that can skip past all of that utility, and thanks to that, we're going to need to change it up.
Yeah, I mean, the change is obviously going to be necessary, but even more so just kind of being a little more not aggressive per se, because I mean they've been fine in the department of finding these kills every now and again, but it's just more so being reactionary, just backing up, waiting for these problems to come towards them, where we've seen them push the problem, we've seen them kind of more so push towards Maryville, maybe find this aggression, be in a situation where, okay, because Bime was the #1 obviously victim of that, where they weren't working on site all that well, so they wanted to speed it up, maybe push the problem towards them, take these initial gunfights, and that didn't work out because Maryville, they were pressing the brakes until inevitably when they press the gas, it just kind of gets heavier and heavier. They need to be more so playing off-site, surrounding sites. Stop trying to go for these first bloods in a way where you're giving Maryville the head count right off the start, because that's going to let them press the W key that much harder as the round goes on. I think sometimes maybe giving these sites over, letting you go ahead and warm up for what could be that kind of secondary round would be something of its own, but that's not going to help you too much in the attacking side. You're looking to stay afloat right here, right now, and they are trying to adjust, and by giving Maryville a little bit more leeway here, let them push up, let them feel like they control the pacing, when in reality, you're on defense, dude. You can push up as much as you want, but we're the ones with the spike.
Yep. It's a link play, though. Talked a lot about how you need to get this mid pressure, and when you know it's an eco round out of St. Clair, I mean, that's an expected result, you can give up mid. They have to fight into your guns where you know the range will be much more important. Failure, though, into B site. Link will probably send 2 of the 3 off towards the backside of defender spawn to play through Crane. You have 1 player working Link and now into Yard. Tillo, though, only has a Sheriff, and they'll be facing off against an Odin and more, and that could have been a quick flick to the head of Giza, but it may not matter at all. It's just 1 remaining, and yes, Jazzykins is good good. But we talked about that transition in systemic role and how they have to perform has been a big weight on their shoulders and will likely continue to be a problem throughout the remainder of this round as they're stuck in a 1v4 that's very hard to deconstruct what's in front of them, let alone be destructive with just a bucky in your hands. Time not there. Good connection to one. Phantom collected. 55 HP. Could deal with Ange. Is good for it and takes no damage, but Screwface acts on that information and secures the Odin spray and pray to put Maryville up to 4 so far in this map.
Again and again we go. Maryville, I mean, right back in form from what we've expected from them, having the lead in the same kind of manner that we usually see out of them. But, I mean, there's just a lot more here on the line considering this kind of layout and what we've seen, I mean, St. Clair accomplished thus far. I mean, you're expecting, obviously, more out of them. You're expecting them to get maybe back into form at some point where we see them kind of create this equilibrium. But we've seen strings of rounds being out of them. Issue is, they never kind of just make sure that comes out of left field where you never really expect it. They got to get warmed up. They got to find a formula. So, I mean, they're not going to find 3 to answer instantaneously. And unfortunately, looking at 2 players off the board almost immediately, you're probably not going to be finding an answer right now at all. But when they do, it's going to be probably a string of 2 rounds. They're going to see an answer back. Then they're going to have to manage that 3-4 after the fact. And they got to make sure that they can kick off that pattern quickly. I mean, as soon as possible. And this round, clearly, unless JP can clutch it out, it's not going to be managed because that spike is held hostage in the middle of the map.
Yeah, hostage is, well, not the right esport game mode, but, you know, you have still to recover it. 60 seconds, so JP could prowl around everywhere. And when we talk about individual players and prowling, especially if we talk about a map like Lotus, JP was that player. This map doesn't feel super similar to Lotus in the same way. Obviously, it's just a 2 objective in comparison to the 3 we had for it. And I'm sure they are missing that map, especially with how good we know St. Clair are for it. Andrew will watch this initial angle. Waiting inside attacker spawn, JP will have to swing this. You have 2 watching that yard link door. You can see them holding a high-low there, but Ange doesn't even need them to be there as JP will walk over to their line of sight. It'll be a close-cut victory to secure that 5th. It's not a good performance early for St. Clair, but we talk a lot about this map. It is very much so dominated one side over the other, so there is no dooming just yet for St. Clair. The issue was Unbind really was the mindset, is it's not typically like that. You see 8 is really the max you see one team get over the other end. The 13-0 was a big problem for them, but you do see St. Clair already at least getting round 3 under their belt. They'll enter an eco into this one, and once I think they figure out what's going wrong in that B site with the utility they're facing against them from Giza's pocket, being able to be used across the map, mind you, I feel like St. Clair will have an answer offensively to get 1 or 2 more rounds necessary under their belt, as Eco doesn't start well with a Ren shot. The rest of it could definitely end well, especially if an overdrive and a little bit of HP from Jazzykins could connect. Unfortunately, it just doesn't. As Ren sends one the other way, then it's the overdrive versus overdrive, and unfortunately, Maryville's Neon of Ren's, who's stepping back into this duelist role, will, I think, about to collect an ace for themselves. They'll confirm it with an outlaw to finish it.
Yeah, deadly game of laser tag, but clearly Renz has been in the arcade a hell of a lot more as things go. I mean, beautiful cleanup there, not only just for 1 or 2 or even whoever the heck was on site, just for the entire lobby to get that ace of his own. And St. Clair didn't really invest too much in that last round, thankfully, because they had the 3 ultimates to play with in the round like this. They were expecting that to maybe have a little bit of a, you know, a propagate, a way to kind of really get that kindle for the flame to maybe facilitate that round as a round win, so long as Jazzykins could maybe find 1 or 2. But it's just not the case there. Need to have a little bit more, need to look a little bit cleaner with it. And, well, Instinct thankfully opened things up looking clean for a first shot. No exchange, you know, bullets there in the process, where Maryville maybe being down a player, especially the one that found the ace in the last round, you know, creates a bit more of a limelight for the rest of the guys that are still standing to maybe get the job done. But St. Clair, this is one of those rounds where I said earlier, they need to be online early. I could see this maybe being an 8-4 if I had to make an estimation at the moment.
Yeah, you just need a couple, and that's all it takes. St. Clair, though, off on a solid foot for this one. JP deals with Chloric, who's forced to walk through their snake bite. And it deals enough damage to get the finishing blow. Maryville left with just 3, forced into a retake. And the Dimensional Drift is also out for St. Clair. So there's plenty of information that there is no one up for Maryville towards defender side spawn just yet. And Screwface's Odin makes its presence known, spraying through the hut wall. Tapping Tillo, but not finishing the job, and they're at 1 HP. JP watches that flank, gets the revenge against Ange, who just killed him on the opposing side of A lobby the same way a couple rounds before. And it's Giza trying to work alongside Screwface, and Screwface has already said this one one's not happening. I'll move towards attacker side spawn and way to the opposite side of the map, holding onto the operator we brought into this round to our favor. And you can already tell St. Clair kind of want to hunt for this one. You're moving JP in through mid to try to fight. You're lapping Tillo back a little bit further to maybe hope around through attacker side spawn. Your Yoru not too far behind that as well. If there isn't a utility in that back pocket, could be valuable to sort of gauge that distance and play for the refrag. I wouldn't be too shocked, Dallas, if they don't opt for it and instead say, we finally get a win. We have credits now. We need to hold on to all 5 weapons we were lucky enough to carry into taking that round in stride.
Yeah, I mean, rightfully so. I mean, making sure to manage whatever you can, come out on top with whatever you got, because Maryville, I mean, they're just kind of staying afloat right here. And let's not go ahead and self-sabotage and kind of, you know, pop whatever inflatable device we got at the moment. We need to make sure that things are looking clean, things are looking swift here, and just kind of keep that train rolling along. And with the 2 ultimates you have online, you know that you have a point of recovery here, especially not only just those 2 that are in play, but Chloric is one off as well. So long as you maybe find that first blood, you see the team going ahead, maybe backing off, one guy overextends, you see it here, where JP could be that one player. Then that Viper's pick could come into play for maybe another side if we see a bit of a rotation come through from the side of St. Clair. There's a lot of question marks here, not too many answers just yet, but first blood's going to solve a lot of those problems for us.
All right. Connections early would be nice, but you're trying to get into this distance and put a player as far forward towards staircase as you can. But the issue is you put your spike carrier here, Dallas, which may be the bigger problem. Jazzykins is deep into this space. They'll eventually fall. They did rotate that spike back eventually, but as a player, you would have liked to have been there. That is now no longer there, and you have no tertiary pressure through that link, which makes B feel like that much more of an impossibility. So the team will need to reconstruct and fall back a little bit and likely tease off towards the A site instead. Well, you do have all that Giza utility and more. Arcros even up above as they sit inside a pocket, waiting to fall back into elbow if required. Maryville know exactly what is the win condition. Buy time, don't play for the end-all be-all denial, execute players as they approach, make sure the utility does all the talking for you. Giza will detonate the thorns, and they'll have their Arcros be clear. They'll use the ultimate here, but not before you still see Tillo take out Screwface with an Odin back the other way, and then flash up and over will put Giza in a spot where they're begging for teammates' assistance, but that flash goes nowhere, and thanks to it, Tillo and JP go to the afterlife. Naked Taiga joining them, just one remaining, and Giza makes it a 4K. Round over, and Maryville already at 7 thanks to Giza stepping up to the plate and sending a home run. Who else for Maryville?
I mean, yeah, we saw this guy on Split, and we knew he was going to have another little collaboration there. He was going to have another little episode of Hannah Montana, where he's the guest star, man. He's coming in, everybody's applauding, everybody's happy, he's showing up, and well, in this episode, he's just there a little too long, and I'm sure St. Clair is not a big fan of that one because this guy has been frying, but Renz is obviously at the head of it right now. That ace facilitating that massively earlier on, but I mean, even then, still, being that Neon, you're hoping this guy is in the mix of every single fight. You're hoping he's there fighting, playing, just making sure that influence is known and feared by the rest of the team in play. But speaking of Neons, Jazzy finally stepping up to the plate, finding the first, immediately getting traded out, but Taiga is here to help. Another guy we've been spotlighting who has had his moments on the Clove, but hasn't really found that consistency yet. He's been worth the investment on the 2 resurrections before, but he's already found 3 lives to take in this one.
Yeah, it feels like St. Clair always want to rock this double duelist for a map like this, stylistically, but they haven't been able to find the right way to put Jazzykins into that position and into that role. So it was obviously tumultuous on the last map. It's hard to use that anyways. This map, even more so early. They're kind of sacrificing her consistently, but they're making up for that by having that pseudo-duelist kind of pick up the pacing out of Taiga. Unfortunately, 2 kills go in favor for Ange here. Snakebite will go down to buy time. Ange will just step through this. Yeah, they'll be vulnerable for a little bit, but not by the time you'd see a player swing. Tiger will eventually time it right, and you'll have, unfortunately, because you're using that Dark Shroud, and as you place it, it will make sure that you have no visual on Tiger as they extend. A much-needed big round for a player who had, prior to that point, Dallas not really found very many kills, if any kills. Now being able to step up to compete and maybe build up some confidence for the roster, knowing that kind of speed could be the name of the game here, Dallas, and an 8-4 split is still possible for them.
Oh, most definitely is. I mean, seeing how things go, they just got to make sure to manage to get themselves one more, and we saw the one last be theirs. It just comes down to, then, as I said, they can break that mold, they can find the 2, but they're just not going to manage to get all 4 back-to-back. And so long as they manage to start that pattern here, get that second one on the board, then they should be good for it. And Instinct opens things up to, you know, facilitate that. Taiga has the not dead yet to find maybe an answer, but you got to be pushing guys with this because you know you're going to die anyways. But even with that W key pressed with you knowing that you have no regard for your life whatsoever because you're going to probably die anyways, it makes sure that these guys funnel out. It clears out that kind of tunnel heading over towards that B side, allowing your team, as you can already see Instinct kind of urging his way up, inking and itching one by one in terms of the steps, where you're saying, we can lap this Viper's Pit now. We can take this B site now. This is technically for the taking of St. Clair when you know the Viper's forced to have to come out of here because JP's watching that and is ready to collapse whenever it inevitably falls.
JP will sit just at the other end of this. Ult Orb could be here, but obviously you already have your Viper's Pit. It's not an issue. You want to make sure that link pressure, like you mentioned, is there to try to extend. I'm more so worried about what you have with Screwface going on site. There's so much pressure you want to build around towards A site because you still had Jazzykins nearby. Screwface falling back a little bit. He survives to eventually go forward. Tillo has pressure from opposing ends, and Tillo wide swings that one just enough to keep Screwface off guard. And you'll see Cloric getting pressured now by JP. Timing was a little bit taut for them, but they'll stay honest within the Viper's toxic pit. And they'll try to play for the moments past it, just on the inside of that tree. Ren's up above in tower. Eventually, Giza will fall and the rotate in. Ren's is alone now, coming from elbow. Maybe catches this player off guard. You know where Cloric is. This is a guarantee. But you don't have your own Viper to work with. Then Tillo has been playing lights out and may just confirm their fourth, but Ren's holds strong.
Oh my God.
150 HP, gets through Instinct. Now has to clutch up the 1v1. Peeks the wrong way, though, and Jazzykins takes out their twin. They get the fourth, Dallas, which we felt was a necessity, and they could stage up for a fifth as we head to the last round of the half.
I mean, obviously, they have the room for it. They can get it done, but the money is really where a lot of question marks start to arise. Instinct can buy for himself. We see the operator being leaned over towards the other one where JP isn't going to have the money for the rifle and the armor behind it, but thankfully Jazzy's coming into play for that, making a sacrifice of her own to have the half armor there. Maryville looking a little more stacked for this, but St. Clair had the ultimates to compensate because, well, with that Viper's Pit and that Nightfall in, I mean, just ready to roll, that's going to be something that they could definitely rely on, especially if they find a first blood here. Instinct was itching for it, looking to maybe creep its way up towards B, knowing a player's always going to be allocated there, but I'm surprised we haven't seen players just practicing that wall bang, honestly. That wall is not that thick, and you could maybe get a kill off it with that, but it's a little bit too much information to just give away for necessarily nothing, especially when it's missed. But, I mean, even then, still, missed or not, St. Clair are giving you all the information in the world to say, hey, we are going B! And they don't really find much off of it. Snakebite goes ahead and makes that spike dropped, and okay. Sorry. And then looks to obviously make it difficult for St. Clair to really recover this one.
Viper's Pit goes up. They still want the B site for now, but it's really because they know Spike is a little bit too far forward in Cubby. They get this, they could fall back. Instinct uses a gate crash. Think about any other player there, mind you, because Instinct was already low. They felt like they needed to put Instinct there thanks to that gate crash. They'll rotate towards an opposing side. They will leave the Viper there for a little bit just to make sure it stays up, but it's really Ange working back through attacker spawn that is the issue. Instinct has to rinse up with the operator and is good for it. It's 2 versus 3, and you know he's just working that link side thanks to now being spotted here as they approach off towards yard from this link connector from mid. That's a spray through for Tillo. Instinct, how do you cover this at this point? Having the operator in your hand. The Arcro is pre-placed by Giza earlier. Now will go off, and the Hunter's Fury will buy a little bit of time. Instinct just has to get hit once by this. And that will spell their undoing. And you get hit by it if you're Tillo. No. 24 HP, and Giza's the kind of player that if you're on at 150, you're losing that fight. So Instinct is still good for their gang up on Screwface. Tillo watching an elbow. Instinct has tons of info about where this player is. Tillo wins their one against Cloric. And now Giza has to prove why they're arguably the best player in all of Collegiate. They're doing it now against Instinct, who has the one-shot kill. Using the ultimate here for the Steel Garden to force the operator out of their hands. So the TP work in time. Instinct round the corner. Is the decoy? No, it's the pop flash. Just pull away from this one. You don't have to do it, Giza. Can stick this one to half, and Instinct knows this. Shorties up, and they switch at the wrong time! It's 7-5! St. Clair worked through a first half in a way that was unexpected when we saw this one go 6-1 at the start for Maryville.
Late on the swap there, it makes me question or not we see Giza. I mean, that's a settings check right there, no? Whether or not you pull out your last equipped weapon or whether or not you opt in for the strongest once you get that spike defusal down. Crazy to see that come into play because you're expecting that shorty to once again come up, but the Phantoms still have bullets. No preemptive spray around the corner when you know the guy's more than likely going to be pushing the problem there. You already get to the half. You know he's going to be eventually chowing that, but so many awkward encounters there to end up finding that 5th round for St. Clair to make this half look very doable. They haven't found very many pistols in this series, but if there's a time to do it, this is the one.
Yeah. They need a moment like this to step up. And the defense passivity you can play for a map like Corrode. Keep in mind, I don't feel like their agent selection is as good as Maryville's is in terms of defensive performance because they're lacking that vice. But you have such an aggressive retake-heavy team, and the gunfights have obviously been going in your favor. That's the idea you have to play into this one. But as good as a Vice's utility can be good for holding onto a site, it can be just as good for taking and then holding onto it in the post plants. And I think that St. Clair are aware of that one. Taiga gets caught out. That's a moment for Tillo when you really needed the first shot to kill, but it's now the swing out round the bend for Maryville to extend to deal with that refrag. It's a 3-on-2. Spike collected, 2 players working through Link to B. One will come from Yard Link, and this is where you need to see Instinct come alive as Ange is the one to pressure them close. Sheriff in hand. Maybe Ange can get that right click here with a classic, but timing will be close for it. Renz will fall back away. It looks like they want to go A because Giza didn't give them nearly enough to go off of. An Instinct goes, I'm getting the heck out of Dodge.
Yeah.
I'm not liking what I'm feeling as it's going towards my direction. They'll even get behind box through A main. Perfect to maybe buy some time. And wow, Instinct still swings to extend a deal with Renz, putting this as an even 2-on-2 in a pistol post-plant scenario with the spike officially going down.
Yeah, no, he has that cover from the crate there. Able to go ahead and take that little pop shot to find that head, but everything beyond that is still a question mark whether we can see St. Clair come for the retake on this. They're going to choose to wrap around through the angle right towards mid on that little side divot that we see once more where we saw that initial engage and that push go through, but what happens after the fact? Because we already see that Maryville is trying to meet him on the opposite side of the line, trying to play more towards that site, trying to hold these angles. That's going to be there, and it really comes down to these ghosts in hand because JP having that Sheriff, you technically find quicker kills than the other, but Instinct has been heating up, and well, I don't see any signs of him stopping because that's the first pistol round here from St. Clair, and what feels like a long while, at least 2 maps worth, and well, right when they need it the most, they end up finding and managing.
Huge out of Instinct, who's felt like the last 3 rounds, Dallas. Really the last 3, even including that pistol, have been prime moments for this duelist to step up to the plate. A little bit slow to start off the series. Obviously, the whole team was struggling. 6-1 in your first 7 rounds isn't a great stat line, but the major recovery afterwards, and now the momentum shift that you feel like is here is really off the back of what Instinct has been capable of doing. Jazzykins tried to brute force those early rounds. It was going to happen. That's what Neons feel like they have to do for this map. We see Maryville falling into that same lull towards the end of the first half as well. It isn't the answer, and it won't be for the remainder of this half either. You needed that duelist to step up somewhere else, or your pseudo-duelist. Taiga did it, and now Instinct, and Jazzykins is the chance to shine with that Outlaw in hand, but JP's got a flick of the wrist to Renz's head, and Giza will have to refrag. Everyone is low on Maryville, but the decay will eventually dissipate, and you'll have St. Clair forced to retake a 4 versus 3, yes, player advantage, but weapons have been regained, and a Judge is really dangerous in a site like this. And that Ares isn't doing nearly enough damage through this wall as Tillo sends the fire back the other way, forced now to reload. 2 players in this link. Screwface holding inside lane to the right. 1 player down below in hut, and you have Ange holding back inside of elbow. Relay bolt to try to make sure nobody's holding this close corner. Screwface with that Judge deals with Taiga. Tillo needs to extend deep into this corner, but doesn't trust the walkway, and thanks to that, you've now got executions going on back through defender spawn. Clicks from Tillo not mattering. Connection here as you try to extend towards Ange. Ange times it right, and what a rally for Maryville. St. Clair had no dog in that fight after the initial fights for taking the site over control.
Fighting back with a fury here from the side of Maryville, and rightfully so. I mean, these are the guys that there's anybody to be eager enough and hungry enough to make sure to manage some kind of a bye in round number 2 to answer back to a first round win. It is going to be Maryville, and rightfully so. When they see that finally they end up losing a pistol round, as I said, what feels like in the past 2 maps, they end up finally getting to a point where they understand, hey, I mean, it's worth the actual bye here. Why not? And at least a couple of us can kind of get something off the back of that, and they most definitely do. Instead of making it expensive, why not just make the round win? this is the team that can really do it, and you're expecting the execution on their side to really facilitate that, as they not only found themselves that pass round, but they're looking pretty refined for this one, because already with the damage done on the Instinct, the other two players, the Taiga and Tillo, down, it really just comes down to a numbers game, and it is, well, was Maryville's game there to play. It is looking much, much closer with those quick exchanges back towards spawn unfolding.
Now, you do have to rotate over, though. St. Clair's defense won't be ready on that A site to hold it down, so it'll be Maryville getting there first for the spike going. 3 versus 2, Owl Joan to just confirm. Screwface will put that off towards defender side spawn. Renz will dry peek this to ensure in a relay bolt. They just don't have any faith in the overall site control. They don't know where St. Clair are, and now it is a waiting game to see where they'll have to move in from. And both players will likely come in for that yard link, where your first initial point of contact will likely end up being here, dealing with the Sova down through long, that being Screwface. We typically see Chlora kind of in this role instead. An Instinct has spotted them, and Screwface looks back the other way just the same. Really slow from JP, though, having to lap all the way back through lobby. And this was a wrong decision that they could have just taken from short instead to get into that mid. And this will be a round where I think they're just going to opt to hold on to what they have. I'm assuming they have a bigger gun, so they just want to keep it in their hands, and that is the case, assumedly. And it will be Maryville taking a 9th now, getting at least something under their belt to start off this half, which is very important considering how we saw this second half of the first kind of devolve for them. They need to get back under control of things.
Yeah, I mean, really just looking to stabilize once more, as I talked about kind of looking at what St. Clair and Maryville are kind of doing back and forth between each other. We haven't really seen too many strings of rounds culminate back to back, just right off the rip. It's something that feels more so kind of like a rubber band effect, where every time you feel a little more pressure, then you bounce back up and then create a little more pressure, like a Newton's cradle, but it's somehow you get more force on each end of the field. And we feel that obviously a lot more on Maryville's side in these past couple rounds and this half and that last map especially. I mean, there was never a chance for it to even come back down. But looking at St. Clair, I mean, they like figuring stuff out. They like viewing these teams as more like puzzles than aggressors and people problems, and more so like statistical anomalies, like issues that they can solve, like things that they can figure out. And well, Maryville sometimes, and like in a map like this, they're just not giving you much to really solve. They're just more so saying you need to play a little bit slower. And as I alluded to during that first half, during that timeout, that they need to be playing more off-site, waiting to retake it themselves, rather than actually trying to meet them at the line of scrimmage.
Well, meeting them early was JP. At least good for the flick 2 Rens, but past that, it is a dry connection. The same thing can be said here for Instinct. Jazzykins, 1 versus 4. What can she do? This will likely be another moment where they opt to save what they have and play for the next or die to the spike detonation. We'll have to see overall, but they'll have to move in. The only option there is through Link, and the attempt to even peek face, it's Screwface there instead to now make sure Maryville reach double digits. It's 10. And it took Maryville, it took St. Clair at the time a long time to get to double digits before on the map of Split. Same thing for Maryville. They got stopped before they got there for a while. It looked like we were seeing maybe a chance for that, but a timeout will be called by St. Clair. Even though they're just 4 rounds behind, we haven't seen much from them defensively just yet, and they do not want to let Maryville get to that match point as soon as they can be, because then it's literally any mistake to undo you, and you did give up 1 out of those last 5 or 6 that you put together at the end of the first half, and you would hate to see it kind of break down the same way again. Just get right close to the edge and fall apart, similar to the way Maryville did on that map of Split when it ended 13-11.
Right. I feel like there's only so much gas in the tank when you look at a best of 5 that, I mean, they're looking for times to really invest some of that gas and really just kind of press the pedal for a little bit. But the issue is, I mean, you don't want to burn that and not really make any leeway comparative to the team that you're up against. And Maryville is one of the fastest in the league, if not the fastest. So fuel efficient, another discussion, I feel. But I mean, as things go, you need to make sure that every single box is checked here in St. Clair. As I said earlier, they're willing to get maybe 1, 2, and then be answer back, but Maryville have consistently found, as we see, 4 in a row, then 3 in a row now, where they can once again replicate that same effect that we saw during the first half. And St. Clair more so kind of a building momentum where they find 2 in a row, get an answer back, then find 3 in a row, then find a round being back, handed to them again, where they've solved the problem, but with the game of adaptability, it's only temporary. It's not you figure this team out down to a science, and there's no way they can make an adjustment that isn't already factored in. So there it is, Maryville opening things up once more, getting that first blood on the field. Second player don't really have the player invested to find that exchange. McClurk and the outlaw in hand, he knocks down JP. towards that A site, letting you know that entire half of the map is wide open for the taking.
Yeah, Maryville just have a beautiful read overall on how they're expecting St. Clair to kind of work through these progressions and eco rounds, kind of breaking down how they're going to push into and kind of the expectation of what it is to be on that side of the pitch, because they were just there, right? They just had to play their defense while starting to go down in that second half. They know what it's like to be in those thrifties, and they know that St. Clair are a team that would like to continue to pound the rock even when the pressure's on. And keep in mind, the kill feed in the scoreboard was still heavily in Maryville's favor, even when we saw St. Clair really tie up this game and get one round away from each other. It was still Maryville dominating because of how good they were in those first 7 overall rounds to start things off when it went to that 6-1 split. So St. Clair being behind in that kill feed doesn't seem that crazy, but it is crazy if they can't make the recovery, and Rins just throws all of that out the window. Look at them vibing down there in the cam. They do not care. It goes to a second. How hunting for more? Will they get it? They do. It's a 3K. St. Clair being dismantled easily by one man and a little bit of utility to follow behind him, as you'd expect from a team like Maryville. And St. Clair's left with just Jazzykins and Instinct to try to recover a 2 versus 5. And I think they know it's just not going to happen. And they'll back to rotate away to say, we need these guns because this is going to be the last round of the map otherwise.
Yeah, and I mean, it's already kind of looking like that. I mean, seeing how things are going, 3 ultimates on the board, that's something St. Clair can kind of rely on for at least a retake, but that's going to be the overdrive, the nightfall, and I don't think we're popping any of that preemptively if you're St. Clair. I mean, this is a very responsible team typically, so I don't see them investing anything they don't really need to, and rightfully Maryville still having Rins alive, having all that sprint gas available inside the tank. Get to be going for hunting whatever you can, and there it is. Understanding where Jazzy is now, Rins is going to probably try to aggress it, but no time to waste there. One gun being carried over to the next, the rest of St. Clair trying to manage whatever they got inside the tank, or better yet, inside their hands to manage what could be an even gunfight, and Tiger rightfully so, copping out on the armor there because, well, you got the pick-me-up, and you get the not dead yet. So you have ways of creating armor so long as you actually win one of these fights, but with a player that we've seen kind of be in the middle of the pack when it comes around to finding kills, had highlights here and there, being a pseudo duelist, you're hoping that you found a little bit more, and this is the round, or better yet, the stage of the game, because you got to do it collectively again and again to really put yourself back on the stage.
Full push. Taiga has to use the not dead yet. 4 versus 5. Taiga extends, stays alive with the execution on Akiza, make that an extra one, but Ange is still standing and nothing seems impossible when this Omen is prying. Tillo able to get one more to drop this to just Ange alone. And a 1v2. Jazzykins inside Link keeps St. Clair rolling in the round. And St. Clair now thrive forward. And they have to. If something goes wrong from this point onwards, Maryville will take it into the final map. And we will see all 5 at a best of 5. And we looked primed for that. And on top of that, you have 1 pip away for Screwface off of a Hunter's Fury. And 4 ultimates still in the back pocket of Maryville that they could use at a moment's notice. This is St. Clair looking down the wrong end of a barrel and being forced to answer the question, have we improved enough to make Sunset doable? And if we haven't, we literally have to play with our life on the line right here for these next few rounds.
Yeah, I mean, that will be a lot of stamina to consume when you see that map 5 still looks pretty darn, not inevitable, but possible, as things are once again getting heavier and heavier on the shoulders of St. Clair. But the weights have been heavier before. Every single round in their favor makes things look more and more doable, creates a little more breathing room for them to manage and maybe figure stuff out. But when Maryville have a Viper's Pit, talking about breathing room, that Toxin's going to make things a hell of a lot more difficult. But thankfully you got Dimensional Drift to go ahead, ping out where the player is, find this spray through, maybe get the guys cut down as Tillo finds one, but you are still on the search for where this Viper could be, but it does not matter too much as that Hunter's Fury coming out, looking for the scan, looking for the final players. You get that first tag. Damage has been done, and St. Clair trying to hold strong, but that spike is there. The time is ticking, and even then, Instinct is looking worse for wear to keep things going.
Oh, we have to tap this spike. You can sit just on the inside lane, but it won't matter. Rins will secure it with an overdrive. It's 13-7 as Maryville will in fact force all 5 maps in the grand finals here for the split of Division 1. And you talk about a cinema, well, we've got quite the movie in front of us, and it's a long one. So you people need to still be resting in your seats because there's still a whole more map to go. And the question to be answered, has Sunset been improved upon for St. Clair? Or will this be a lot like Bind, where we see it go so dominantly in the favor of Maryville, and see the way it went down at the beginning of the season, 13-2 in favor for Maryville when they beat St. Clair here before Dallas?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I feel like this map is more of a love child earlier with Ascent and Split, not Ascent and Bind. And that's kind of one of the pushing points there for St. Clair, because they barely squeaked out Split. I mean, that was the closest map that we'd gotten so far. And even then, looking over towards Ascent, I mean, I'm sure the Maryville's probably got that one on lock. So as things go, Bind, I mean, the physicality of the map feels very similar to Bind. Just the structure of it feels like those prior 2 maps that I mentioned. And I think, honestly, when you talk about the scuffle, when you talk about the frags, how things go, these sites feel very similar in terms of how the combat, you know, unfolds once that spike is down, once these kind of holds come into play, these post plants. That's very similar here to Corrode. And as we can clearly tell, Maryville kind of have the edge there. So St. Clair, they show that they still got their fighting gloves on. They're still in this thing. They still got some gas in the tank. They're still ready and revving to play. But you got to make sure that you're ready to win, because we got to see a different squad than what we saw during these past 2 maps, because it feels like they're picking back up, feels like they're getting themselves right back on track. Issue is there's no more room for problems, or no more room for, well, errors at this point now.
There is zero room to make errors, and there were plenty of them last time we saw these 2 teams face off. St. Clair, put your money where your mouth is, because the finals here are on the line. It's map 5 coming up next on Sunset. Don't go anywhere, folks. This one's all but done.
Almost out. One enemy. There. Spike down A. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Last player standing. One enemy. One enemy remaining.
No hard feelings. I'm gonna take it out.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Screen down.
One enemy remaining. Spike down B. Next. One enemy.
Toxins going up.
30 seconds left. One enemy remaining. Almost out. One enemy. There. Spike down A. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy. standing. One enemy. One enemy remaining.
No hard feelings. I'm gonna take it out.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Screen down.
One enemy remaining. Spike down. B. Next. One enemy.
Toxins going.
30 seconds left. One enemy remaining. Almost out. One enemy. There. Spike down A. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy. Last player standing. One enemy. One enemy remaining.
No hard feelings. I'm gonna take it out.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Screen down.
One enemy remaining. Spike down B. Next. One enemy.
Toxins going.
30 seconds left. One enemy remaining. Almost out. One enemy. There. Spike down A. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy. Last player standing. One enemy. enemy remaining.
No hard feelings. I'm gonna take him out.
This would usually be the moment, Dallas, where I'd lay out the scoreline for every map leading up to this point, but it's taken all 5, and that's a lot of numbers, and casters don't do math here, folks, so I'm not reading them out to you. Instead, we'll break it down. 2-0 start for St. Clair, and it required a 3-0 comeback if Maryville want to break through and win this grand final, something they are good at doing, not just in the Valorant side of things, but their sister team for League of Legends over on the other end of Division 1 just took the title the day before, and they've gotten halfway through there, arguably more than halfway through there. They're up to the final third needed, and it's the last map on Sunset to finish this off. Can they do it strong? Will St. Clair make that recovery and give us the series we were expecting to see after they took 2-0?
Well, that's a very good question that we can't answer because it really comes down to these two teams and whether or not who, quite frankly, wants it more. JP promised us 5, so he gave us 5, but he didn't tell us who was going to win. So that's where the lapse inside his crystal ball really comes into play here, because he could have done a heck of a lot more than that. He could have asked for a little bit more, and he definitely could have done it in 3. But here on Sunset, we're now on 5. This game is drawn out. We've gone 2 for 2. We haven't been back and forth on a 1-1. The only time we saw that was for rounds, when it came around to split, and for a little bit there in Haven. Beyond that, it has been a closeout here for Maryville, and that's going to be a big problem for St. Clair as we go to map number 5, because Sunset, it's very contested. It's very chaotic, and well, Maryville, they are swimming in the chaos today. They make sure it feels less like a pool or an ocean and more like a hot tub.
All right, we'll jump it over to what the Agent Select looks like for you all here. Get a breakdown of what we're expected to see and now what we are seeing. Last time these two teams faced off early in Division 1, the side here, St. Clair, did not have Jazzykins playing. Instead, it was still Seth at the time. Now coaching for this roster, Unk came through, but unfortunately could not come away with the victory as that map went 13-2. But they had a Chamber, Sage, Omen, Fade, and Yoru, and they are bringing some things very similar. They have the Raze out for Instinct, Fade for the Tillo, Chamber for JP. This is who we're expecting to see this. We knew that JP could play this. Sage for Jazzykins and Taiga over on that Omen. But Maryville rocked that Neon Sova Deadlock of all things. At a Giza here, same thing they had brought. No, sorry, they brought a Cypher last time they had played this. And then the Omen on Ange and Viper with on Chloric. So lots of value for both sides. Arguably, I can't really put one side over the other. Sage's wall is really powerful for this map, but it's not super good offensively, and you have to find the right moments for it. That just feels like a more of a standard role, I feel like, for Jazzykins. Kind of use the initiator system, and you treat those slow orbs on attack almost as initiation utility, and it's really easy to play a Sentinel, come around to the defense, just sitting in that B main side and locking things down with the barrier orb and the slow orb. So how will that translate? They have to survive the first half, but I think they'll do fine. They just need to get out of their own heads to get the ball rolling here early.
Yeah, one thing I love seeing about Best of Fives is when you get to see flex players just completely actually live up to their name, where Jazzykins has played so many darn roles in so many different positions over the course of this series, but the two people I'm keeping my eyes on inside this are the two Sentinels, because I love seeing the shots. Giza has been on one all night, and meanwhile, JP, while he's had his chances to warm up, his chamber is utterly disgusting. So, I mean, I'm looking forward to see, especially that deadlock come out from Giza. This guy's been saving the neural thefts and all the other kind of pieces of ultimates and utility that he does get access to, but the annihilation, if you get those, what feels like every other round, why the hell not? That's a free player lockout right there, and what could be another free death where you'd never have to engage, but we'll see whether or not this actually come to life, because this could be the moment where we see Sunset, where, I mean, the chaos and kind of how the angles are being held, where other players do usually tend to just step up and go insane.
All right, there's your first blood finally, and it's Tillo actually is able to secure it. Connection there from Ange, and the one-way smoke layered on top of the wall, and now Tygas extend past it with assistance from Jazzykins, and it's a second to Jazzykins. JP with a headhunter, 3-on-1. Line him up and knock him down if you're Renz. Third swing, it's yours! Pistol round win off of Renz. 13 HP left, but you just need one, and one is what you get at the top of the scoreboard. Maryville get through after the recovery from St. Clair. It don't matter. And what a way to do it at the end.
Even there, I mean, already kicking things off. Renz clearly wanting to kick this game off, but wanting it to wrap up just as fast. I mean, opening things up. You understand all the trades are going back and forth in the right fashion where St. Clair clearly happy with the numbers. Problem is, you got one man still alive to just go ahead and completely demolish whatever chances that were there. But Renz, that was the start of what I feel like in that last map. He really started turning it up there. And here, this could be the final nail in the coffin.
Oh, paint shell to quart off Chloric. A lot of control here through top mid, immediately garnered for St. Clair on the offense. They play fast and heavy, but the paint eventually will have to dry, and you can see it turning into a watching paint dry competition. Slowed out for St. Clair. Nothing they can do with a barrier or a pier for Screwface keeps them back, but you're really hoping Tillo can make an impact, and unfortunately, tight on that timing, and it will go the other way. St. Clair 4 versus 4, visually spotted as Jazzykins, but you're dropping weapons. Unfortunately, Ange doesn't have a gun you're liking to use, but Taiga does, and the Outlaw pierces the chest of Screwface, and it's a 3 versus 2. Instinct walking through elbow, watching as your teammate goes to the spike plant. Chloric may have to peek this, and Instinct is there, and will have to peek back the other way. Not exactly sure how they want to play this just yet, but Maryville know they need to retake this, Dallas, and they have good weapons for it, but it's just a up in the air question of where the weapons St. Clair have grabbed lie in wait. Instinct peppered back from the Bulldog. Giza knows they gotta push. Outlaw connection. Giza just doesn't care. Isn't checking elbow. Trust that they don't have to flick it. Well played. Giza. The hammer's been cocked back, and it's just one more between a 2-0 start for Maryville. Giza being swung. Doesn't matter. Chloric sends it through, and it's Maryville riding 2.
Beautiful execution there, letting Giza know, hey man, you got the gun for that kind of lineup. You're the one who needs to be really pushing the pedal here. Knowing that even then, Chloric didn't really have all the resources in hand to kind of make sure those fights were going in his direction. Had the Spectre, was waiting for an opening to get a lot closer and maybe have a guy close that distance. Kind of be there as a bit of a mediator, just escorting the man onto site as I'll be. So, I mean, seeing the kills go there, one by one, but even more so, Giza having that understanding, turning around, flicking into 180, and knowing that eventually they're going to swing me, right? Well, they're swinging you right off the get-go, but not with their feet, with the wall underneath their feet as they rise into the heavens, find the first blood, and St. Clair managed to get a second on top of it as well. Good looks to get back here on the board. We've seen these 2-1 kickoffs by them, and I mean, I would not be surprised when they follow suit for another.
Tillo hiding within the dark cover, laced over in B main. Full team waiting to extend to B sites. They're worried about the possibility of that toxic crane. Eventually it raws. You'll have to extend. Taiga waiting just past a shrouded step into the distance. Paint shell and more. Almost gets Chloric dusted, but they survive as JP gets through one more target in back of Boba and has to go the other way for Ange for 1. How does Chloric try to break through into sight? Pillar control seems impossible to topple, but everything eventually will reach its maker as Ange will level up the playing field with a Paranoia. Unfortunately, Jazzykins not tapped by it, and Ange is now solo. Spots Instinct in the corner. Jazzykins can continue to hold this, and Ange is aware of that fact, but you're sending one through markets, but Taiga's been started in a shrouded step. Will get you out of dodge, but you wait for Instinct, and you pepper them too. Ange wants to extend backwards, deal with Jazzykins just the same. There's your second. JP close. Has been spotted. You want it, but Ange can't get it. Running out of ammo, and will eventually be forced to reload and save the weapon. And they know it.
Probably going to play for an exit.
Yeah. They'll die just barely. I don't even know if this is anticipated if they wanted to hold on to the weapon or not, but it doesn't seem to matter.
He definitely wanted to live there. Otherwise, you're just pushing in. You're pushing whatever players you can in those last couple moments. But, I mean, that was just an unfortunate unraveling in the situation there. But still, I mean, Maryville obviously having the 2. We expected St. Clair to find that answer back. And Jazzy has been a big facilitator of that. So much so that a resurrection is already on the field to get another player back into play once they end up falling, well, not 6 feet under because there's no barriers here. We're leaving these players dead to rights on the streets where we can pick them right back up if we need it. So already, Maryville having it from the shadows, not really the best exchange, but Ange is also being that omen in play. You're expecting him to be that tricky guy, that one holding these different angles, a player that we've seen be discussing on the Viper when it came around to buying, but that's not really the best point of reference because every single player in Maryville is discussing on Bind, and this could be the point where he finds a headlight, something of his own to really take grasp of, because we've seen each individual player in Maryville kind of turn up, and Screwface is the only one that I feel like is still kind of waiting for that moment, but here, this could be the place to do it.
Moving away from the initial side of A. Paranoia was ready for Taiga for quite a while there to send through. If you could just get a little bit of a distance and safety net off towards elbow, but the Roomba didn't really give you much. So you see the team go back the other way. Taiga will spray through a couple walls and mark it. Attempt to get maybe one at stall, but overall for Maryville, they're fine acquiesce control over here towards mid. This tower is not an issue. The site itself is ultimately where you're hoping to see St. Clair get into an unfurl, with a toxic screen put through on the door side into back of sight. It could be the option. You just use a barrier orb to do so. Screwface now being heavily pressed from this inside link into A. And they'll be dealt with ease once you get onto site. Instinct has to deal with one more. There it is, off to Rins. Refragging what's necessary. Ultimate out to get the resurrection for JP, but Taiga's been spawning back behind Domino, and Screwface gets their kill. They've lit up the last 2 maps, and they were required to do so. And there'll be a huge piece of the pie to secure more. JP gets down. Screwface gets the third. Ace makes on the line, but Jazzykins shuts down the ace. The weapons came out, and Screwface knows they messed up, but it's fine. Maryville confident they could still win this one out.
Because you knew that last player was there for the spike plate. You knew they were tucked away. You knew they were alongside that wall, but you're checking back towards main. And you even missed press and whipped the knives out saying, oh, what could I have done there? Well, continue to shoot would have been a very good first hit. But still, nonetheless, knowing the placement, it was so close, no cigar. You still really wouldn't have much money to play with in this one. It would have been an awkward buy for the side of Maryville. So maybe this isn't the worst thing for you. You're trying to keep it close, trying to keep it contested, trying to keep it interesting. And, well, interesting could be this round because we've seen Maryville and both St. Clair get thrifties over the course of this series, and I feel like if there's a map where we can manage to see more with how nitty-gritty and how close quarters this place is, it's one of them where it can be done.
All right, Chloric with a Sheriff. I mean, defensively, Maryville know that if they just hold off these, we call them clotheslines a lot of time, Dallas. We've seen these be kind of been even more important in the game of Valorant if the post-patch nuke that dropped, obliterating utility and elevating gunplay. Clothesline angles have been that much more important, and we're seeing Maryville really good about it on map 3 and about it on map 4. Not a huge requirement to get the win, but here it's going to be that much more important for the 5th. Barrier Orb does go out. Clerk doesn't have the gun to clear. There's Showstopper in hand. Instinct deals with Giza. Can't spray through to Rins, but that's an overdrive, so that was going to happen anyways. Clerk now needs to break through this barrier, but can't do so either, and timing for St. Clair doesn't allow Taiga to get back away from sight after getting that spike down. Connected from the Hunter's Fury. It's a player advantage for Maryville, but they have to hold on to it, and Rins just can't. It's out of their hands. Up on the wall, lining up 3, not going to matter. Screwface gets a 3rd, and they'll have to go for more. Chloric with the covering fire, can't turn in time. Screwface in back-to-back rounds, not able to close out the 5th last round, but not required of him for this one. It's Maryville getting the defuse and a 3rd round win.
I mean, is this plot armor? Is this the point where the guy inevitably starts going off? We've seen 2 4Ks come out of him back-to-back. The last one barely giving him the edge where it just doesn't really give him enough because he needed the ace. But in this one, well, thankfully you got the backup. Thankfully the rest of the team has kind of pitched in some regard to give you that execution, that finish that you wanted. I mean, that was one of those situations, man, when we've seen Jazzy, I mean, at least to kick off this map, really stringing stuff together that I genuinely expected her to probably win that one. It just didn't really line up. First couple shots you saw went astray and just didn't go where you wanted it to. But speaking of shots, they all got to line up here because JP has been turning up on the chamber just like we expect. And not even on the defensive side of the field. So tour de force in hand, ready to roll and rumble, grabbing it underneath his feet. Owl drone scanning him out. You expect maybe that's not the scenario to be taking your second shot.
All right. St. Clair dodged away from a lot of the utility coming back their way, and you're kind of using JP as this sacrificial lamb to rendezvous away from it. Since there's no suppress, they can obviously continue to do so. Just get rid of the utility very quickly afterwards. It's the movement down here through mid, though, that's been a big factor for St. Clair's offense. JP, though, very worried about what could come to their right, but maybe not worried enough that the team doesn't have covering fire, thanks to that dark cover being slightly too far forward the other way. And they'll open up this market door. Tour de force in hand. JP is one of the best gunners in Division 1, but having trouble being that highlight reel moment we know from them. And it's been the team kind of picking things up as they're playing very good, collected. They're being consistent for St. Clair. that consistency doesn't matter if the rest of the team isn't up to the same margin. The margin of error is so slim. Paint shows to the back of sight. Nobody's sitting in that cubby. You'll very quickly, if you're Maryville, try to extend into those angles. You do so well. And is able to get that clothesline effect in quickly alongside Giza to ensure that these are frags going in Maryville's favor without acquiescing too much, well, site control or player control in the process of doing so. I apologize, it's Chloric, not Giza, sitting in the back of that corner. Instinct will move through market. Tillo sitting in cubby. You got good shots from both Instinct and JP, but you lose out Instinct, and now you have a crossfire all the way from Screwface and market, and this player is turned into an issue all by themselves. Shock dart may not matter. There's your headshot. One here could have been, but unfortunately, the shock dart and Chloric's Vandal secure it for Maryville to go to 4.
Yeah, and even instead, I mean, we're looking at the likes of the investment of both these rounds, just preluding into this to get to the point where you have what ultimates are still available on the field. Hunter's Fury invested in that last 2 by Screwface, so that's not going to be really coming into play anytime soon. But the Annihilation, the Viper's Pit, seemingly 1 up now, and 1 going to be pretty darn close to being available on the field, if not right here by the end of this spike defuse. But St. Clair, Nightfall in hand from the Shadows to be working with as well. I mean, pretty close in terms of what's available and pushing a site. Beyond that of holding a site, though, that's where the real question starts to surmount. We're seeing these barriers be invested very, very early by St. Clair, and always in a response. We even saw it on Split, where it was more so as a response and more so of a setup in these early rounds. Even then, we saw in that last round, early on, to find these shots just right down the middle lane or the middle courtyard of the map, instead of using it as a way to deter these teams once that spike gets down, because these teams have been very good at getting the spike down. Look at that. Maryville, 3 of the 4 rounds that they've won so far, all down to defuses. St. Clair's ratio is looking outstanding in that regard, and I think they should be investing a little bit more so in these later stages instead of so early on.
All right, there's Instinct just pushing the agenda forward. You do have Chloric refragging. Nobody is there for St. Clair to pick up, and they level a double swing. You're taking too much damage, and St. Clair have to reclimb into the hill that is B-side Giza. It's been quiet from them. It's not been a necessity from this deadlock to swing, but when they do, the hammer is cocked, and they will make sure to pound the nail into the coffin of St. Clair. 5-2 the score. Maryville's defense coming through with a powerhouse performance, and we'll throw it back to what we saw back in week 2, week 3, when St. Clair faced Maryville here first on map 1 of their series. It ended 13-2 with St. Clair picking it. No answer for it, and until St. Clair get a 3rd round, we could still see that exact same scoreline come through.
I mean, they've already said it. This is a better team than what we saw last time. Every single day they strive for improvement, and I think Maryville, they just play every single day and naturally get better. But it's St. Clair that they usually need the kind of coach's help for that. They're the ones who are more so looking for these structures to go ahead and topple down, looking for these exploits, these cracks in the concrete to just go ahead and pour the water into and just see it just disperse as time goes on. But problem is, Maryville, they're not one of those guys. They're not made of concrete. They're made of steel, and you're going to have to, I don't know, just put more bullet holes in them and maybe create a new weld like that. But as far as resources go, St. Clair, with the timeout being used, they're going to have inklings of ideas. They're going to have hunches of what to do. They're going to have nice little layouts and just avenues of the map they know that they really want to put that pressure on, as you can obviously tell it from kicking off this round. They're lining up towards that A. But Maryville, they have more genuine resources. They have more tangible things inside the server, being the Annihilation, being the Viper's Pit, and expectedly probably ready to roll on this A site, knowing that, well, Keys has been here 9 times out of 10. That's the guy you don't want to be throwing stuff at, because he usually doesn't care.
Yeah, they have all this utility and all these players, and then they have Screwface's plot armor. Like, this is just a really hard battle for St. Clair. And until they start to isolate these individuals, like how JP gets ISO'd so many times in these bigger matchups, it's going to be a hard problem and a hard-fought victory. But there is still chances. It's 4 players in through elbow. Instinct's been hit here by the Annihilation. This burns it, so it's good, and there will be no one from St. Clair attempting to deny that. They know it's a forfeited loss of life. But Giza lines up 2 more, and with Screwface still standing, might as well hand them the final, but it's stripped away by Renz instead. So no full house just buddy ace between those two, and no real reason to worry for St. Clair. That round felt like it was be a loss anyways. You're just trying to shut down a couple of those ultimates, force them out of the hands of Maryville, and they did so to do that, knocking 2 off that board, and now putting St. Clair in a chance where, yeah, they're only a couple pips off in these ultimates. Yeah, they had one from JP and Tilla that didn't do a lot for them, but they have the From the Shadows to quickly transition on these sites, especially they're playing solos in these ISO angles, and they're close to that showstopper, and Jazzykins is just 1 orb off from getting a 6th player back on the field to give St. Clair that player advantage they've been really desperately needing to get that gun lead against Maryville.
Yeah, I mean, these guns are going to really mean everything there. Obviously, JP being one of those guys that we're looking at the guns for because, well, he always has one in hand. Even on an eco round, Headhunter in play, but Tour de Force more importantly in the rounds so you get the ultimates. But Screwface, the nice opener here back towards that outer lane. The Resurrection coming through. St. Clair know that they want this one, and that's a very early cue to Maryville saying, if you want it this bad, as soon as the Viper gets on site, I wouldn't blame them. There you go. Viper's pit in play to say, look, earn it in that case because, look, clearly with the investment already being made by the last ultimate, besides the From the Shadows, which is just more of a, you know, a spike recovery. Beyond that, especially when you have so much leeway, Giza is making sure that all your attempts are for naught.
Well, what can you do if you're St. Clair? Rotate out of A. The Viper's Pit already makes it nigh impossible, and you don't want to burn that much time in the bank to wait for it to dissipate. So you'll take the transition point through tiles, but guess who's waiting? Rins. The corner's checked, but the crosshairs.
Oh, no!
Now a 4th would have been nice, but Tillo is at least surviving. Swing around the bend. Tillo gets Ange. Timing would be tight for a 3rd player to swing. Screwface looked like they were teasing the option of doing so. The recon bolt keeps Tillo honest, and they'll have to break through into market and have a huge audio queue in the process of doing so. Haunt into the back of sight. No one there visible. Tillo will get the spike down, and it's a 3-on-1 post-plant scenario where Maryville send all 3 players in from the same angle, and there's only 18 total shots left for Tillo. Can't even waste ammo trying to fire back against the Owl Drone. 11 in the clip, not much to do. It's a shock dart or Giza, and Giza ends up finishing it. Maryville, 7-2, and St. Clair still haven't found that round necessary to break through what we saw at the beginning of the season for them.
I mean, just great looks, making sure to really just nail this thing down, finding themselves the guaranteed advantage by the end of the half. Worst case scenario is at this point, what rounds can they rob away from St. Clair? And more so for St. Clair, what can they do to keep themselves afloat? Because this round obviously isn't going to look all that great for them. Going for the double Guardians, half shield or region shield on everybody's hands. They just don't really have the recovery means if they even then run into Rins. Singular headshot for all the Phantoms. Singular shot anywhere for that Outlaw in play. It's just one of those scenarios where, I mean, sure, you want to invest. Sure, you want to have, you know, some fighting words. You want to have a fighting chance. But, you know, it's sometimes you understand that money is the root of all problems. Because we always say it's the root of all evil. So seeing how it's going to go here, I mean, that could be one ticking time bomb that you are wearing on your chest because it's not going to give you the protection that you really need.
Yeah, you need armor for that. You don't want to put a bunch of coins on your chest. They aren't that hard and solid. Now you got Chloric trying to at least deal with the barrier orb. Giza's got the annihilation.
Right there.
Doesn't connect. Wow, shocking enough from the angle. St. Clair was still down a player until Chloric, a bit overextended, manages to go down from Tillo's Guardian. You can hear the utility being peppering off the walls, and it's an attempt to try to secure some bit of info. And we'll put a dark cover in an angle that keeps off a lot of the approach from St. Clair, but you've lost out your controller. Now Taiga has to just go. Jazzykins, you can't miss shots like that. And now St. Clair, what was once a very solid foot to stand on, now are limping their way to the A site.
Wow.
Tether from Giza just barely goes and connects. Rins puts the pressure on. Spike's gone, and it's just JP. Who can stop Rins? It may not be JP, but we see the fight going on here, and it's the overdrive up. JP now dropped in from the cage, the mesh upon the floor. JP knows Giza's here, and it's just a matter of burning the last 9 rounds left in this clip. They'll tap to remove the grab net, and they just know it's impossible. Giza's too damn good a player to fall for that one, folks, and it's Maryville up at 8. Still St. Clair struggling to break the scoreline they had before.
Yeah, I mean, they got resources to kind of, once again, answer back with the possibility of a round. But even then, again, we're right back to what we had in the round last, in the round prior. It is again and again and again. They're not forcing up, per se, but they're trying to get whatever they can until finally inevitably ending up saying, look, guys, it's just not worth the trouble. Save up, have a full arsenal, because even then we saw Giza get that one-shot headshot with that Phantom in hand. Making sure that, I mean, that armor that we saw being a possibility of a problem for this squad, doing exactly that. Allowing all these weapons to be so problematic. The Outlaw, the possibility of it. Problem is, you were looking for the head when you only needed the chest, and it ended up being your end. As Instinct finds an upgrade, and someone else back towards that B main has one as well in the Outlaw. Taiga manages to get one more. It is Maryville to 2v5 while it's doable with Giza alive. I mean, him and Screwface don't really have much in terms of utility to play with just to give themselves some level of sustainability.
Oh, JP has a crossfire with Jazzykins. Screwface. We've seen the plot armor before, but isn't enough to get through 4. That won't be the case. JP with the Guardian deals with the Sova for Maryville, and St. Clair finally have done it. What's been a talking point for me this entire time about improving throughout this semester. We've seen it. We've seen them beat giants. We've seen them beat dark horses like WVU. Right. They teared through these opponents that we thought would not turn out this way, and yet they've always improved upon themselves. The big statistic was going to be they beat Haven. The litmus test of improvement. Now it's 13-2 on Sunset, and they needed to make sure they got more than 2 at the very least to make the second half doable. 4 would be damn good for St. Clair, but they got that one off of a lot of early pressure, and if Maryville looked to stall that right off the rip, could be more of a problem. It's another mid push from St. Clair, and this one has always been a huge gamble for this roster.
Yeah, didn't really invest much in that last round, leaving them with everything for this one, thankfully, because it's the last one of the half. You had the Nightfall ready to rumble. You had the From the Shadows there as kind of a means of getting maybe a flank on the rest of these guys or setting up some kind of a roadblock once that spike does get down. But the issue is, where is it going to be going? Because you're looking over towards that B site. You know a lot of utilities are to be invested towards A. You know Giz is also towards A, and that's the guy they're trying to provide because they don't want to give them any clips. They're not out here clip farming. They're not hungry for that. They want to make sure to win this thing rightfully so, and Ange doesn't really get the opportunity of a clip of his own, doesn't really have the kill stream that you really want there, but Renz thankfully is there for backup on the side of Maryville. In the 3v3 situation, you got 2 players who are darn near full, and then you got 1 straggler who's pretty darn low. And I think St. Clair in the better situation of shoes here, knowing that JP usually hits those heads a lot more consistently, being that chamber and holding those angles. So Nightfall comes through, doesn't really find much of an effect. From the Shadows used as a facilitator for that exchange and that transfer. And while maybe a bit of a wild card to drop out from the Dark Shroud, it doesn't give you much. It just leaves nothing but Tillo just straggling something, just grasping for straws. But the issue is, it's not going to matter much.
Yeah, they're pushing daisies. There's nothing left there grabbing except for a piece of paper and a pen to write will and testament. St. Clair could have had 4, but slight mistakes. Taiga wanted to over-aggress. A lot of little moments like that, and Maryville come away. And keep in mind, if they would have had 4, look what they did in the pistol round. It required a miracle from Rin's, apologies, to secure that huge 3K to close it out. And there's been a couple of those moments coming out from Maryville. But the issue with Maryville has always been, even when the going gets tough, they have plenty of players that can get tougher and secure those big moments. It's not just a Giza one-man army. It's not just Ange playing through. It's Renz, Ange, Giza, Chloric, and now Screwface stepping into the system, who's had their own level of plot armor. All 5 here for this team, making sure they can dominate anyone they face off against. And St. Clair proved to be the second best team here in Division 1. And they're being torn through in that first half here on Sunset.
Well, torn isn't the worst thing in the world. I mean, they definitely kept themselves managed here pretty darn well, all things considered. I mean, we talk about their last result here on Sunset. I mean, they've done better than that so far, and they're even opening things up with the first blood here in the second half. But there's still a lot more ways to go because Giza and Instinct have a couple of, shots inside each of their torsos until is able to go ahead and manage to finish that last one off. And having Jazzy inside the server with that Sage in play allows you to get a heal there. This is where this kind of Sage has a lot of influence in these early rounds, knowing those heals are actually going to come into play and really make the difference, so long as you don't see too many Sheriffs or Ghosts in play. So Taiga to find one more in a 3v2 scenario. It comes down to Renz, who we saw during the first half have an absolute string of kills go back to back, but in this one you're not going to be so lucky, brother. There's only so much you can really do here. The right click's coming out from the side of Screwface, but the issue is that range is not ideal for that gun, and especially for that mouse button.
Jazzykins just says, yeah, I got a barrier orb, the single most annoying piece of utility to deal with in pistol and thrifty rounds, and I'll layer that across me as I go for this defuse. It's also really hard to place those, because if you place it too close to your wall, it just won't pull up that piece, and it could cost you. But they get through it, they win the pistol in the second half, and that starts them off on the right foot. Anything to keep Maryville away from that double digits, that choke point or check hold that we talk a lot of times that it is. And it will ultimately come down to how many weapons can they hold on to in this next one as well. The Sage from Jazzykins feels like the end-all be-all, and a lot of times we see that through B, and I mentioned it earlier, we actually see it here in A elbow, and we see a little bit of early damage contested as Chloric eats the latter end of a paint shell. Not too much off the top, but could be. If a weapon goes in hand, it's off the top of Taiga. There's Instinct forced to refrag. Jazzykins is an angle on the other end, throws up the berry orb, and the Judge will clear out a lot of the utility as that recon bolt comes through, and now you've got Maryville having to push through the berry orb. They could arguably be a bad funnel, but St. Clair have better weapons, and it's going to come down to, can they keep the Crosshair Brands honest? And I don't think they can if they aren't able to force them back over towards that B side instead.
Yeah, just looking for a transfer here, maybe a bit of leeway for them to get themselves some opening on a site, but problem is that exploit is not really there. I mean, Maryville, they really want to push the pedal somewhere, but I don't think that's going to be really giving up too much. I mean, over on the B side, it's a much better option with JP being the singular holder there. But, I mean, obviously, it's round number 2. You want to be kind of checking the middle of the map. You want to see what's being given to you here. You want to see what's really available, but knowing that, well, Screwface has already mark that box off. What's left? Well, it's just JP. You know for a fact this guy is going to either have a Marshal or an Outlaw or even then just a Headhunter. And so long as you can just cross that little line there, you can sneak behind enemy lines, but you can't find the kill.
All right, well, JP is at least able to elevate St. Clair for one. Low in HP, though, and if you play too close here, you can actually give this weapon on over, and there's the perfect time swing. Maryville knowing to play the relay bolt through the backside and making sure that Giza swings thereafter. Instinct needs to close the gap. No Nelly, but Judge. There's a connection, and Tillo able to get one more on top. Instinct needs to pressure Rins. Rins has been a problem child for St. Clair in regards of shutting them down. Tillo will stick this defuse, and there's Jazzykins to secure it. You kept a lot of weapons. This was the thing I brought to question. You needed these guns for this third round of the second half, and if you couldn't get to them, you needed to make sure you at least make it costly for that fourth, because once the Maryville get to 10, it feels like it's a doomed endeavor from that point onwards. You're barreling towards the end of Grand Finals, and you want to be the team to finish the job since you started it so damn well 2-0.
I mean, I've said it for every single map. I mean, the final countdown, once you hit that number 10 round, you know, threshold. But beyond that, I mean, this literally is that. It is the final map to even have that go underway for either side. I mean, this is one of those points where St. Clair could obviously have a bit of a rebound. But once again, as I said earlier, they find like maybe 2, then get answer back, find another 3, then get the answer back. And that kind of, you know, flow state's going to have to occur right now. Thankfully, they found the first 2 with the pistol and the one afterwards. But if they can really draw things down, really just nail this round here, they should be good to get themselves a 4th and really just break that mold wide open in the first couple rounds that are the most necessary for them. So in a 3v2 scenario, it's going to be a little bit difficult knowing that Maryville have these rifles in hand, but I don't think they're really impossible because they've kind of trapped themselves on these sites to some degree, making it look that much more doable.
All right, Tillo's got to secure and make sure no one's in the back of sight. Annihilation is popped, not yet sent out by Giza. They know that they can send this one pretty far. They just want to get the information first. There it is. No one connected. Tillo at least makes this a 2v2. You do have Chloric in the back of sight. You know they're there thanks to you losing Jazzykins. But you know Giza's close by, and you can't really extend here without sacrificing some level of life there instead. And Tillo only has 10 HP, and it quickly becomes 1 when that poison cloud decays you even further. Giza will finish off the job. 3 kills to Giza. No one can shut down a player like this completely. It's just about making sure they have trouble going off as hard as they have been. And unfortunately for St. Clair, that is a major ask to have, considering Giza is a multi-MVP competitor at the highest level of collegiate play and beyond.
Credit where it's due on the side of St. Clair. As you can tell in the background, they have a bit of an audience inside their facility now. I mean, I got to really give it to them for not saying, hey, can y'all get the hell out? Because I'm trying to focus right now. I mean, you have a lot at stake here. You're at 10-5, half the score this side of Maryville right now, and you're trying to get a comeback underway, and look at these guys. locked in as can be, no distractions, but Instinct apparently is not phased in the slightest. Operator shot hitting to go ahead and open things up here through the middle of the map, and you're looking to see where the rest of the stragglers are going, and it's Screwface heading through that market, finding one more, and it's just Taiga culminating for a second. St. Clair are hemorrhaging these players out of Maryville, but these exchanges are so clean as we go 1 for 1 that this round should conclude in the same way.
All right, on armor, Screwface, but JP's close. There's no stopping them for Ange, but he's as quick on the refrag with Screwface not far away to deny it either. There goes your barrier for your Sentinel player of Deadlock. You also place the proximal armor in the background of the sensor to try to make sure if there's any audio cues of a player crawling forward, you can shut that down. Taiga gets some licks towards Screwface. You can see them kind of calming out the danger that's in front of them, but Jazzykins takes a higher angle above and can hop over this barrier if they choose to do so, but they know where Giza is, and Taiga just needs to play this well, but doesn't. Taiga has to go!
There you go!
Jazzykins still standing. Giza can't move forward, but St. Clair can. It's 6 rounds to their name now, and they'll go grab the operator to make sure this heavy cost weapon stays within their arms. And keep in mind, the operator in Instinct's hands what won them split in the first place. And Instinct's already started off getting good work through it at the start of this last round.
No eco-res? We're literally throwing. What the heck is going on? It's just crazy still to me. I mean, knowing that, that round, those numbers went exactly in the way. That was the most fundamental level of Valorant that we could have seen between these two teams thus far. A round where it goes 1 for 1 for 1 for 1 for 1, and the exact same kind of fashion too, where we see that first kill being made by Instinct, and then everything just trades from there, just number by number by number. Where, this is the point where so long as we can see St. Clair still trade and still find these first numbers right off rip, and with Instinct still having that operator in play, the capabilities are there. And if the numbers ever start going ahead and find themselves in a weird fashion, well, you got a resurrection to even things out once more. But I doubt you're going to use it in a round like this. Already first blood underway for both sides, but the operator still in play. Owl Drone is sniffing something out. I think Instinct is sniffed out there just a little bit, but the Owl Drone has bigger priorities at play, and so does Jazzy. Phantom finds one, 3v3 on the field. Nightfall goes down, but it doesn't really find much. You're waiting to see what kind of information is given from that, and Maryville still is just now planting as Instinct finds one player just slacking a little bit. Showstopper comes out for another, and it really just comes down to Clark whether or not this sheriff can do it all, and he can't find any of it.
Cock back the hammer, but it's your head cocking back to the wall behind you. It's the 7th round for St. Clair. And Maryville have been gatekept at this 10th. We call it the checkpoint or chokehold. Got it right that time, and they're keeping it there for the time being. This is exactly what St. Clair needed to do. The second half had to be a difference maker, and there is 0 reasons to give up more than 2 or 3 kills in these rounds when you are able to solidify high-impact players like Instinct into these forward positions to shut down these pushes. Operator will also stay in hands for it, and this is really the mindset for St. Clair. If they can rotate who has that operator, rotate who's keeping these in their hands, you can really keep Maryville honest on these pushes. Whether it be the A site, you see a little bit of utility coming out from a raise, you go, well, operators on the other side, let's just go this way. Nope, instead, it's that Sentinel holding it, and even if the Tour de Force coming up in 1 more pip, so they could theoretically have 2 of those snipers, 2 boomsticks to wield in these next moments. Poison Cloud goes down to the approach in towards A, but it's just a default for Maryville. But I'll tell you what's starting to look like a default first bloods for St. Clair.
Yeah. We see St. Clair pushing up. That confidence is working wonders for them. We were seeing a lot of that not really come out to the attacking side clearly because it's a matter of surprise versus expectations. But they are able to confidently push these things out, find them one by one, and still able to kind of have that bit of a, question mark over their heads of who's going to have the operator in hand. It wasn't Signer in the past too. Now it's JP, where you're expecting the chamber to usually have those, and now it's right back in his rightful hands. But the rest of the team is following suit. Even with those 2 kills they found early on, that's seemingly all that we're going to get out of Maryville because, well, with the resurrection coming out and, well, with one last singular player surviving, Instinct finds the kill, and St. Clair finds themselves number 8. They are getting back in this thing, dude. This score shows no sign of slowing down.
That really making you eat words as well. There goes the eco-res on top of it just to assure you don't want to press any one player for Maryville because every one of them can come alive and secure big moments. Cloric hasn't needed to do so many of those for Maryville, but yet here we are. The most important timeout arguably in this series, with Maryville having burned round after round. Eco after eco not going their way, and the last eco gave them just as much success, if not more, than the last round we just saw with actual weapons in their hand. And St. Clair doing this off the back of very solid operator play. The same thing that buried them into split, that gave them just one round enough of an edge to secure it 13-11. And that very well could be the exact same thing we see here, because we saw the problem child of double digits. It was 9 actually for Maryville at the time on split, but we saw the problem child of this number so close to the edge that had St. Clair recover into, and it feels like we may just have a monster brewing up once again. Under the beds, the skeleton in the closet of Maryville, they have needed this timeout because this has felt rough on these pushes to either site, and the answer has not been found so far just through normal play.
I think the first call Matthew's making is saying, hey guys, you got 4 ultimates. Where the hell are they? Like, come on. Let's throw these things on the field, cross that threshold, get past number 10, even if it's on a round where you don't have the full buys across the field, and you can see it kind of coming out there. This may be the right round for that, where you see, you know, Sheriffs, Guardians, Bulldogs, just something to make a sense out of this. Some equilibrium on the field where they can really just rope it in, not spend all their money in one fell swoop, and still make the round look doable and better yet winnable, so long as we know this team is still capable of doing it.
Well, it's a default for Maryville. So many of these rounds, I felt like they're defaulting, but then it comes into losing a first kill, which was the hemorrhaging problem Maryville spoke about in their interview with Ange, and they try to recover that quickly, and it falls apart. So how do they try to fall back into this? Slower start, double angles, don't throw out all your utility early, play the smokes for a later game. You know, they take 60 seconds now to recharge, so you don't really need to use one of the first 15 seconds.
Bring them down.
See that kind of layering now towards top mid, trying to zone out that control. Nobody spotted from the Prowler there of Tillo. A haunt will go out, and this doesn't even get shot. This is where Maryville will start to move into mid-courtyard here. Once they know they have full confirmation that they haven't cleared in the utility, Tillo has been testing the waters, and they found nothing. This would be our chance to shine. But if they can't find anything towards A, and they can't find that first blood, or even just a point of contact, Dallas, they'll need to move towards B, where they've got the majority of the team prepped, and the spike lying in the hands here of Giza, waiting for the team to make the call about where they need to head towards.
Yeah, so much respect here for St. Clair. I mean, understandably so. Maryville, we've been calling the timeout, but I mean, it's just kind of left them with nothing but just, you know, decision paralysis. Trying to figure out where they really want to go with this thing, setting up the players towards the middle of the map so they can go ahead and pinch in onside this market as Screwface finds the pick on the Jazzy. You see the overdrive coming into play, finding maybe possibly one more as Renz is looking for that region, and I ran out of stamina. So not really much more left inside the tank except for the Stinger sitting inside of that bottom cubby, waiting for a player to jump over, waiting for a player to cross that line, because St. Clair, they have a bit of damage done to them, but with the numbers looking even across the board, and that Viper's bit down. I think, as I said earlier, Matthew made that call. Every single ultimate you guys have, go ahead and just pop the damn things. Find the round that you need. Cross number 10 and Instinct. Just an inkling of an idea where you could have maybe clutched something out and made it more expensive, but Maryville managed to get it by the end of it.
Honest to God, that round's won by Chloric and that Viper's pit, and staying with it and staying alive, despite being spotted by that haunt, clipped by the paranoia, all the pressure forward. That was a moment where JP needed to connect with that operator shot to deal with them, and failed to take it before they could, as they dropped around the corner and they pay the price. Not just JP paying the price, but the team of St. Clair paying the price. It's little moments, little mistakes, and that's just how slim the margin of error is in a series like this. In the grand finals of Division 1, competitive is an understatement, and Maryville know that they have to play lights out from this point onwards. In St. Clair, they'll use the tour de force and have the operator now in Instinct's hands once again. Chloric will have to look skyward, and there it is. Good shot there to Tyga, but you put 2 people on the wall for a reason, and thankfully Jazzykins finally does so to close out that kill and shut down that Viper, which is a much-needed set piece for Maryville, and has been for a lot of these pushes, both defensively and more so offensively, despite the little bit of success they've been able to gain so far in the second half off this side.
You're really just questioning whether or not we're going to see Maryville pivot over towards the A site or back up and maybe wrap around back towards B. I mean, it's just a huge question mark because they know that barrier orb is allocated towards A. That call was made out earlier by Chlorix, or maybe they're just going to wait for this thing to fall down. Instinct, though, has the pixel pick. He knows that these players are going to try to go ahead and try it eventually, and there you go. You were just feeding this man some kills. Unfortunately, also, he's not the only one getting them. Chazzy finds the rest for a cleanup and a half and says, well, take us to number 9, y'all. You sure found yourself the last one, but you don't have 4 ultimates every single round.
We got a beast lying in wait, and their name is Jazzykins, and there it is, 4 to secure. And it took them a little bit to take the first one to Cloric, and I think they wanted to make up for that. It's a little bit of a dicey fight between the two of them up on that wall, and that's kind of high-low angles that you can provide as a Sage are so much more facilitated defensively. And using this Sage is obviously working wonders for St. Clair, and it's a different style of agent we're used to seeing from Jazzykins' hands. Instinct moves over to A lobby, deals with Giza, the MVP, the Hammer themselves, and Instinct is making sure that their presence is forfeited as quick as possible in rounds where it feels like Maryville need to win because the scoreline is getting so tight and close. Jazzykins goes skyward, will drop off of it of all things, and knows there's probably someone here within this dark cover, sees out Ange, and will fall back as you'll see another dark cover go down. They want to isolate the 1v2 here against Jazzykins, but Rins didn't know there was assistance, but it doesn't seem to matter. That's a shot that seemed unfair, but it doesn't seem to matter to Jazzykins for a second. Now it's Cloric pushing the pressure here just inside the lip of Link, but they need their teammate as Screwface to get on site and tease this fight, but they know JP is watching just behind that domino bend in from back of sight. Cloric will wrap around into elbow, needs a secondary angle. Screwface has a Vandal, but you got to high up their position from JP, and if you move too far behind that domino, you will forfeit all of this control, and it's just a question of when this toxic screen will come up as Jazzy makes this a 5-on-2. Drops quickly back to 2v4 as Screwface has to get more. Screwface not tapped by that paranoia. The recall
all the information in the world.
Holy information, Batman, and Screwface needing to push. Down goes 4. Maryville have a chance, but
oh my God!
But Instinct puts St. Clair to double digits.
Just barely by the grit of his teeth. It's again and again this man to swap off the operator. And you talked about it earlier. The MVP. I thought you were talking about the gun, not the man behind it, but he's proven us wrong again. Keeping it rolling. Another round under his wing and another panic timeout coming up from Maryville saying, guys, we've done it all season. We've always been ahead. This is not something we can let up.
How many chances do you give highlight players? And it's either side, Dallas. It's both teams having these moments. Whether it's Maryville having Cloric on an angle inside with an unreal shot from Screwface to drop 2 players off, and in a recon bolt giving you so much information on that Link inside splits, yet you still have St. Clair giving player, and their last one stands tall and rides through it. And it's been a problem for both teams. I don't think the plaguing issue for St. Clair is first blood. They're winning those, and it's off the back of the operator, whether it's in any player's hands or just Instincts. Instinct can do it with anything, but you need to make sure that Maryville are off on the wrong foot. The problem in these later moments is Maryville can lose one early, even if they don't refrag it. If there's a player standing, there's players dropping for St. Clair, and that has to be made up for, because even though you're winning these rounds, how much of your economy are you burning every single time you do it? And those credits, they very quickly add up when the going gets tough. Thankfully, the credits are fine, and the operator is still in hand, but when you're buying that so often, you better hope players are staying alive with it and the wins are coming, because it will be 4,900 credits gone every single time you do so, and Maryville will sneak up with a win out of nowhere.
All right, I mean, there's still time for either side to make work of this. I mean, it is a 1-round delta when we are in the closing stages of this. Both teams in the final countdown here, rightfully earning both ends of it, but it really comes down to more so whether or not we can actually see Maryville again find some, you know, just shred of light here. Because this is their game to lose now, realistically. These strings of rounds from St. Clair, the only time it was broken, as I said earlier, was off the back of a timeout from MCE saying, hey, guys, you got 4 ultimates. What are we doing? And squeaking through those cracks, Renz is able to find one. You're looking for the operator out of Instinct. He didn't find the first blood this time, and that seemed to be the formula that was working out for him. But, well, by no control of his own, it seemed to kind of collapse a little bit, because even as they go for the retake, there is no players available to get on site. They are just getting mowed down and walled off.
And a different barrier orb location coming out of your Giza. JP had a chance to deal with Cloric, missing it, and now Cloric is swinging. This is a player that has full confidence and knows what to do with the weapon they have. Jazzykins' gun has been collected. Renz will swing you in from Boba. These are trying to be cleansed, but it's not going to matter. Eventually, that boost pack will detonate and deal with damage. That's a funny one. But it's not funny business for St. Clair if you're sitting at the end of match and series point in the grand finals of a league, as important to your program and you as this one is, to prove that everything you have done throughout this semester in terms of improvement, the scouting you did for players in between last split and this split, the way that you have built up around these individuals, it has to mean something, and a win is the best way to prove that here.
I mean, there's time, obviously, on the clock for them to go ahead and figure out what they can really surmount here to answer back from Maryville. But keep in mind, those ultimates are once again accumulating on that side. And that's what they did earlier, just kind of go ahead and find that final answer to get that one round to squeak them over 10. Otherwise, St. Clair, I think, genuinely, we're going to have this game over with by now, or at least sitting on round number 12 of their own, where you'd see the sides essentially swapped. But it's one of those things here where St. Clair, rightfully so, calling the timeout, trying to figure out what's going on here, better get what they can do in this next round, because money is a big question mark for them. They've had a lot of strong rounds together, but keep in mind, a lot of these rounds have still been expensive on their end, and with no ultimates in sight, it's just, what can you do? You got to shut off these players instantaneously, faster than they can really even have an idea of what they really want to kind of pull together. And, well, with no operator on the field, that entire game plan of what we saw Instinct pulling off round and round and round again, as I said, that big formula, that recipe that was working so well for them, they don't have all the necessary ingredients anymore. So they have to come up with something different and something that works just as well, but there's no room for error here. It has to be perfect.
Rins goes in fast. Maryville want to throw all of the preparation and expectation of St. Clair out the window, and the speed seems to be the way to do so. Ange as well, getting deep into the back line of that from the shadows. It executes JP perfectly in elbow. And a second one now from Giza now makes this a 3v5. Maryville even have Giza's ultimate of the Annihilation. This could strip away one important player in a set piece for this roster, as Clork will put the spike down and all but guarantee this post-plant scenario and the moments that are doomed to come thereafter. With JP's weapon being dropped in elbow, Screwface now wields it, and you can see that Instinct will likely fall victim to it, but it's a missed chance for that next one. Up above is Ange. You'll have to play this one tight. Here's your Annihilation. You don't know which corner it is. Does this go up and over? It does get Giza, but your player has been stripped away as Taiga has no way to fall away from it. Tazzy tries to go high. Instinct's alone. It's a 1v4, and it's over. Maryville, an unstoppable, untoppable giant, still holds tall. 13-10 to end it out for Division 1 in the first split.
Well, just how tall is the real question, because I've talked about these teams and just them having the respect from Maryville is a compliment in its own right. But, I mean, not only that, St. Clair made them respect them, but they even took 2 maps off them to bring it to number 5, showing that this team does indeed bleed, and there's an entire another semester underway. But obviously, Maryville, be happy with the win you had today. It's grand finals, baby. You are the champion of the split, but know that there is a big target out there for you waiting for the next one, because these guys get better game by game, and we're ready to see what could be, lurking in the shadows. And St. Clair could be definitely at the lead of that.
I mean, this is a Batman v Superman do you bleed moment, right? This is St. Clair screaming to the rest of the division that this is a team that can be beaten. This is a team that can be beaten not just by Winthrop, right? This is a team that can be taken down by any one of you, because we lost plenty of games this semester. We've been beaten. We've shown weaknesses. We've shown problems. And yet here we are standing tall in a grand finals, forcing all 5 maps, winning the first 2, putting Maryville on the back burner, mind you. And we'll ignore map 3 for a little bit there, but putting them on the back burner and taking a Sunset map that was not even close to being contested the first time we saw these two teams face off, 13-2 in Millville's favor, and making that just a few rounds of a slim lead that could have gone either way. That timeout maybe wouldn't have been enough of a justice maker, but Maryville knew everything that you just broke down in strategy is useless if we just press the go button and catch you off guard. And it worked to a T. Broke through that side and tore apart, dismantled everything that they wanted to piece together. Maryville, a well-deserved victory, but man, oh man, this just makes the break in between this split and next split that much more excruciating to have to watch and wait through.
Yeah, because, I mean, we look at Maryville. We've had them on a pedestal all season. You said they stand tall. Well, they don't seem nearly as tall, because you talk about growing pains for the rest of these teams. And well, these pains are looking like they're behind them. They're just now growing. They're at the point now where they are much taller than what they started, and the possibility of next split and, you know, with the conclusion of a LAN will make things that much more fun and that much more interesting because, well, I talked about the audience. St. Clair, it looked like they kicked a couple of the guys out so they could focus a little bit more so, but it didn't really seem to be enough for them by the end of it because, well, as I talked about, a lot of ultimates there for those past 2 rounds that we saw to conclude this, and even then more so kind of that curveball thrown and just pressing that W key because if you got nothing left to lose, if it's right there at the end of the season, with all that respect that was given to Instinct and that operator and the rest of the team of St. Clair and those just kind of players dropping one by one, that's the last thing you're going to expect is we just run at you like we don't care.
Yeah, well, the map is over and the series is done. Maryville will be your crown champions for this split, which then puts them, like we've said, a target in their back heading into the next split and then the LAN to finish that off as well. And I know everyone's looking forward to that one. And Maryville, unfortunately, for a lot of the other teams, are no foreigners to the LAN environment. They've done it, they've won it, and they will be there once again with a chance to shine. And they will join their sister team of the League of Legends side, claiming this Division 1 title for this split. So they've done it just like they did for the CVAL and CLAW side. But with that being said, let's go ahead and send it over to a break before we get an interview in. We'll have the Maryville side asking some questions. We'll ask the questions, they'll answer them, and they'll get their bragging in before we send them on home to celebrate with the rest of the roster for a well-deserved rest after a match like that. Don't go anywhere.
One enemy remaining. Spike. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
No hard feelings. Boys, I'm gonna take it out.
Out of charge. 30 seconds left. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy
Screen down.
One enemy remaining.
I diffuse things in my sleep.
One enemy. Spike down. B. Next. One enemy.
Toxins going in.
30 seconds left. One enemy remaining. Almost out. One enemy there. Spike down A. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Spike down. Last player standing. One enemy. Go, go, go. One enemy remaining. Spike down A. One enemy remaining. Last player standing. One enemy. Can't use that. One enemy. One enemy remaining. Spike. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
No hard feelings. I'm gonna take it out.
Out of charge. 30 seconds left. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy.
Screen down.
One enemy remaining.
I diffuse things in my sleep.
One enemy. Spike down. B. Next. One enemy.
Toxins going in.
30 seconds left. One enemy remaining. Almost out. One enemy. There.
Are here, as well as Chlora just sitting there in the background, just on their phone, having a good old time. We're here for the interview, and we have some good questions for you. First of all, congratulations, everybody there, for you guys. Also, that is the St. Clair Saints logo. I'm sure that'll get fixed, but congratulations to Maryville on y'all's victory. How are y'all feeling after this?
I'm a little upset that shit went 5 map. Oh. I'm a little upset that went 5 maps.
Heard it in the listens, you're good.
Yeah, it's a little embarrassing. They should never go 5 maps. Went undefeated.
Yeah, you did. It was a little close call there. I mean, they got you on map 1 and 2. You had to lock it in. But how do y'all feel overall about, getting through a team like that? Even though y'all struggled, obviously, hey, Screwface is back there. I was going to shout out Screwface, stepping into the team right now and kind of performing. And we called them the plot armor player for a lot of that last map there on Sunset. How has it been kind of adjusting to Screwface and the team?
It's been pretty easy. He has his issues, but but he's a really good opper, and we needed a really good opper. I'm not sure if I said that last week, but we definitely needed an opper on the team that was like permanent, and he does a good job. Other than that, he's doing a pretty good job, I think. He just needs to work on the over peaking issue.
Same thing that plagued y'all across Haven.
Hey, come back here.
That was definitely something I was going to be mentioning there, because I mean, talking about Ange and the whole interview that he did, he was talking about you guys making sure to secure those first kills, so make sure to trade them out if you do find those first bloods. And those first 2 maps, you guys seemingly had a lot of overextensions there. So something clearly that I'm sure you were all going to be taking note of. But even then for St. Clair, do you feel like there was anything they were doing in particular that just kind of inched you a little bit to say, hey, we should be winning these fights and causing those overextensions to come into play?
I mean, I'm not gonna lie, it just took us a little bit to adapt to the way they were playing. They were doing some things that they were doing, how do I put this? They were doing the most surface level basic play, but we expected them to do something that was different, and we would adapt and try to react to the different play, but they were doing the basic thing, like re-hitting a site, for example. We expect them to rotate, that's what most teams would do, but then they re-hit the site and we wouldn't be in position for it already. So, I mean, once we got adapted to it and figured out how they were playing, it was a lot easier. Yeah, and then their comps. I don't know what went on with their comps after map 1 and 2, but maps 3 and 4 they were running some weird comps, and the game honestly felt a lot easier. They got off those more traditional comps, and yeah.
Yeah, I mean, map number 3, that's the one I was going to mention here next. Bind! That was something, to say the least. I'm sure after losing map number 1 and 2, you guys were kind of a little bit questionable what exactly was going on, but you clearly found out what was happening. And that map was that a huge kind of resurgence for you, where you're saying, okay, you got this, or was that just more so kind of a right back in function where it's like, okay, this is how this is supposed to play out, and you guys just kind of press that factory reset button?
I think we definitely tightened up after map 2. I think that's how it should have gone the other 2 maps, to be honest. But I think we just had to wake up a little bit. But I think we definitely needed to tie it up, and we did. So.
All right. So now, this has been a bit of a contending point for you guys. Grand Finals is not a foreign concept to you, but, you know, the votes for MVPs definitely is. Giza, we consider you the MVP king for a long portion of it. Do you think you were the MVP for this one? I think you locked it out on map 3, did really damn good on map 4. Do you think you're the MVP vote for this one?
For 1 or 2 maps, I think maybe, but like overall, I think I didn't play the best of my ability when it comes to like team play, and I think my team really stepped up, especially the last map, especially after I started making a lot of mistakes late in that game. So honestly, I'd probably give it a Cade, I think.
Valid. Humble King. I don't know. Thank goodness we aren't choosing to vote here, Dallas, for this one, because I feel like I get it wrong every time I have the chance to do so. But I'll give it one more question here for you guys. Now that this split is over and you're stepping over to the new split, how are you guys feeling being the team with a target in your back all over again? It's not foreign to you guys. You're used to it. But how y'all feeling being the team with a target on your back and the land coming up in the future where you guys are, you know, having to defend that crown you've gotten from this split?
Hey, I'm gonna be honest. Having a target on our back doesn't matter if no one else can shoot straight. It's really that simple.
All right. Fair enough. I'll give you I feel like if I give a platform, it's just going to get worse. I'll give you all a platform to stand down real fast with Giza and Rins. Clark back there can also do it. Just shout anyone you're thankful for. I know you had a lot of parents in the audience. You also had, you know, a lot of supporters out there for you guys. If you're thankful for the program, coaches, staff, teammates, friends, go ahead and give your chance to do it. Rins, you first. We'll you know, force that.
Thankful for my family, my friends, my teammates. Just honestly, anyone I've met my entire life, everyone's had an impact. Everyone's shaped and molded me in a different way. So I'm thankful for every experience I've had, every person I've had, especially my parents, teammates, friends, but everything. And Chloric Mom. Shout out Chloric Mom. It's her birthday.
You'll have a chance.
It is. Happy birthday, Chloric Mom. Giza?
Just the whole esports program. I love it here, and I'm glad that I had an opportunity to come here, and I love everyone here as well. My family, my brother and my dad are definitely watching. Shout out to them, and then also my girlfriend. She's also in the stream the whole time. And then I'm gonna give it to Cade so he can shout out whoever he wants to shout out.
Yeah, Cade.
I just want to shout out my teammates, my whole school, my family, my girlfriend, and especially my mom. She watches every match. It's her birthday. I made sure had to win for her tonight, even though it got a little dicey. But yeah, we closed it out.
You gonna get a haircut at LAN again?
If it's free, I'm there.
Let's see if we can make it happen. All right, that has been Giza, Chloric, and Rin stepping into the interview. Appreciate all y'all stepping on. All good things must come to an end, but this one's not permanent. It's just the first split ending. The second one and that land coming up are on our calendars, and you want to stay tuned for this one, Dallas. It's looking to be a really great second split as well.
I mean, most definitely. I mean, especially after today, obviously going to map number 5, we expected Maryville to, you know, just leave nothing but scraps for the rest of the schools. But clearly St. Clair showed that they can all get their fair share of the feast here at hand. So I'm excited to see whether or not other teams make that adjustment, whether or not they look up to St. Clair, and even then more so if we can see the other teams. Because keep in mind, West Virginia also going to be out a player graduating by the end of the semester. So we're going to get some swap ups. We're going to see some changes here and there. And just like St. Clair said, we're going to see better teams every single day. So if you give an entire month, we should be seeing entirely new teams at hand.
Yeah, West Virginia has a player graduating. You've got a lot of teams that have more than just 5 players that they can swap in and out and continue to use these next few months. In the playoff break, if they didn't make it to playoffs and continue to grow, you know, Maryville and Winthrop both have, you know, dropped a player to step in to just kind of compete even further, to go on, not just to the level they're playing at here in Division 1 for the collegiate space, but even beyond into Tier 2. So they're trying to take that extra step even longer than they have been. If they're doing that with the players they had, imagine they could do even more in the future. And this gives them a chance to continue to compete at the highest level. The highest level will come to an end until we get back into things for the next split. This has been us. My name's Infernusis, joined here by Mick, aka Dallas. A shout out to all the productions behind the booth and Slaver, making sure the Division 1 gets running and is as best as it can possibly be. And to the audience, of course, for coming in and tuning. We'll see everybody for the next split. Don't go anywhere. Division 1 will return.
future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 Pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact.